Chairwoman Vargas, I'll read the following statement. Chairwoman Vargas has recently been diagnosed with a medical condition that has created painful nodules and damaged her vocal cords, and has been advised by her medical professionals to rest her voice for the next few weeks in order to prevent surgery. Please be advised that today's meeting will, as always, be conducted in accordance with board policies and the published agenda. As such, Chairwoman Vargas will, consistent with her authorities, duties, and responsibilities, chair and preside over today's meeting. So while Chairwoman Vargas is unable to speak aloud, she still has and will use her voice by communicating in alternative ways. To do so, the Chairwoman has worked with county staff to facilitate today's meeting, including public comment, staff presentations, and board discussions. If and when the Chairwoman makes comments on items, her comments will be projected onto the screens for all to read, and the clerk of the board will read the comments aloud. While today's meeting may seem atypical, many of our fellow San Diegans communicate with non-audible and divergent ways every day, and our county values their voices, employment, and civic participation. Thank you for your attention and understanding. On behalf of Chairwoman Vargas, we will now call the May 21st, 2024 San Diego County Board of Supervisors regular meeting, Fire Protection District meeting, and in-home supportive services meeting to order. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the land that we call home. There are communities in the San Diego region that face unjust conditions and circumstances related to the environments in which they live. The tribal nations of the San Diego region are an example of one community that has historically faced such injustices. We acknowledge the harmony that existed between the land, nature, and its original peoples, who have since endured displacement, persecution, and systemic oppression. We pay our respect to the unceded territory and homelands of the 18 tribal nations in our region, the most in any county in the United States, from 4 cultural groups, the Kumeyaay, the Igueño, the Luiseño, the Copeño, and the Cahuilla. We aspire to learn from indigenous traditional knowledge and experiences in undoing the justices of the past. On behalf of Chairwoman Vargas, I'll now call the roll. Supervisor Anderson.
Here.
Supervisor Montgomery Stepp.
Here.
Supervisor Desmond.
Here.
Vice Chair Lawson-Remer.
Here.
And Chairwoman Vargas is here. We'll now proceed with our invocation and Pledge of Allegiance. We'll have Pastor Shadow Suka present the invocation, and Isa Jimenez Ramirez will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand for the invocation and pledge.
Good morning. Pastor Shadow Suka, pastor for the Micronesian Outreach Ministry USA here in San Diego. We are Micronesians and very humble and privileged to be here. Representing the Asian American and Native Hawaiian Pacific Islanders, it gives me a great privilege to greet you all, important people. Thank you so much. Let's go before the Lord in prayer. Almighty God, Sovereign Lord, the Alpha and the Omega, thank you so much, Father, for blessing us with a wonderful day where we can come together as your people in your presence. Father, we pray for blessing upon this occasion. We pray blessing upon these leaders, the wisdom that they need, Father, for the people that you entrusted into their stewardship, Father. I want to also thank you for each and every individual that is here present, Father. Just bless our time together. This is our prayers. We pray in the Almighty name's name. Amen.
Please put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We'll now proceed with our proclamations and awards. Chairwoman Vargas will be presenting the first proclamation honoring Foster Care Month, and accepting the proclamation will be Dr. Kim Giardina. On behalf of Chairwoman Vargas, I'll read her remarks up on the screen. Today, I'm proud to recognize the month of May as National Foster Care Month. I want to thank the Child and Family Wellbeing Department and the 2 foster families for joining me today. I want to acknowledge every young person navigating the child welfare system and thank all of the loving and supportive workers and advocates who help them on a daily basis. In California alone, there are roughly 60,000 children in the foster care system. An unfortunate reality is that children often experience abuse and neglect prior to entering foster care. Once they enter foster care, their whole world suddenly includes a challenging experience with our legal system that can include court hearings, attorneys, social workers, and often new homes and schools. Without the proper care, love, and guidance, that whole experience can be very traumatizing. It is through the caring work of foster families, caseworkers, and advocates who ensure that foster children have the best chance of finding their home. Therefore, be it proclaimed by Chairwoman and the Board of Supervisors that we commend foster families and the County of San Diego Child and Family Wellbeing Department for their outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to caring for those children in the foster care system, and do hereby declare the month of May to be Foster Care Month throughout San Diego County. Accepting this proclamation today is Dr. Giardina from our Child and Family Wellbeing Department.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairwoman, and our entire Board of Supervisors. As stated, May is National Foster Care Month, and it's an initiative to recognize the importance of our youth in foster care, as well as the role that our foster parents, family members, community partners, and social workers play in ensuring the well-being of those children in our care. This year's theme is engaging youth, building supports, strengthening opportunities, and it emphasizes the importance of involving young people in their care decisions and ensuring they have robust support systems to help them transition into adulthood. Our resource parents are a vital part of our team in child and family well-being, and there are many different types of resource parents. We have relative caregivers, non-related foster parents, emergency caregivers, respite caregivers, and adoptive parents. And I would like to thank them all for their selfless giving of the hard work every day to love the children that come into their homes, and working with our biological parents to make sure that children have a safe home to return to. In addition, the ongoing collaboration with our medical, legal, and community partners ensures that our children in foster care get all that they need. For more information about how you can help make a difference in the life of a foster child, please visit sdcares4kids.com. It is a continued honor for our child and family well-being and our partners to be acknowledged this month for the hard work. Here with me today, I am really excited to introduce two of our amazing foster moms, Marianne and Kanaya, to help receive this proclamation. I'm going to turn it over to Marianne.
First off, I want to thank everybody. Being a resource parent is one of the most rewarding things we can do, putting families together, helping a child navigate through the system. Here in San Diego, we're very fortunate to have Child and Family Wellbeing is a supportive to our resource parents, and I really want to encourage everybody in this room and your relatives and your friends to really look into being a part of the team. It takes all of us to put the puzzle back together and work as a team. So spread the word and encourage everybody that you know to be a part of this. Our children only have one childhood. Let's all work together to make it the best possible. Thank you.
Thank you. The next proclamation will be presented by Chairwoman Vargas and Vice Chair Tara Lawson-Remer, honoring Asian American, Native, Hawaiian, Pacific Islander Month. Accepting the proclamation will be Anna Marie Hernandez, Isabel Kinseng, and Kathleen Mendoza. We'll begin with Dr. Gill providing a lei to each supervisor. So we'll invite each supervisor to come down to the well to receive their lei.
Wait, I think I'm first.
Thank you. I'll now read Chairwoman Vargas's comments that are up on the screen. Today, I'm proud to join my colleague, Vice Chair Tara Lawson-Remer, to recognize the month of May as Asian American, Native, Hawaiian, Pacific Islander Month, or AANHPI Month. As Asian American, Native, Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month ends, I want to reflect on all the valuable contributions our friends in the AANHPI community have made to our country. The AANHPI community is incredibly diverse, consisting of numerous ethnicities, languages, and cultures, and has played a vital role in shaping America's history, economy, and society. I would like to thank all of the organizations for being here today, including the Asian Pacific Island Alliance of County Employees, the Pacific Islander Society of County Employees, the County of San Diego Filipino Employees Association, API Coalition, the Asian Pacific American Labor Alliance, Micronesian Outreach Ministries USA, Sons and Daughters of Guam, Ahui Koeli Hawaii o San Diego, Taupau Samoa Cultural Arts, Kanaka Davis Trust Group, Pacific Islander Festival Association, Hui o Hawaii San Diego, Asian Culture Media Alliance, Asian Business Association, Asian Solidarity Collective, and the San Diego Chinese Historical Museum. I would like to acknowledge the great contributions from our county employee resource groups, including APACE, our Asian Pacific Alliance of County Employees Resource Group, PICE, the Pacific Islander Society of County Employees, and CSD-FEA, the County of San Diego Filipino Employees Association. Without the contributions of our AANHPI county workers, we would not be able to meet the needs of the residents of San Diego County. Equity is about representation, and we need to make sure that our AANHPI community is well represented at all levels. Thank you for your service, and I'm proud to honor you and celebrate you. Happy Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And on behalf of Chairwoman Vargas, we'll turn it over to Vice Chair Lawson-Remer.
Thank you. Today, we proudly celebrate Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, honoring the vibrant and diverse communities that have profoundly shaped the history and the future of San Diego County. Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander peoples have left a strong mark on our county, with contributions spanning every sector and every community. From the very founding of downtown San Diego by William Tanaka Davis, to early pioneers in our fishing, aviation, and surfing industries, to the dynamic business leaders and artists of today. Our region owes so much of its dynamic and rich economy and culture to these contributions. This flourishing has often been in the face of strong discrimination and harsh conditions. The 1882 Chinese Exclusion Act, the history of redlining and racially based covenants, to the anti-Asian hate that we continue to see today. These communities continue to persevere, show resilience, and fight back against ignorance and hate. I especially want to highlight the incredible diversity of these communities, with people from over 50 countries and 100 languages represented in our region. Our largest communities include Filipino, Chinese, Vietnamese, and Indian Americans, but also many other populations like Laotian, Hmong, Native Hawaiians, Micronesians, Samoan, Chamorro, and many others. With that in mind, today we recognize the work and contributions of 16 Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander organizations. These groups play a crucial role in advocating for the rights and well-being of individuals, preserving cultural heritage, and building stronger, more inclusive communities for all San Diegans. So with that, be it proclaimed by all the members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors that we commend these 16 organizations for their ongoing service and commitment to San Diego County, and hereby declare May 2024 to be Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month throughout San Diego County. Who's going to speak? Anyone want to speak? Our ERGs, come up, come up.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anna Marie Hernandez. I'm the president of the Asian Pacific Alliance of County Employees. On behalf of APACE, we are honored to represent the Asian community and accept the proclamation from the County Board of Supervisors, acknowledging the contributions of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders to our communities. The proclamation demonstrates that we are valued and included as part of the County of San Diego team. Thank you again for your recognition.
Good morning, everyone. I am Isabel Kinsang, president of the Pacific Islander Society of County Employees. On behalf of our ERG, we would like to thank the Board of Supervisors and everyone that has made this day very important for us. We thank you, and we continue to serve the community. Thank you. Hello, good morning. My name is Kathleen Mendoza. I am the president for the County of San Diego Filipino American Employees Association. On behalf of our employee resource group, I would like to thank Vice Chair Tara Lawson and Chair Nora Vargas for this recognition. We are very happy for this recognition, and we are very honored about it. Thank you so much.
Hello, everybody. I'm Dr. Gil Ontai, and I'd like to take this moment to thank all the county supervisors, and especially County Supervisor Lawson Reamer, for inviting us, the Pacific Islander communities here. And I'd like to recognize the fact that this is an important event to us, and the symbolism of these leis that we just gave out recognizes and means to the Pacific Islander communities that we are a people that appreciate the love of nature and the beauty of nature. And the leis that they wear and the hakule that County Supervisor Lawson Reamer wears is an endearment to us because it recognizes our symbolism and our love for nature, the beauty of our nature, and the fact that we're all creatures of the Creator itself. So we symbolize these adornments by those leis, and we appreciate everything that they're doing to recognize us from the Pacific Islander communities. And the three organizations that I would like to recognize that are here today, the Kanaka Davis Trust Group, the Hui o Hawaii of San Diego, and the Ahahui Kavila of San Diego, three organizations that have been very instrumental throughout the history of San Diego and representing all the wonderful activities that we've done in San Diego County. Thank you. Mahalo and aloha.
Aloha everyone, my name is Mahialani Taisugui. I am treasurer for Pacific Islander Festival Association. I want to echo everything that everybody had said, and to also let you know that our festival is this September 21st and 22nd at Ski Beach in Mission Bay. A lot of food, entertainment. We have cultural booths, informational booths. If you need any information for that, pifasandiego.com. Again, my name is Mahialani Taisugui. On behalf of Pacific Islander Festival Association, we'd like to thank all of you again for this award and being recognized as a part of this community. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Justin Perez, and I'm the president of the Hui Hawaii of San Diego. On behalf of the Hui, I would also like to thank the County of San Diego Board of Supervisors and the chairwoman, Nora Vargas, for inviting us to this ceremony. The Hui is honored to be here and to be receiving this acknowledgement today. Our mission is to seek ways in which we may support all of our local communities and engage in activities that help to perpetuate the Hawaiian culture and foster the aloha spirit. We have a gift of lei for you today as a sign of that appreciation. Mahalo for all that you have done and continue to do for our Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander communities. Mahalo.
Talufalava. My name is Kiki Sotoa Solia. I am the Executive Director of Taupo Samoa Cultural Arts, also representing the Samoan community here in our San Diego counties. I want to give a great thank you to our county supervisors, especially our Supervisor Lawson Reamer, for having us here this afternoon. We've been doing the work for many years here in San Diego, but today is a reaffirmation of all the work that we've done behind us. But this is empowerment for us to keep continuing the work ahead of us. So we want to say thank you. God bless.
Hello, this is Shadow Suka, pastor for the Micronesian Outreach Ministry, USA, also known as MAMUSA. If you want to learn more about us, we have a website, mamusa.org. Anyway, we've been around for a long time here in San Diego. I live most of my life here in San Diego, and we do a lot of community service, reach out to the homeless, feeding the kids at Children's Hospital, and so forth. But our main focus is on the young people growing up. We want to keep them on track, help them out with sports, and we help them to be good citizens. That's what we do as Micronesian Outreach Ministry. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nina Fojas. I'm here to represent with the Asian Culture Media Alliance, and I just want to say thank you to the county and thank you, Tara, for inviting us here today. We really appreciate all your support and for introducing us to all these great organizations here. So hopefully we can connect with you all together again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everybody. So now it's time for a photo.
After the photo, we're going to go to room 306A so that we can get each proclamation out. Follow me out after.
Awesome. Ready? Is my phone too?
Okay, thank you, everybody. Appreciate you all.
Thank you. God bless you. Sure. Appreciate you so much.
Thank you. The next proclamation will be given by Vice Chair Tara Lawson-Remer honoring Jewish Heritage Month. Accepting the proclamation will be Betsy Lynch.
Good to see you. Thank you for coming. Okay, thank you. I'm excited to have Betsy Lynch, CEO of the San Diego Lawrence Jewish Family Community Center, and her staff here with me today to celebrate Jewish Heritage Month. The JCC here in San Diego is a vibrant hub that serves as a focal point for Jewish life and culture in our region. It's a place where people of all ages, backgrounds, and beliefs come together to learn, grow, and celebrate. In their cultural and educational programs, the JCC dives into the rich tapestry of Jewish history, language, and tradition. From Hebrew classes to art exhibitions, from film screenings to lively discussions, there's always something new to discover and explore. But the JCC is more than just a place of learning. It's a place of health and wellness with state-of-the-art fitness facilities and wellness programs. My favorite is their robust swim programs for all ages that help nourish not only our bodies, but our spirits. And perhaps most importantly, the JCC is a community gathering space, a space where friendships are forged, connections are made, and memories are created. Whether it's coming together for holiday celebrations, engaging in dialogue, or simply enjoying a cup of coffee. And for San Diego County's youngest residents, the JCC's preschool and childcare services and youth programs, especially their amazing summer camps, teach the values of community, compassion, and curiosity. And what truly sets the JCC apart is their commitment to diversity and inclusion. While their roots are in the Jewish tradition, their doors are open to everyone. Welcoming people of every faith, every background, and every walk of life, because they believe it is through our differences that we find our greatest strengths. So today I want to honor and celebrate the Lawrence Family Jewish Community Center, and thank you for all that you do. So be it proclaimed by all members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors on this 21st day of May 2024 that we commend the Lawrence Family Jewish Community Center for outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to the citizens of San Diego County, and do hereby declare this month to be Jewish Heritage Month throughout San Diego County. Thank you. Do you have anything you want to say?
Really briefly. I just want to acknowledge Vice Chair Lawson-Remer and Chairman Vargas as well, particularly in this moment in Jewish history. Receiving this acknowledgement feels incredibly important as the increase in overt anti-Semitism since October, particularly here in San Diego, has increased over 200%, and across all of North America, over 600%. We are incredibly grateful for this honor and the acknowledgement of our work. The JCC's foundations for over almost 80 years here in San Diego were built on the ideas of building Jewish community with every kind of person. Our goals and our outreach are designed so that we too can work towards providing a community that is free of hatred, in particular hatred of Jews. And the only way to do that is to know somebody who's Jewish and have a Jewish experience and to have a Jewish friend. So while there are a lot of organizations across our country that do their best to combat anti-Semitism and Jewish hatred, the JCC does our part to prevent it to begin with. And we do that by creating friendships through diverse people and inviting people into the work that we do. We are so honored to be here today, and our commitment to the Jewish community extends far beyond, because we know what our Jewish community brings to all of San Diego, brings a stronger and strengthened and a more vibrant and interesting place. Thank you so much.
The next proclamation will be given by Supervisor Joel Anderson, honoring Elizabeth Howe. Accepting the proclamation will be Elizabeth Howe.
If he wants to come up, he's welcome to. And if your mom's here, they can come up. Good. He doesn't want to come up. Are they coming up? Is that your brother? Awesome. I'm very excited this morning to honor an outstanding member of our community, Elizabeth Howe. Some of you may know this, most of you don't. Elizabeth Howe is an extremely skilled archer in East County and holds every California state archery record at her age group. And she competes on Team USA regional squad. Now, I have to ask you, you're still a sophomore?
I'm still a sophomore, yes.
Okay, so what's truly amazing is at this young age, not only does she have a passion for archery, and she's very, very good at it, but she also instructs. She takes time, and at the Lionheart Academy in El Cajon, she shares her knowledge and paves the way for the next generation of archers in San Diego County. We're always wondering, who's going to lead our country next? What's the next generation going to look like? I submit to you, we're in good hands, and we'll feel very safe with Elizabeth. Elizabeth has proven to be a valuable member of our East County community, greatly contributing to the region's economic development and recreational offerings through her advocacy for an outdoor archery range in East County, increasing accessibility and inclusivity in the support. You know, for these reasons, I'm proud to present a proclamation to Elizabeth Howe, and the last paragraph reads, "Be it proclaimed by Chairwoman Nora Vargas and all the members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors on this 21st day of May 2024 that they commend Elizabeth Howe for outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to and do hereby." Boy, this is like my first one. I'm so sorry. Elizabeth, I'm letting you down. Declare this day, this is the most important, Elizabeth Howe Day throughout San Diego County. So we're so happy to have this for you. I didn't know if you'd like to say something. Please do.
Thank you, Supervisor Anderson and Chair Vargas and the entire Board of Supervisors. It is an honor to be here today to be receiving this recognition. While archery is an individual sport, I definitely couldn't have gotten to where I am alone, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank some of the many people who have helped get me to where I am today. I would like to thank my coaches, Philip Hahn and Lee Taylor, as well as both of my parents. I couldn't have done this without their support and the support of the San Diego archery community in general. Archery is such an amazing sport, and through it I have had so many incredible opportunities, and I wouldn't be who I am today without it. Because of this, I've been working towards making the sport of archery more accessible to more people, as Supervisor Anderson mentioned, by working with Supervisor Anderson's office to establish a public outdoor archery range in East County. This has been an incredible journey so far, and I look forward to continuing to push myself forward, as well as do my part to grow the sport at the same time as furthering my own archery career. Again, it is an honor to be here today, and thank you. I'm so grateful for this recognition. Thank you.
I'm going to give this to you, and we'll head back there. I'd just like to make a note. Her father has worked for the last decade for the County of San Diego. He does an incredible job. Thank you so much for your service to our community. Let's head back this way. Let's get you up in front. I'm going to have you slide just a little bit this way, and then glasses off. Awesome. Thank you very much for being here. Great. Awesome work. We'll keep going on that outdoor one. We're not giving up on that. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you. The next proclamation will be presented by Supervisor Joel Anderson and Supervisor Jim Desmond honoring Emergency Medical Services Week. Accepting the proclamation will be Paul Forney.
How you doing? Thanks for being here. Thanks for coming. This is awesome. Thank you. Thank you very much for being here. This is a great crew. Thank you all for being here. Thank you. It's good to see you. Thanks for coming. Thanks for being here. Thank you. Oh, absolutely.
Thank you for having us. You're welcome. They had me going first.
Is that correct? Yes. Okay.
That's what I had.
Okay, good. No, listen, this is a great day for me. Two great well, actually, we have a whole day of great proclamations, but I'm excited to be alongside my colleague, Supervisor Jim Desmond, to recognize an extremely important occasion, Emergency Medical Services Week. For the last 50 years, EMS Week has been observed annually in the United States during the month of May. During this week, we get get an opportunity to show our gratitude and appreciation towards emergency medical technicians, EMTs, and paramedics for their critical role in providing emergency medical assistance to those who may be in need. Members of these EMS teams work around the clock, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to ensure that life-saving care can be administered at a moment's notice to potential patients. This immense dedication, courage, and bravery in leadership transcends traditional public service and deserves our utmost recognition. For these reasons, I'm proud to present this proclamation honoring EMS Week in San Diego County, and I'd like to pass the mic now to my colleague, Jim Desmond.
Well, thank you, Supervisor Anderson, and along with all my colleagues here in the San Diego County residents, we all value emergency medical technicians. Unfortunately, every one of us is going to need one someday. We want to thank you for all your life-saving care, the education, the training. You know, you run towards chaos. You run towards accidents and emergencies. We want to thank you for doing that, for helping all of those in need here in San Diego County. So for the proclamation, we, the San Diego County, whereas the County of San Diego is committed to recognizing organizations that exemplify the noblest ideas of public service, and National Emergency Services is one such worthy organization. So therefore, be it proclaimed by myself, Supervisor Anderson, and all the members of the San Diego Board of Supervisors, today, the 21st day of May, 2024, we commend the American Medical Response, AMR, for their outstanding service and leadership and their commitment, and hereby declare May 19th to the 25th, 2024 as National Emergency Medical Services Week throughout San Diego County. Thank you very much. All right.
Thank you. Thank you. All righty. Thank you, Supervisor Anderson and Supervisor Desmond, and all of the Board of Supervisors for recognizing the thousands of emergency medical professionals in San Diego County. And I really want to say thank you for this proclamation. Joining me today are Jeff Collins, the Director of the Public Safety Group for San Diego County, Deputy Chief Ryan Silva from CAL FIRE, Division Chief Rich Durrell, and members of the American Medical Response management team behind me. The theme of this year's EMS Week is honoring our past and forging our future. And so I want to take a moment to recognize the generations of EMS professionals that have come before us and have gotten us to be the reliable and dependable service that citizens rely on every day. I also want to recognize the commitment and the innovation of the new generation of EMTs and paramedics that are coming up that are going to innovate and pave the way for us going forward. Our EMS system is, of course, made up of more than just EMTs and paramedics. Dispatchers, firefighters, mechanics, doctors, nurses, and law enforcement officers are all a vital part of the EMS system and stand ready 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and respond over 250,000 times a year in San Diego County. So again, thank you for this proclamation, and thank you for all of your hard work.
Thank you. Let me go back for a quick photo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, one more. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
The final proclamation will be given by Supervisor Jim Desmond, honoring Isa Jimenez Ramirez. Accepting the proclamation will be Isa Jimenez Ramirez.
All right. You last year's? No. You think? Oh, okay, staff, okay. All right. All right, well, last but certainly not least, good morning, everyone, and I'd like to special welcome to the Boys and Girls Club of San Marcos. We have the president and CEO, Kathy Bauer, and her valuable team, who they serve over 2,500 youth and 12 school sites in San Marcos. And I want to thank you all for making the trip down from North County here. I didn't see you on the freeway, but that was probably a good thing. But for 45 years, the Boys and Girls Club of San Marcos has been a leader in youth development to inspire all young people to realize their full potential as productive, responsible, and caring individuals. So it is my great honor to recognize one of these outstanding individuals, Isabella Isa Jimenez Ramirez. Isa is named the 2024 San Diego County Youth of the Year, competing against all the other Boys and Girls Clubs throughout San Diego County. She was named Youth of the Year for her leadership, outstanding contributions to the community, and she now serves as the ambassador to more than 3,300 Boys and Girls Club members in the San Diego region. She's a 17-year-old senior and will graduate in June from Mission Hills High School in San Marcos, and she's been an active member in the Boys and Girls Club. She's 17. She's been an active member for 12 years. So this past year, Isa has volunteered over 500 hours of community service, and she's an active leader and a member of the Leaders in Training program at the club. So obviously you excelled in that class, where she serves as a role model for peers and for the younger members at the Boys and Girls Club. She was one of 9 top finalists for the 2024 California Youth of the Year. So that's a great showing here from San Diego County. So San Diego County, we're committed to recognizing and honoring those individuals who are dedicated to the best ideals of public service and community service. And Isabel Jimenez Ramirez is one such worthy individual. So therefore, be it proclaimed by myself, Chairwoman Nora Vargas, and all the members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors that this 21st day of May, that we commend Isa Jimenez Ramirez for her dedication, leadership, and commitment to the Boys and Girls Club of San Marcos and of all the Boys and Girls Club throughout the county, for her outstanding community service, and to San Marcos and San Diego County residents, and do hereby declare today to be Isa Jimenez Ramirez Day throughout San Diego County. So congratulations. Do you have a few words to say? Okay. Or did you want me to go first? What's the order? You tell me. Isa first? Okay. Yeah, I'll hold it.
First of all, I would like to thank Supervisor Jim Desmond for giving us the honor of having this proclamation. I recently went on my first plane ride. Very interesting. Appreciated my life a little bit more as I was on the runway. But we traveled up to Sacramento, and it was honestly one of the best experiences I've ever had. And I couldn't have done it without the club. Very soon, I will be going on a bigger plane ride down south to South Africa. We will be helping international Boys and Girls Clubs down there and assisting them with all of their needs as well. And again, I can't express how much gratitude I have towards all the supervisors here and all the county district members. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Good job. You gonna say, Kathy? Yeah, go ahead.
You know, at the Boys and Girls Club of San Marcos, we're focused on the priority outcomes of academic success, good character, and citizenship, and healthy lifestyles for the nearly 3,000 youth we serve on an annual basis. We're extremely proud of the positive impact we're having on the youth that we serve, especially teens like Isabella. And Isabella isn't an anomaly. You know, in our annual survey of the teens, 100% of them felt confident that not only were they going to graduate high school, but they felt like they had the skills that they needed to be successful and that they were going to be able to get a job when they graduated. 9 out of 10 members felt like they had a mentor that they could talk to and help them make positive choices, that they could turn to staff like David here, David Solomon, who is the director of our teen tech center at the club. And 94% of our club members think of themselves as leaders among their peers and in their community. And, you know, Isabella talked about the fact that she's going to be going down to South Africa to work in a club and do a community service project to help build a new club down there. At the Boys and Girls Club of San Marcos, we truly are preparing tomorrow's leaders, and we're doing it well. So I want to thank you, and thank you for the impact and the support that you've helped to provide us so that we can have experiences and help truly build that community of leaders like Isabella. And congratulations again, Isabella. We're so very, very proud of you. Thank you.
David, do you have anything real quick? Yeah, real quick. Say nice things about Isabella.
Got it. Hello, everyone. My name is David Solomon. I'm the Teen Tech Center Coordinator at our Boys and Girls Club of San Marcos. My job is pretty much to bridge the gap between access to technology and youth, especially in high-need areas. And Isabella is definitely one of those youths that stood out to me from the start. Just the presence she has when she walks into a room, her ability to influence without authority, and her magical blend of just warmth and leadership has been amazing to see. And I feel like I've also seen the intrinsic motivation that she has for bettering herself. The center I run is very based on autonomy for the teens, a space where they can create what they want when they want. So I don't push them to create anything at a certain time, but she's always in there. Mr. How do I do this? Mr. How do I do this? Mr. How do I better my resume? How do I apply to a job? Or what do they look for? It's just little traits like that that really makes me know that she's going to go really far just from seeing how she carries herself and how she knows what she wants for her future. So, yeah, congratulations, Isa.
Right, thank you. Great. Come on, we'll take a picture of that. Thank you. We'll now proceed with non-agenda public communication. This is an opportunity for the public to address the board on subject matters within the board's jurisdiction, but not an item on today's agenda. The only action that the board may take is a referral to the Chief Administrative Officer. As a reminder, according to Rule 4A, members of the public that are non-English speaking and need interpretation assistance will get twice the allotted time for their comments, which is 4 minutes. As a reminder, according to the board's rules and procedures, audience members shall not whistle, clap, stomp feet, or anything that disrupts the proceedings. I also want to remind attendees that this board has a lot to cover today. It's really important that we give everybody an opportunity to be heard, whether it's your turn to speak, it's someone else is speaking, or a county supervisor is speaking. The rules of procedure are very clear about disruptive behavior, and anyone that is disruptive will be warned, and if they continue to disrupt the meeting, they will be asked to leave the chamber. To better facilitate the meeting, we will have 5 speakers in person, 5 speakers by phone, and the rest of non-agenda public communication will be heard at the close of today's session. We have 21 requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda, 6 in person, and 15 requesting to speak by phone. For those that requested to speak by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. Again, we'll be calling the first 5 speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'd like to invite forward Mark, Michael Brando, Richard Abraham, Reverend Danny Brunner, and Pastor Terry Newell Davis. If I've called your name, please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Michael.
For the love of humanity, wake up, wake up, wake up.
All of you, wake up. Wake up. Wake up. All of you, wake up.
I think we need to hear that one more time, and then I'll explain why. Here we go.
For the love of humanity, wake up. Wake up. Wake up. All of you, wake up. Wake up.
Okay, we get it. What is she talking about? Oh, there's a lot of things to wake up to, a whole lot, and we've been doing it for 3 years now. One thing, of course, is the counterfeit pandemic and the bioweapon serum injections. I said Andrew Cuomo last time. It's Chris Cuomo who's been talking about the injuries from the injections. Again, the final pandemic, an antidote to medical tyranny. You know, this is actually surface stuff, although people's lives have been ruined by what you have promoted, all of you. The deeper thing is self-authority. People are not taught to be self-sufficient. You even have a department here called the Department of Self-Sufficiency. Again, it's inverted reality because people aren't taught or encouraged to be their own self-authority, to be their own source of self-sufficiency. And again, I'm going to mention the public safety group, Sarah. We're not waiting on this report. We want to know what is happening with these horses that have been abused for over 1 year. It's been looked into for over a year. The news report said these people pulled guns when people went up there to investigate. When are we going to find out what's happening in Rancho Santa Fe? I hope we hear from them tomorrow.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark, the voters were already perfectly clear that we want no new gas tax. This is a totalitarian move to control us. Taxes always start out small and get raised to outrageous levels as soon as you accept them, which we the people do not. The claim that this is because EV vehicles aren't getting taxed through the gas tax is an excuse. They could charge a very small tax on the electricity at the EV charging stations to do that. This is all about monitoring and controlling our every movement, as Rosa Corey clearly states in the YouTube title at 4 minutes, 10 seconds. This is the YouTube title here I'm holding up. An insult they would try this after the voters clearly said they don't want any further gas tax, as government suggests installing a device to track where you drive. These are UN Agenda 21 goals, and everyone must join together to stop these treasonous officials now. Everyone needs to see these videos. I have 1 minute left. They intentionally don't give us much time. These are YouTube titles. See Rosa Corey from 3 minutes and 30 seconds if you want to understand what is going on, what these government organizations are doing regionally everywhere. UN Agenda 21. And she is an expert court witness accepted in California. Zeitgeist Addendum, you can see this from 6 minutes, 40 seconds to 24 minutes, and your fifth grader would understand the World Bank and the Federal Reserve and the scam being done on you better than most adults around you right now. This is Corporation Nation. They've invested us, our grandparents, our parents, all of our tax dollars for generations, and they own just about everything around you, and they're not going to share it with you. It's in a whole separate budget. This Goodbye American Sovereignty, Trump signed it. Biden did not rescind it. If you think you're right or left, and it turned control of our trade and immigration, trading over to an unelected council.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Richard Abraham, thank you. As a veteran of both Vietnam and the Persian Gulf with over 20 years of military service to the country, I would like to see a Veterans Memorial of some type built in Lakeside where we could honor the veterans who have served this country in both times of war and peace. There's currently no public Veterans Memorial of any type in Lakeside, and I propose that we build one or start the process of building one at the site of the county library. the old county library. This would also give us a place where the people of Lakeside and also East County residents can recognize their fellow residents who have served their nation in times of war and peace. But the most important thing to me would it would allow us to have a place where we could recognize those who have served our nation in times of war, who have paid the ultimate sacrifice in order to in defense of our great nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. Respectfully, I am Reverend Danny Bruner, ordained American Baptist Churches USA, Evergreen, also with San Diego Faith Leaders for Palestine from the great city of Lemon Grove, where the Lemon Grove City Council passed a ceasefire resolution in March because they chose to move outside of political structures as a means to affect decisions and outcomes relevant to the atrocities occurring in Gaza even now. One can say it's outside of my purview, not in my jurisdiction, to speak on such matters. It's a federal concern. Or using the notion it's complicated for further avoiding culpability. We, the San Diego Faith Leaders for Palestine, request two things: a thorough and transparent investigation into the Sheriff's Department's activities concerning our USD protesters, one. Two, an immediate and permanent ceasefire resolution. One has already been submitted, and we respectfully request it be agendized. I thank you so much for your time. I realize what it means to be a leader. Never, ever compromise what your moral compass is telling you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Chairwoman Vargas, county supervisors, and others in attendance here today. My name is Pastor Jerry Newell Davis, and I'm a Methodist minister, and here with San Diego County Faith Leaders for Palestine to seek your inquiry into the events of May 6th on the campus of UCSD, when San Diego County Sheriffs, UCSD Campus Police, and California Highway Patrol arrived wearing tactical gear and carrying weapons to dismantle a peaceful protest against the genocide in Gaza by Israeli forces. Aggressive and excessive force was used to disperse the crowd, and pepper spray was sprayed at close range on Imam Taha Hussein, a resident and respected faith leader in our county. As you're probably aware, recently, the International Criminal Court is now seeking arrest warrants for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant regarding their involvement in extreme violence against the people of Palestine, thus confirming that the continued violence used by Israel is not something that the world can ignore. Reacting to the news today, Israeli Defense Minister Gallant described the arrest warrants against him and Prime Minister Netanyahu as disgraceful attempt to interfere in the war. Students and faith leaders worldwide have been speaking out against this war, and on May 6th, the students of UCSD and faith leaders were met with violence. We are here to ask that you fully investigate the incident where Imam Taha was aggressively assaulted and 64 students arrested for their constitutional right to peacefully protest against this war. We, the Faith Leaders for Palestine, look forward to your complete and transparent investigative report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. Again, we'll be hearing from the first 5 callers. The remaining callers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'll remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll start with our first caller.
Good morning, fellow bills. The Brown Act was enacted to prevent people like you, supervisors, from hiding the public's business from the public, but also to allow the public as full participation as possible. That is why the Brown Act is so important, that it is specifically mentioned in the California Constitution. You cannot simply declare a special meeting and then delay public comment until after the juicy stuff. The law is clear. You have violated this and other sections of the Brown Act repeatedly. I don't like and don't want to give a mass warning, but it's coming to that. If you need refresher lessons, I will be glad to give them. By the way, remember this? Prince King Louis XIV wanted to boost the fashion industry. Nice clothes became the rage at court. Then he realized the power of keeping people busy, keeping up with the changes. So he got the people to wear different style clothes at each official function. He kept the nobles too busy to revolt. Some of them went bankrupt. You too encourage us to be busy with meaningless gestures, filling out forms, voting, going to workshops, and the like. But the outcome is preordained and nothing really happens. We're catching on. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Consuelo. Yeah, ditto to everything all the bull just mentioned. And yeah, it is about censorship. And censorship is, in fact, the tool when their lies and the liars lose their power or control. And that is, in fact, what is happening. What is happening at these meetings. Yesterday, Sandag yesterday, it was Sandag just came out with an amendment to expel people who are off topic. Well, who deems what off topic? And what if they're starting off what you declare off topic and they eventually get onto the topic? Whatever. I guess I know who that's geared towards. Yeah, another thing, another Brown Act violation, and it's called omissions, by the way. So it's just really sad that a lot of people are just going to take their time and to speak up, because this is what's happening. The few who are standing up, they don't like what they're hearing. They're trying to silence us. And we need for San Diego, I don't care what you believe in. I don't care what political position you stand. I don't care about any of that. If you know that there's wrong happening, stand and come in and don't be afraid. It's okay. And you don't even have to be associated with any of the other people who come in. We're all different. Believe me, every single person who shows up on a constant basis, we are all different. We don't believe the same. We just come in because we know that what we're dealing with and what we're up against is corruption, and our county is turning to shit. So come in, speak up. You don't have to use your real names. Just speak up. The future is looking really, I'm not scared because I get it, but you all should be. If you don't participate, if you don't use it, you're going to lose it. Real.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller. Next caller.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, hi. Yes, this is Shane Harris, the president and founder of the People's Association of Justice Advocates and a former foster youth for 13 years in San Diego County. I'm calling in because it is National Foster Care Month. And I'm also calling in because I'm here to correct some narratives that were spoken last week that made it look like the newly established Child and Family Wellbeing Department has actually accomplished decreasing the disproportionate gap of Black and brown children in the foster care system. Looking at the data, supervisors, it is evidently clear that 41% of children at Polinsky Children's Center, which is housed by Promises to Kids, are Black children. 41% of the child population at Polinsky are Black children, while Promises to Kids board is majority white. Looking at the data, it is evidently clear out of 638 new cases open from last July to February of this year, 19% of the 638 new cases opened by the County of San Diego were black children, and 10% were Native American children. So the numbers and the program that is being touted to have worked and really dealt with this issue is all a facade. So I'm asking you, supervisors, to stop running around and touting what the staff are telling you and study the data for yourself. Talk to the leaders who are spearheading on this issue. Supervisor Montgomery Stepp and Supervisor Nora Vargas, you are the first African-American woman and first Latina to be on the Board of Supervisors. You hold a distinct responsibility for the mothers across our region who are fighting child welfare services, who are fighting for their parental rights, who are trying to prevent their kids from going through the cycle of instability. To meet this moment and deal with the neglect issue, which is really poverty, and really deal with the fact.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller. Next caller is Sharita Kirkland. Your device might be muted.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
My name is Sharita Kirkland, Miss Montgomery Stepp. I am a resident in your district in La Mesa. I am calling in today regarding my disappointment and the skewed data on foster care that was presented last week during the budget presentation. This month is National Foster Care Month. According to Child Welfare Services dashboard, currently it shows that in the county last fiscal year, there were over 25,000 cases investigated for abuse, but mostly neglect. Black and brown families were disproportionate in those numbers. Why is that? Because the county has failed to invest in organizations, work with organizations that challenge the narrative. That they do not have a track record of equity-driven initiatives within the context of foster care. I am calling on you to truly address equity for these kids and families impacted. Organizations and leaders such as Shane Harris, who is a former Foster County youth and now president of the People's Association of Justice Advocates, and Marilyn English, the head of the Afro-American Wellness Center for Children and Families, have shown the way. Please convene those leaders for a sit-down about how to close the disproportionate gap of black children going into foster care. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from our final caller this morning.
Good morning. I'm Peggy Walker, health educator. Supervisors, as you promote marijuana expansion, please consider the 8 LA teenagers who became acutely ill after ingesting marijuana edibles during a school field trip last week. All were hospitalized after paramedics determined they had altered levels of consciousness. This is what happens with increased marijuana commercialization, mounting cases of youth pot poisoning. The industry insists no one sells to youth, but kids readily access marijuana through friends, others who buy for them in unchecked deliveries. Unfortunately, in a laissez-faire system where marijuana is normalized, kids get and use it with little understanding that the onset of intoxicating effects can delay up to 4 hours, and overconsumption often occurs. I don't care what adults do, but I care about impressionable youth being falsely misled to believe marijuana is safe. They are unfamiliar with high-potency THC that alters young brains, causes health problems, and addicts 17% of youth who experiment. Why do your policy choices disregard these hard realities? Marijuana businesses do nothing for families or youth. If you're going to force more businesses with attending harmful outcomes on our communities, at least build some guardrails, implement THC caps, and require warnings regarding high potency and serving sizes. Kids should not be victims of an industry that profits by creating dependency at an early age in order to build its consumer base. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. That concludes the request for non-agenda public communication this morning. Again, all the remaining speakers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes statement of proceedings for the regular meeting of April 30th, 2024, special meeting of May 3rd, 2024, and the Fire Protection District of April 9th, 2024. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So.
Is there a second? We have a motion by Supervisor Anderson, second by Supervisor Montgomery Stepp. Please vote. Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye. We'll now proceed with the formation of the consent calendar, items 1 through 18, and Fire Protection District, item 1. Members of the public will be able to comment on the consent calendar after the supervisors pull the items they would like for discussion. On behalf of Chairwoman Vargas, would any of her colleagues like to pull any items for discussion, starting with Supervisor Montgomery Stepp?
We'll move the consent agenda.
Thank you. Supervisor Desmond.
Nothing to pull. I just want to make a comment on the item 6. This is the kinship support program. So I just want to say thank you to staff for all this work on this program. This is for family members who have generously taken their relatives or children, grandchildren, nieces, nephews into their homes and provided for them in a time of need. This is a great program. I'm glad to see an item like this coming forward to support our foster care youth, particularly since May is National Foster Care Month. And as our caller, Shane Harris, called in earlier today, we had declared, did a press conference for Foster Care Month along with our Chair Vargas today. So we really appreciate this effort in this agenda item in support of foster care and family members and children being taken in. Thank you. I'll second the motion for the consent calendar.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson.
Nothing to add or change.
Thank you. Vice Chair Lawson-Remer.
Thank you. The only one item, item 17, I'd like to register a no vote for Clifford Kaiser to the Palomar Advisory Committee. Happy to approve the rest of the appointments in that item, but do I need to pull that, or can I just register that no vote to that specific individual?
I'll defer to Chairwoman Vargas, but the recommendation will be for the board to bifurcate the vote on the appointments. So we'll take a separate vote for Clifford Kaiser, and then the remaining appointments will stay on the consent calendar for when the board votes in the consent calendar.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
And Chairwoman Vargas has remarks to read. I'll pull those up on the screen. On behalf of Chairwoman Vargas, I'll read her comments. I would like to share a few comments on consent items 6, 7, 8, and 9. On item 6, the county has successfully worked to help 19,000 children to be raised by family. Expanding this kinship support program is a crucial step in ensuring that children are thriving in our region by being placed in safe and familiar environments. On item 7, as a strong advocate for domestic violence survivors, it is important to me that we are ensuring that we are providing survivors with all the resources they need in order to address their immediate safety, facilitating recovery and healing, and empowering them to build independent and healing lives free from abuse. During my time as a trustee at Southwestern College, I made it my priority to ensure that domestic abuse survivors were getting the care they need. And now, as the chairwoman of the Board of Supervisors, I'm proud to support this item. On item 8, this item is a crucial step in ensuring that we have an equitable approach to reintegration of justice-involved individuals. By ensuring that we provide ongoing and continuous behavioral health services, we are removing barriers for these individuals. On item 9, creating access to HIV care is a priority for the County of San Diego and for me. This funding will ensure that we are providing continued availability of health care and other services to persons living with HIV, and most importantly, to those who are unable to obtain Medi-Cal insurance and justice-involved individuals. This is a prime example of how we can build a region where people are thriving and not just surviving. That concludes the chairwoman's comments. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak on the consent calendar. As a reminder for members of the public, please keep your comments related to those items only on the consent calendar. We have 9 requests to speak. on matters on the consent calendar, 4 in person and 5 requesting to speak by phone. Any individuals that requested to speak on the items on the consent calendar by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. All speakers are in opposition. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'd like to invite forward Mark, allegedly Audra, Gambler, and Bryant Rumbaugh. If I've called your name, please come forward, and please identify which items on the consent calendar you are speaking on. Also, I'd like to invite forward Consuelo. I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Mark. 5, evidently raising your fees for health and human services is our county's vision of a just, sustainable, and resilient future for all. 10, the streets should be paved with gold for what we pay in taxes, and they still raise our fees. 12, how much does leasing of this building cost? And how much to buy this building? I'm sure you supervisors don't care about our money and have no idea. 13, why must these sites be exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act? Are they damaging the environment? 14, if your health workers and police force homeless people into these facilities for help they do not want, this program will cost a lot of money and fail. 15, paper reduction. This is hilarious. The speaker slips, every time I come here, I fill out one completely for every item. Why can't we just have a green, the green one and the pink one, and I fill out my personal information and say 1, 2, 3 for opposed ones or for ones. I mean, why should we waste all that paper? It's like 2 pages instead of 28 today, and many days it's over 30. So I wish you could get on that right away, Jim, because that'd be really easy to do. And conflict of interest codes, that's hilarious, actually, because you guys didn't even think it was a conflict of interest or mention it when Nathan Fletcher was literally a member of the World Economic Forum. And Klaus Schwab openly is for global governance. He's completely against our sovereignty. Now, he's a German businessman, so it's not treason for him. But for anyone in our government to promote it, like many people on this board often do, it's absolutely treason. And I'm not for anyone being hung or anything violent, but it's got to be stopped. And it's hilarious to talk about conflict of interest codes.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
All right, still Brian Rumbaugh. So the last time I was actually at this podium, I did talk about really the failure in our morality. And, you know, based on number 2, the district attorney and insurance fraud, I'd like to actually tell Jim more or less a story that happened to me real quick. About 1.5 years ago, maybe 2 years ago, there was a general contractor guy who, a home actually burned down in Fallbrook. It didn't burn down, actually. The PV battery caught on fire like a lot of lithium batteries do. And there was a minor fire. It melted the service panel. And that fire crawled up and it caused smoke damage within the home. And it did crawl up and get into the attic a little bit. And by the time I got on the job, the OSB, which is the roof sheathing, was there was a hole in it that literally I could barely put my fist through. And of course, because there was a fire within that dwelling, there was smoke stains on, let's just call it the structural framing, the trusses. And this guy actually wanted me to rip out a perfectly good electrical system. Perfectly good. Okay? When the insurance guy came to the job site to meet all of us proposed subcontractors, this dude was in on it as well. It was a big scam. They actually ended up ripping down the complete roof assembly of that structure, stripped all the drywall, all the insulation. I'm sure the electrician that was willing to be a scumbag ripped out the wire. You know, ultimately, we've got failures for us. We are not doing a good job. We need to get right with a lot of things, including God. Most of all, God. Because us being scammers and lying, deceitful, money-worshiping fools getting us nowhere.
Thank you. Again, I'll remind the speakers, please identify which item on the consent calendar you're speaking on.
person uses the name Audra. Would like to speak on all of them, but you guys don't give people enough time, and so there's more important things to talk about than all of them. But with the insurance fraud program, all of insurance is a fraud, so it should just be gone. It's all a scam. And then number 3, for your request for your single source procurement for the 911 response in the county, doing data surveillance, that's a little bit terrifying, because then what are you going to do with that data, right? You always love your data, data, whatever. Health and Human Services charges and fees for number 5. It's like, are we just giving them more money so they can traffic more kids? Because that's what happens. They actually traffic children. If you're so worried about the migrants, you should be worried about the migrant children that are unaccompanied that HHS traffics. And if you're unaware of that, you should become aware of it, because it's very disturbing to know that. And having them get a new building, it's like, yeah, Nora, it's real. And you seem to care about them, so I don't understand why you don't care about the children that go missing. How can there be 500,000 children that have gone missing, unaccompanied minors that have crossed the border? You should be concerned about that. I don't understand why it's like, oh, that's just normal. I mean, it is, because in the United States, that's what we do with the kids in foster care. HHS does. So the fact that they get more money for fees, does it just go to traffic more and more space, more children to be able to do that with? That's a serious problem that you guys don't want to acknowledge. Yep. It's disturbing to think about, because you seem to care about them. So why don't those children matter? How come? Where'd the 2,000 plus kids that were in the convention center go, Nora? Why do these children disappear? They have their organs harvested. They are sexually trafficked, and they are murdered as well. But I guess it doesn't matter, right?
Next speaker, please.
Gambler here. Well, you know, there's a positive note in all this. I could talk about my issue on every single topic. You know why? I got confirmation just Thursday that I'm not allowed to talk to any of these fine, lovely gentlemen, ladies or gentlemen, because of my issues with the County of San Diego Registrar of Voters, which links every single item together. Congratulations. On top of that, you cannot force me to communicate with you in one direction. Remember DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion? You are forcing me to do something that I'm very not comfortable with and very lacking in ability. My vocabulary fucking sucks. But I could argue the shit out of anything. That is why none of you want to talk to me. That is why Heidi, that fucking cunt, refuses to talk to me after the first time she talked to me, when she said, I chose the wrong profession. I should have been a litigator. That is why you won't even look at me in the face when you tell them that they can't talk to me. So I expect phone calls from you. Or every single time you're in this meeting, I'll make sure you're not on your phone, like I did just now. And there's not a damn thing you guys could do about it. You can't do anything about me calling you 50,000 times, asking for a response on something. And you're not going to stop me. And I'm going to get 5,000 registration forms, and we'll see if I could go ahead and vote 5,000 times to get your ass out. I already have it scheduled with the Registrar of Voters to pick them up after I leave here. I could fill them out, change people's signatures, get those ballots delivered wherever the hell I want, and then vote them. Fuck you.
Next speaker, please.
Okay, Consuelo. So I heard you use the words thriving, not just surviving. Thank you for using my words. So let's see, conflicts of interest. Gosh, this board has so many conflicts of interest, it's disgusting. Incestuous relationships with other entities, Sandag, it's just, yeah, Conflicts of interest galore. We got Chair Nora Vargas, who is also head of SANDAG, and gosh, let's see, what else do I have? Domestic violence. Wow, our local government has been pretty violent with its own citizens, abusive and reckless with the people. Next, mental health. Maybe if this county government that is more concerned repeatedly, has been more concerned with being federally compliant instead of with the mental health of the people. Maybe if you focused more on what's happening here instead of being essentially, you just keep wanting federal funds, so it's federal fund whores, really, instead of the mental health and what's happening locally and what the local people are in need of and want, instead of what other people that are crossing and doing illegal acts, instead of catering to your own and taking care of your own, you consistently look outside, and that's probably why there's a freaking mental health problem. Let's see, so message to the people, follow the pattern of what this board and other boards in our counties are doing. It's not for the good of us, it's for the good of them and the agenda at hand. And if you don't know that agenda by now, it's called UN Agenda 21.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We will start with our first caller.
Paula Bold, all speakers are in opposition. You'd better start paying attention. Thank you. But, okay, number 2, consumer fraud is a growing problem, especially with the advent of such virtually uncontrolled things as AI, the ease of hacking into secure systems, and automated license plate readers, and broken toll systems. Whether intended or not, its origin could be viewed as some sort of government plot against us. Maybe it is. And I'm glad someone has our back. And shame on you for cutting the DA's budget in your draft budget document. 11, sorry. I see that some employees get a 2% raise, some get 5%, and some get 10%. And some get just a range of possibilities. That's equity. How about giving them all a cost of living raise? That would be equality. And I see licensed professional engineers even get a 10% premium. That's discrimination. The ordinance needs rework. 10. The clerk's 189% increase for written assessment appeals board findings is outrageous. It might hide the truth from people who can't afford the raise from 169 to 490. The treasurer increases a lot of fees due to the increased time to provide the service, a 158% increase for time required in map reviews and providing the service. If these people did not work for the county, they would not get this sort of raise.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Truth, item 1, $7 million in state extortion fees for cities to have access to fingerprint and photo data for only 2 years. Not that the state crazies care about crime. Item 4, apparently it's the Staff for Disaster Relief and Emergency Act of 1988 that began the local descent into never-ending federal emergencies for money. Item 8, notes of criminals receiving $1.8 million state debt dollars worth of Medi-Cal, taxpayer-funded health care while their victims receive nothing but injustice. Item 9, $12.8 million debt dollars for 5 years of contracts, including with the National Alliance for Mental Illness, which is partnered with Google, NIH, and a bunch of big pharma companies like Johnson & Johnson and Pfizer. Item 10, $760 for a copy of an audio recording from Andrew Seems Strange when people can download the meetings from the county YouTube page for free. Item 11, no to more inflation salary increases, including the CEO, Chief of Staff skyrocketing by another $84,000 a year, the Assistant Clerk of the Board skyrocketing by another $37,000 a year, and the Assistant Director of Animal Services skyrocketing by another $45,000 a year. Item 16, MTS and Palomar Health don't need conflict of interest codes. They just both need to be eliminated. Item 17, Mike Lochner of the HIV Planning Group belongs to the fictional Imperial Court, where he wears a crown and Masonic-like outfit using the title King, Father, Majestic Scorpion, Emperor, XLIII, Mickey 2. Note to Kevin Sabaiko to the Environmental Health and Quality Advisory Board. He works for Amplify Campaigns and has worked for Catherine Blakespeare, Kamala Harris, Mike Levin, and Janessa Goldbeck. He's such a career politician wannabe that he keeps jumping from board to board. Note to Gordon Nesbitt to the Palomar Airport Committee. He's on at least 4 different pilot or airport boards. That's a conflict of interest. Note to Michael Calderwood to the Emergency Medical Care Committee. He's the Carlsbad Fire Chief who aided Operation Collaboration that delivered 100,000 clot shots. And item FPO1, $3 million cardiac equipment is needed by EMS when a whole bunch of suckers got that clot shot. Thank you. Note to this consent.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes a request for public comment on the items in the consent calendar. Again, the board will first vote on all items on the consent calendar, including all of those appointments with the exception of Clifford Kaiser to the Palomar Airport Advisory Committee. We'll take a separate vote on that item. We have a motion by Supervisor Montgomery Stepp, seconded by Supervisor Desmond. On behalf of Chairwoman Vargas, please vote. For the consent, yes. Correct. The balance of the appointments with the exception of Clifford Kaiser. Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye. The board will now vote on the appointment of Clifford Kaiser to the Palomar Airport Advisory Committee, seat number 7, for a term to expire January 4th, 2027.
If I could comment on that. Mr. Kaiser's been my appointee on the Palomar Airport Advisory Committee. He's my at-large appointee, and he's done a great job. He's been there for several years. He's just recently the chair, or even maybe currently the chair, so I completely support appointing him back to the Advisory Committee.
Thank you. On behalf of Chairwoman Vargas, please vote. This is for the appointment, recommendation for appointment.
To clarify, it would not remove him. I'm not going to vote to reappoint him.
Okay, so this is for the approval.
For the appointment, correct.
Yes or yes?
Yes. Thank you. That motion passes with Vice Chair Lawson-Remer voting no, all other supervisors being present and voting aye. For purposes of the public, excuse me, we'll be hearing item 24 first, then item 26, then item 23 at 12 noon, and the rest of the items in numerical order. Also note that item 19, the Truth Act Forum, will be considered at 6 p.m. tonight. We'll begin with discussion item 24, addressing data equity for Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander people and supporting employee resource groups to address county leadership gaps. We'll start with the individuals that requested to speak on this item. We have 5 requests to speak, 2 in person, and 3 requesting to speak by phone. For those that requested to speak on item 24 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'd like to invite forward Mark and allegedly Audra. Both speakers are in opposition of this item.
Mark, thanks for going out of order after I spent like 10 minutes getting ready for 19. So equity for the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander people, and supporting resource groups to address county leadership gaps. Well, I don't think it's important what race of people are in government positions, although obviously it would be really strange if there was an incredibly large group of one particular race like there is in our government or religion, even though represent a really, really tiny percentage of not only our country, but the world. But outside of that, though, I really don't care what color you are, what race you are. I care that you're for freedom in the Constitution, which has been suspended. And a lot of people don't know that. And because I wasn't prepared for this particular agenda item, nor did I consider it incredibly important for me to devote my attention to. There were so many things that were more important. But yeah, I mean, what does it matter? What nationality or ethnicity someone is? It doesn't. It matters that they're American, that they believe in the Constitution, and they want to stop the Agenda 21, UN Agenda 21, that's being instigated by regional boards like this all across the country. Illegitimately, it's against our sovereignty. It will destroy us if people don't get together and stop it. People should see Rosa Corey's video. I've held it up several times in the last couple of items. See that video on YouTube, or you won't understand. And you're going to lose your country. It's that simple. We are losing it. But if people get together, we can peacefully stop it. They just don't know what's going on.
Thank you. I'd also like to invite forward Consuelo, Bryant Rumbaugh, and Gambler.
All right, thank you. Still Brian Rumbaugh. So, you know, I apparently am not going to be able to have a non-agenda today because I was a little bit late, even though typically, even when I get here early, the first 5 are handed out to union people, all that type stuff. That has happened to me numerous times, FYI. So I'm very disappointed. With this right here, I'm probably just going to echo what Mark said. You know, us as Americans, you know, we can sit here and talk about a person's ethnic heritage, but we are all Americans. And we essentially need to do a better job of representing to the world what America was and is. The opportunity to not be crushed under an oppressive ruler, which requires responsibility. Hence the Republican form of government, which literally now several generations are completely clueless on. Okay, when I say that, they've been sold down the river by power-hungry politicians, by transnational business owners, by people who have no allegiance to any sort of national sovereignty. Business owners, Jim, when I say that, I'm a business owner, man. I'm talking about people that have They literally have no concern about humanity. It's all just about them and their trade routes. They're the same people that operated the Silk Road, man. Okay? You need to do some history. You've demonstrated to me numerous times, Jim, that you've literally been too busy being a politician to even study fundamental history. I'm not trying to get your goat here, bud. You know, when you blow and him and haw at me, I got to tell you something, I can get reactionary. I got a lot to fix. We have a lot to fix. You've demonstrated some things to me that show me that you do care. I understand you're stuck in a system.
Next speaker, please.
Consuelo, paying for more divisiveness, divide and conquer. Oh, yeah. There's only one race, reminder, Homo sapiens, the human race. Government will continue to keep us divided. Every culture contributes to our county and country. Reminder, the reason for so many islanders was due to this government's colonizing behinds. So how soon we forget, though? You know, history is repeating itself, and it's just painted with a pretty proclamation, and you get to do this and you get to do that, but guess what? We're all still their servants.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My person uses the name Audra. Our nation is falling apart. It's being destroyed from within. So sad, just especially to watch it. It's very disturbing. But Nora, I mean, didn't some of your staff, is there not controversy with your staff being racist against these type of individuals? Are you making sure that doesn't happen? Or you just engage with her? I'm just asking. I don't know. I mean, maybe she should be on the item 2 to talk about not being racist against those people. But it's interesting because it's like with all this DEI, and you're like, we want equity. You're actually being inequitable because you do things that you like, instead of hiring the person for what they can do, you look at their sex, their race, all of these different things. That was weird. Is that Satan? Hello. Instead of really just like hiring somebody for the job they do. And so you'll take somebody less qualified as long as they check one of those different boxes that there are. And it's sad because we are one race. It's the human race. And as long as we continue to divide each other into these different groups, there's never going to be any equity because you're going to go, we need to give them this. And then we're not going to give them this. But it's equitable because they didn't get it at one point. Now it's like, it's their turn not to get it. So it's pretty sad to see the way things go, and we don't do things in a manner of like, common sense. It's like there is none anymore. And all of this stuff that happens is just a bunch of shenanigans to divide the people. That's why our nation is falling apart. And it's sad that you guys don't see it. Like it's literally, I'm just like every day watching it happen. And it sucks. It's really sad. Breaks my heart. And to know that you guys are engaged in that, especially like when I'm bringing up the children and you don't even care. But you seem to care about the adults then. I guess the adults that come across are more important.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Gambler here. Why do we teach separation? Why are we doing that again? I thought we got over that. I remember going through that when I was a kid. We're all equal. It doesn't matter. That's how come I was shocked as all hell when I had to fill out my first resume and I had to put down what I was. And I was told to put down Hispanic because part of me is from Mexico. And I always found that bullshit. Not the fact that I could group myself together with this so-called less species. I don't understand what you guys are trying to promote. We're all equal. It doesn't matter where you come from and all that stuff. Yes, you have different experiences. We should all learn from each other. I love the Filipino community. I think those people are the most cultish group that I've ever seen. Not in a bad way. I mean, dude, I went to go see a boxing match with a friend that hates fighting. And I thought it was the funniest damn thing because she really, really hated fighting. And I didn't understand why until I saw who was fighting. And those who know the Filipino community knows exactly who was fighting. Pacquiao. It was his last match. Bullshit match. He should have won that match. I love it, and we should all learn from each other. But just trying to say that because you're black, you got the 4th Board of Supervisors, which is true. They selected you because you were black. It had nothing to do with your skill sets or anything like that. I mean, they sent cops to my door to prevent me from running against you. So that is a fact, 100% fact. You guys sent cops to my door to prevent me from running against Monica. It is records of that. So let's not go ahead and disguise ourselves.
We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
Records.
Paula Bold. It's interesting how the board letter mentions Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander, AANHPI, and apparently calls for desegregation, like separating them from the pack, but then seems to treat it as a unit. It also says how they're underrepresented in government. In fact, what I have heard and seen, even today in chamber, different people have different ideas about whether they need to be in government. And AANHPI, people tend not to need to be in government. The letter also says that they don't think in business, up the business letter. I don't think it's a county's job to regulate labor standards for business. Personally, I do not think the government should be in the business of disaggregating information on every person or tribe. Maybe we should make a special category just for Native Americans, each tribe, or just for the Ainu in Japan, or maybe Laplanders. A list so long that it is dizzying, and more to the point, is wasteful of time just to go through. Maybe if we were all just Americans, we would get along better. I'm a great speech gambler. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
It's truth. This item is all about hinge cringe being hinge cringe.
I think what I need is some more data. I need to see a table. Really good quantifiable data metrics. I can't believe I'm falling in love with data, but I am.
It's really a type of cult that we're witnessing, and it's all based in deception. For example, what does an Indian have in common with a Native Hawaiian? And what do either have in common with a Fijian? The answer is probably nothing other than the respect for family, which is something every culture in the world should share. Here's what I agree with in the item, quote, "For the county to work for all, it must represent all of us," end quote. No wonder the county is not working right, because it doesn't represent any of us while operating the way it has been for at least the last 4 years. In fact, I actually feel like my culture has been under attack for quite a while. Identifying as an American, there's no box to check, and there's nobody on this board representing that culture. Everything is all partisan and divisive. I also agree with this statement, quote, "Data can hide or highlight," end quote. That's exactly why I call it data-driven deception, because whoever pays for the studies, the surveys, and the data can have it say anything they want it to. But just like with Joel wanting a Middle Eastern and North African category, Tara only wants an Asian, Native, Hawaiian, Pacific Islander category because it gets quotas met, and that gets them more money. Federal debt dollars from the upcoming census. That's why the city of San Diego just passed this exact item on May 14th. I also found this stereotyping of Asian people offensive. Quote, "Management norms brush up against AA and NHPI cultural values, such as speaking up, advocating for opinions, and leading with authority," end quote. What racist discrimination? Showing respect is not the same as not being able to speak up and lead. So I'm calling for the dismantling of the county's systemic inequity and discrimination by eliminating the Employment Resource Group Council and all future board letters full of racist stereotypes. How annoying. Thank you. No thank you.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item. On behalf of Chairwoman Vargas, I'll now turn it over to Vice Chair Lawson-Remer.
Hi, thank you so much. Today we recognize and celebrate Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And in alignment with our celebration and that proclamation, I'm bringing this item, which is all about representation, both in terms of data and leadership. First, this item highlights the critical importance of data equity, which is vital for our Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander communities. Good data is not just a bureaucratic exercise. It is a powerful tool that drives equity, informs policy, and ensures that every community's unique needs can be addressed. For too long, the diverse experiences of Asian American and Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander populations have been masked because all these diverse groups have been lumped together. This fails to capture the specific challenges and strengths of distinct groups in our community. Data disaggregation allows us to better understand the complete picture. Data disaggregation reveals disparities in health outcomes, educational attainment, economic opportunities, and more. For example, during the COVID-19 pandemic, our Samoan communities knew that they were being disproportionately impacted, but we could not see it in the data. And we now know that Samoans were dying at twice the rate of other Californians. Without good data, these disparities remain hidden, and communities in need do not receive the kind of support that they need. the federal government recently announced that they are also moving in the direction of better data disaggregation, requiring more detailed race and ethnicity data. We have a very exciting opportunity before us to come together as a county, working alongside community advocates and stakeholders to determine the best ways to implement detailed race and ethnicity categories, which categories are most appropriate for our communities and our region. This work will need to center our community leaders and stakeholders through dialogue and engagement. This item also highlights the importance of supporting diversity, inclusion within our county structure. The county is one of the largest employers in our region, with over 20,000 employees. The county has done so much to uplift diversity, equity, and inclusion, including supporting our county employee resource groups, our ERGs. The county has a total of 11 ERGs that support workforce development and leadership mentoring. Still, our county, like many organizations, exhibits gaps where our top leadership is not necessarily representative of the demographics of our wider workforce. For Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders, but also many other underrepresented groups. Our ERGs have been very focused on this issue and have wonderful ideas on how to address these gaps. So my item also asks the CAO to collaborate with the ERGs to develop recommendations and formulate those into a strategic plan for board consideration. Together, these two recommendations will help show our communities that the county is committed to taking action to increase representation and equity for all. So with that, I would like to make a motion and would respectfully ask for my colleagues' support on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas would like me to read her comments. They're coming up on the screen here. I'd like to thank my colleague for bringing this to the board's attention today. Too often, some of the rich diversity of our communities is lost in high-level statistics, which make it difficult for the government to respond to the unique needs of these communities. What we measure guides how we act. To ensure government works for us all, it must represent all of us, and that representation begins with how our communities are reflected in data. Disaggregating data on the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander communities will help us figure out how to best serve these diverse communities in education, healthcare, employment, housing, and more. Here in the county, we intentionally strive to ensure that we center diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging as an employer. I'm proud of our Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander workforce, and thank you for everything you do every day in your service to the community. I support this item and will second this motion. Thank you. With that, Supervisor Montgomery Stepp.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair, for bringing this item forward. I also want to thank our employee resource groups that keep us abreast and aware of everything that is going on within our county when it comes to how we serve our diverse county community and also beyond the walls of the county. Also want to thank our colleagues for recognizing the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander month, and for everyone who came to participate, thank you very, very much. The last thing I'll say, I'm fully supportive of this item. Every time we put more emphasis and more attention to groups that have formerly been erased, it makes us a better county. And erasure is real. Many of our communities experience it, and the more that we're able to hone in on this data, the more we can serve our communities in a much better way. So thank you again for bringing this forward, and I fully support this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Any of Chairwoman Vargas's colleagues have any additional comments? Not seeing any requests to speak. With the motion by Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, seconded by Chairwoman Vargas, please vote. Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye. We'll now move on to discussion item 26, fiscal year 23-24, third quarter operational plan status report and budget adjustments. We'll hand the floor to our county team for a presentation.
Good morning. We'll give the team just a moment to bring the presentation up. Thank you. Good morning, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. I'm here today to provide an update on economic conditions and the county's financial status, including our third quarter budget performance. And today I'm joined by Chris Herrera, the county's Chief Deputy Treasurer, who'll be providing an economic update, as well as Eric McDonald, our Interim Deputy Chief Administrative Officer of the Health and Human Services Agency, and the county's Chief Medical Officer, who will provide information on the impacts of the governor's May revision. To get started, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Chris for the economic update. Just to introduce Chris, he joined the county in June of last year. He has over 20 years of experience managing global equity investments and currently manages the county's treasury pool and investment division of the Treasurer Tax Collector. Chris, please take it away.
All right, there we go. Thank you. I'd like to start off our discussion on the interest rate environment. Earlier this month, the Federal Reserve announced that it would keep the Fed funds rate on hold for the 6th straight meeting. The next slide, please. The Fed funds rate, which is the rate at which banks lend to each other overnight, has been set at a range of 5.25 to 5.5 since July of last year. There's been significant volatility in the fixed income market, as you can see in the chart on the right, as participants assess the risk of future rate activity. Today, the market is pricing a little bit less than 2 rate cuts for 2024. This compares to an implied 6 rate cuts at the end of 2023. The 10-year Treasury yields have responded by moving higher as economic growth remains resilient and inflation is sticky. The mortgage market has moved in sympathy with the upward movement in rates due to lower demand and a risk aversion in the banking sector. Next, we'll talk about inflation. The inflationary pressures continue to be the main risk for the path of interest rates. The trend is moderating, but inflation remains above the Fed's 2% target. The U.S. Consumer Price Index increased 3.5% year over year in March. Core inflation, which excludes food and energy, was up 3.8% year over year. As you can see on the graph, inflation is off peak levels but has stabilized at a higher than target rate inflation numbers. Inflation in the region in San Diego shows a similar trend compared to the U.S., with the CPI at 3.6% in March, slightly above the national level. The national job market remains resilient. Unemployment rates are low by historical standards, and job growth overall remains healthy. The U.S. employment rate improved to 3.9% in March from 4.2% in February. Although the rate has improved over the previous month, the unemployment rate is still up on a year-over-year basis. Non-farm payrolls showed a 175,000 increase in April, below the consensus of 240,000. San Diego unemployment rate has improved to 4.4%, which was below California's rate at 5.3%. As you can see, the trend continues since the second quarter of 2022, with San Diego experiencing unemployment rates which are below California, but still at a higher than national level. The housing market remains a focus for the regional economy. As you know, according to the Case-Shiller 20-City Home Price Index, the housing prices were up 7.3% year over year in February. San Diego continues to lead major cities by reporting the highest year-over-year gain in the index with an 11.4% increase. Home sales activity in the region remain constrained, though. Sales activity in San Diego is down 7.1% in March. The tight inventories and higher mortgage rates continue to impact housing affordability. And now I will hand it over to Ebony, who will continue with the update.
Thank you so much, Chris. Moving on to focus on the state budget outlook. On May 10th, Governor Gavin Newsom released the May revision to the budget he proposed in January. This revision reflects current information on revenues and expenditures for the state based on the economy, caseload, and changes in population. The revised state budget was released showing a shortfall of $45 billion, which is $7 billion higher than what was proposed in January. In January, the state shared its strategy to address the deficit through a number of approaches, which included early strategy to address the deficit, and through the action budget package that was released in April, which was projected to reduce the shortfall by just over $17 billion, leaving an anticipated budget shortfall of around $28 billion to solve. The additional solutions included in the May revise included reductions, internal borrowing, delays and pauses, a decreased reliance on reserves, and shifting expenditures to other funds. The solutions that were put forward to respond to the state budget shortfalls in the upcoming budget year, but also in 25-26. These solutions will have an impact as proposed on county departments countywide, and we're performing a comprehensive review of these impacts, which will be provided in a staff memo to your offices. Besides the review of the May revise, we'll continue to monitor state budget activities leading up to the actual enactment of the budget. Based on what's been provided to date, the most notable and nearest impacts will be felt within the Health and Human Services Agency, which delivers programs on behalf of the state. To share a little bit about how the state budget might impact the county, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Eric.
Thank you, Ebony. As I referenced last Tuesday, the governor's May revision significantly reduces funding for programs the agency operates. While we're still working to fully understand local funding impacts, we do have more information since last week's budget presentations. These proposed reductions would impact services across multiple programs we administer on behalf of the state. I'll focus today on those areas that have the most significant impacts. The two areas where I have the greatest concern are CalWORKS and Public Health Services. CalWORKS is a cash assistance program currently helping 50,000 low-income parents and children in San Diego County to meet basic needs. It also provides supportive services to help families move towards self-sufficiency. The level of proposed cuts is unprecedented in size and scope. More than $50 million in CalWORKS funding is at risk locally. Certain supportive services for CalWORKS participants would be completely eliminated, including subsidized employment, family stabilization, and mental health and substance use programs. Other services would be reduced, such as the CalWORKS Home Visiting Program, which supports positive health development and well-being outcomes for families with young children. We would see dramatic funding reductions for activities required to enroll families into CalWORKS and to support them with job readiness and job search activities, including transportation or work-related expenses. These cuts would come at a time of increasing needs for services. Impacts would be felt by thousands of CalWORKS families, our contractors providing employment services, and our county staff, largely in self-sufficiency services. The second area of significant impact is in public health services. Tremendous strides have been made statewide since the pandemic, with increased state resources in past years to bolster local public health infrastructure and prepare for future public health threats. Unfortunately, the May revise would unwind this critical ongoing funding. In San Diego County, this would remove $14 million annually that supports 91 positions throughout 5 of our public health branches. This loss of funding would impact areas like infectious disease response, beach water testing, and ongoing emergency preparedness and response activities for places like skilled nursing facilities. These actions were critical to keeping our regional death rate during COVID-19 relatively lower compared to other counties. While public health services and CalWORKS face the largest potential reductions, there are also proposed cuts in other areas of core service delivery. The reductions in the governor's proposal could result in delays in processing Medi-Cal and CalFresh applications, impacts to adult protective services, and delays in the approval process to become a caregiver for foster youth. These are just a few examples that could impact the people we serve. And as Ebony mentioned, a full analysis across the county enterprise is being completed by the County Office of Economic Development and Government Affairs, or EDGA. We're doing everything we can to lessen the potential impacts of the state's shortfall. With the support of EDGA, we are actively advocating for reversal of key funding reductions. At the same time, we're being transparent with our team and contracted partners. There could be significant impacts to community services. We're continuing to work strategically across all departments to plan in a way that minimizes, to the extent possible, impacts in the near term to our services and to our team. At the same time, we will maintain our long-term planning for sustainable budget solutions. Because things will change between now and the end of June, we will return for further direction from the board once the state has enacted a budget. Thank you, and I'll turn it back over to Ebony.
Thank you so much, Eric. As we monitor the financial landscape at the state level, we're also monitoring broader market performance, which Chris touched on at the beginning of this presentation. This directly impacts the county's retirement cost. The chart that we're looking at here provides a summary of the market value investment returns since 2014. The San Diego County Employee Retirement Association Board assumed a rate of return of 6.5% annually, and variation from this return will have an impact on planned contributions to the fund. As of April the 30th this year, the fund is showing a positive market return of 7.1% fiscal year to date. This is updated from my last update, which I provided in March, when the market return was at 5.3%. We'll continue to monitor as we approach the end of the fiscal year. In the third quarter, the county is projecting positive results from budget for all funds of $163.1 million. This is 1.5% of the county's total budget. The chart on the right shows the anticipated sources that are generating the fund balance in the general fund. While an overall positive operating balance is expected, I'll note that the Health and Human Services Agency is anticipating negative operating results. In all cases, the business groups are staying within appropriations. I'd also like to note that from my second quarter update, the projected negative variance in the Health and Human Services Agency has increased from, it was $1.2 million in the second quarter now to $9.3 million that you see here on this slide. The projected negative balance for the Health and Human Services Agency is being primarily driven by continuing slowing on realignment revenues. These are the sales tax-based revenues, as well as increased cost of general relief. The largest anticipated source of fund balance that we see here is over-realized general purpose revenue. The positive variance of $91.2 million that you see here is projected primarily due to higher than anticipated interest earnings due to the rise in interest rates, as well for fiscal year 24-25. Outside of the general fund, all other funds combined are projecting $65 million of fund balance, which is 2.1% of the total amended budget. As of June 30th, focusing on the general fund reserve, the unassigned general fund balance was $797 million. But I'll note again that the general fund minimum reserve requirement per the administrative code was $863 million. So this means that the county fell below the minimum general fund reserve by approximately $66.3 million. This includes the amounts that are reflected to be allocated for flood response activities. You'll see the $23.7 million here as an anticipated draw. Ultimately, overall, the restoration of our minimum balance is anticipated to occur through the results of our third quarter projected operating results of $97.9 million with a small amount of residual left available. To address one-time cost to come online for 24-25, the county intends to continue to use its stabilization strategy to draw on the general fund reserve balance. And while the general fund reserve balance, again, is currently below the minimum requirement, it is available for use with forfeits votes by approval of the board upon recommendation by the Chief Administrative Officer. And the uses of the general fund reserve include anticipated revenue shortfalls or expenditure increases, legally declared emergencies, unforeseen changes in pension liability, and risks to maintaining aging infrastructure, as well as to promote the long-term health and stability of the county. As we look ahead, We continue to monitor risk closely, most significantly the state outlook, with an estimated higher budget deficit than what was previously estimated. We talked acutely about the risk here. We will continue to work through and monitor the timing of outstanding FEMA reimbursements. We've seen the impact of lingering inflation on increases to cost structure here within the county. And we've talked about the volatility of market rates as well as the housing market and the impact that that could have on the cost of retirement as well as our discretionary revenue streams. General economic conditions directly affect other significant revenue sources, including those that fund key health and public safety programs, and the need to maintain the county's infrastructure to support the delivery of services and programs. The county team has continued to implement a multifaceted approach to mitigate these risks. There are several broad mitigation strategies that will serve as a guide as we navigate through the budget planning process. We'll continue to maximize alternate funding sources, including one-time funding from the general fund reserve, and continuing our stabilization strategies. We'll continue to slow discretionary growth, including staff growth, while still focusing on services for the community and county priorities. And we'll thoroughly review service levels with the possibility of service level reductions or adjustments, rather, as necessary. And we'll prepare for a thorough review, a continued review and evaluation of our capital improvement needs assessment projects to make sure that they align with our current budget strategy as we move forward. Strategically, we'll continue our process of planning for bridge funding to give us the space that we need to implement and plan for reform in a smart and prudent way while we're leveraging general fund reserves. And we will continue to engage with the community as well as with the board in the coming weeks and months as we approach the end of the fiscal year and prepare for ultimately budget adoption to ensure that these funds are leveraged appropriately and the best use. With that information, that concludes our presentation, subject to your questions, and we'd like to thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you. On behalf of Chairwoman Vargas, we'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak on this item. We have 9 requests to speak, 5 in person, 4 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 1 neutral e-comment. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 26 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. All speakers are in opposition of this item. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'd like to invite forward Mark, allegedly Audra, Consuelo, Bryant Rumbaugh, and Gambler. I've called your name. Please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
All right, still Brian Rumbaugh. So, I'm going to let everybody in on a little bit of a secret. It's really not a secret. It's just one of those additional failures of our education system. Our government is not funded by, let's just say, taxes. That is essentially a fallacy. If that were the case, then we would not see shortfalls in budget. We would not see, these types of things, 44 billion or million, whatever it was. We have a lot of people in here that are essentially working for the county, and a lot of you guys have been doing this your entire adult lives. And what I can say is that the price inflation, which you referenced as inflation is essentially increase in the monetary supply. Price inflation, core inflation, I guess is what you were referring to, would be the price that a person would pay for any durable good, maybe a set of tires for my work vehicle, okay, that type thing. Okay, when our average citizen in this country, they are a little bit unaware when they have the government kind of line up to give them a little bit of a free kickback. They essentially, when I say free, they are also part of a system. Okay, it's a dog-eat-dog world that we've allowed to fester. And I got to tell you something, it's coming home to roost real quick. There's a lot of people that don't understand the position that we're in. A lot of the people that, failed to let's just say, research a little bit, okay? We can do better. I absolutely know that we as Americans, as humanity, can do a lot better. And it really takes It's minor steps forward. And really the biggest one that's going to be the hook is to end corruption, take the money out of politics, increase morality. You know, Tara, when she's shaking her head at me when I'm speaking of abortion.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark, it's a joke that they were talking about inflation and how that's a problem. It's widely known that the Federal Reserve causes inflation. Andrew Jackson's entire campaign to become president was based on stopping the bankers. You guys never discussed that. It's unbelievably negligent of you. People should see this video on YouTube from 6 minutes and 40 seconds to 24 minutes. Your fifth grader would understand better than any of these people will ever tell you about. And you can ask your bank about it. They do it all the time, fractional reserve banking. See this video to understand? So, 26, recommendations of the CAO. 7, $1,700,000 in support of the Climate Action Plan, total scam. Funding, California Department of Conservation, Climate Smart Land Management. This is from their guidelines and applications. Strengthen capacity and increase technical ability of all land managers to implement climate smart landscape management. If you look up 30 times 30 Wikipedia, they'll tell you about their plan. 30 times 30 California, conserving 30% of California lands and 30% of coastal waters by 2020. The report outlines 10 pathways to achieve protected area goals by 2030. I have very little time left. 2 of their main goals: accelerate regionally led conservation, and 2, execute strategic land acquisitions, meaning to steal our land. Here's something from Rosa Corey, the highest authority on land acquisitions, recognized in the California courts.
So I'll tell you just quickly about myself. I am a commercial real estate appraiser. My specialty is eminent domain valuation. And for 30 years, I've been playing like Jimi Hendrix. I hope that doesn't happen again, but for 30 years, I've worked for the California Department of Transportation. I'm a district branch chief, and I've just retired. I'm a litigation support person and expert witness in land use and property valuation. And those years of analysis and litigation support prepared me.
As usual, I'm out of time. I sped up. You guys should see this video. Rosa Corey.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
As well as in fighting a huge fraudulent redevelopment project.
Gambler here. How you guys doing today? You know, it's wonderful. If I were to go ahead, which I already have scheduled out, I do. You could call up the Registrar of Voters right now to see if I requested an ungodly amount of registration forms. Now, if I wanted you guys to do a particular project and I realized one of you guys I didn't like and you guys were going to vote against me, all I would need to really do is just re-register a bunch of people. Matter of fact, if I target, let's say, the people that gave up on life, like the homeless, and move them into a campment and re-register all those people, those ballots will go to one particular location. Now, if we change those signatures to just a wavy line, anyone could go ahead and vote them. Now, I'm making sure I tell every single person that they could go in and do it. Now, if you don't want to get caught, don't go to the Registrar of Voters office and collect the ballots and sign for it. Don't do that. Just go to any library and pick up all of the registration forms. At that point, you could go ahead and re-register whoever you want. Go ahead and grab 2, have them fill out a registration form, and then you just transport all the key information on there and just change their signature. And then when that ballot comes to their house, you could vote for it. And guess what? The Board of Supervisors won't do shit about it. No matter how many times in the last 3.5 fucking years I've been complaining about it. Where you guys ignore me and send cops to my fucking door. Where you go ahead and tell me that you love the convenience so you won't do shit about it. So what is your next move? A TV gig? I'm planning on destroying that like I destroyed Michael Vu's chances of becoming the CAO. And I hope you keep that job so that you go down for all of this. Because it can be tracked.
Next speaker, please.
All righty. Consuelo. So I'll start by saying, end the Fed. And reminder, who creates inflation? Government. This board and staff is not being transparent. The unemployment rate only appears improved because in 2020, 2021, 22, 23, the majority of small business owners couldn't afford paying or keeping their staff. So, I mean, gosh, the gaslighting today is off the chain. Now to the future of public health sustainable funding. Okay, with that, I take issue with government handling any part of my health, and so should you. Why? Because anytime this government participates in trying to help and fix something, it turns out to be a colossal failure. Need I mention the homelessness crisis? They created it and are profiting off of it. Fixing it is never going to happen. Why? Because it's lucrative, okay? The housing crisis, again, a problem government has created and profits from. There's not a shortage of houses. It's that the majority can't afford to buy a home, hence the rise in the California exit. Government does not care about the people's health. It only cares about receiving funds on behalf of the people's health. You know why they don't, you know they don't care when everything they have, their answers to health is a shot. You got a cold? Get a shot. Got the flu? Get a shot. Pimples on your butt? Get a shot. Never has this government's advice for good health been get plenty of sunlight, water, healthy eating, organic eating, exercise. It's always get a shot or wear a mask. Forgot that one.
Next speaker, please.
A person uses the name Audra. Actually, you know what masks are for these days? To hide your face. That's what people like to use them for. And I think they caught treason. That's what I like to say, because they're traitors to the United States and they're wearing masks to cover their face. It has nothing to do with being sick. But where is Dr. Death? I would like to give her a warm hand up or a lukewarm hand up of this propaganda update. We should end the Fed, but we should also defund HHSA. They should be totally defunded because all they're doing is killing people or trafficking children. And it's just interesting because it's like, I mean, yeah, you should be, spending for the storm reimbursements for FEMA. That's good because these people need help. But anything you're doing for these illegals with the FEMA money and taking money from the general fund or wherever the reserves, shouldn't be doing that because you're aiding and abetting an invasion of our border, and it's actually a federal offense. So that's pretty crazy. But it's interesting to see how we're eliminating from the public health services, which is fantastic. I think we should go all the way. And, I'm wondering if Dr. Death is like a little bit upset and feeling like a little demasculated from, the pandemic preparedness treaty coming down the pipe on Friday and the World Health Organization taking her spot and being like, you don't get to determine this time if there's a pandemic. We're just going to do it anyway because we're going to take your sovereignty. That means you guys have no say in anything. The World Health Organization is just going to deem us put us into another pandemic because just from the threat. So we have now the bird flu, which is interesting, right? There's much groundwork being laid out just for the next pandemic. So it'll be interesting to see how you guys react when you don't have the say in what happens. It's interesting. It's interesting. Do you even know that's going on? Do you even know when that's happening? Do any of you? Probably not, right? No? Mm-mm. Okay, well, yeah, defund Dr. Death.
We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
Paul Bold. This agenda item, the budget stuff, is really silly. Apart from you seem not to have a clue about real financial transactions, you seem to bury it in flowery language. And anyway, the recommendations should say where the money is coming from. Actually, more specifically than just on the basis of something, not just where it's going. I mean, you know, it's like, I mean, why don't you have a reserve fund or something to cover these strange expenses instead of, you know, just pulling it out of the air somewhere, pulling it from someone's funds? I mean, you know. And I don't like how recommendation number 29 transfers around ARPA funding money that was actually meant for COVID victims. You know, why, as I've said 100 times now probably, why don't you just give it back? Reduce the federal data bits. Also, you know, several speakers, I think, have mentioned the unemployment rate. Probably you don't realize that the unemployment rate is not really an unemployment rate. It's a rate of people who haven't given up looking for a job in 2 months. So, you know, there should be not only the unemployment rate, but the rate of people who...
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
My name is Kathleen Lippett, and I'd like to address the OxyContin settlement, opioid settlement money. And I'd like to point out, as a public practitioner of public health and concerned with mitigating the problems from drugs, illicit drugs, that unless you address demand reduction, you are never going to get at reducing overall use, whether it's opioids or fentanyl or anything else. You need to do public education, which the county has been silent on for a number of years. Also, it's important to recognize that the failure to recognize federal laws that were in place, whether they were related to illegal immigration or whether they're related to drug laws like marijuana. But once that happened, once California decided they were going to ignore those laws, it is no surprise that criminals decided they were going to generalize and ignore both federal and state laws. Progressives and conservatives have blind spots that create misunderstanding or forgetting about trade-offs. Both need to understand diminishing returns, unintended consequences, negative externalities, and the finite nature of resources. Conservatives are particularly prone to underestimating negative externalities and the finite nature of resources. Liberals are particularly prone to underestimating diminishing returns and unintended consequences. Please look at the financial benefits of permitting a commercial for-profit addictive marijuana industry has been exclusive to industry stakeholders at the expense of the public. That phenomenon was addressed by the county's redefinition.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Truth, it's hilarious that the original item said there was a positive revenue variance when it was actually a negative variance. Maybe that was wishful thinking. Those working for the county should be well acquainted with the fact that those currently in the funding facilitator seats spend the taxpayer money at record inflated and fast rates. And especially the crazy department suffering from something akin to a seriously mentally ill foundation. HHSA and its behavioral health service that eats up county staff and funding by over $1 billion. They need all appropriations canceled, but instead, they're going to be involved in money shuffling games.
It can be done with any money. The question is, where will we get a large enough chunk of money?
The lost revenue strategy?
We do it all the time.
No to $1.7 million for the climate action plan when it doesn't even have actions that would actually save the planet from the toxic fumes coming from the lithium battery fires from electric vehicles and battery storage sites like the one in Otay Mesa or the one planned for San Marcos. No to $500,000 mystery evidence-based treatment for jail inmates. No real evidence or details, no money. No to $450,000 to the Department of Animal Services unless they're going to finally address Craig Lee Netwig and his former wife, Deborah Lynn Barkley, and their allegedly abused and dying horses. We need some animal justice equity. And there's also $610,000 being taken from public safety when the nitwits also pointed guns at people. Where's the outrage about gun violence? No to recommendation 11 because it has a typo in the word services. No to the $2.6 million county public health lab for white coats to experiment with viruses. For recommendation 24, it was not a historic storm event, it was a historic negligence event. No to all the American Revolution and Act Plan fraud. And no to the budget ballooning to almost $8.5 billion to continue to make problems worse. I do, however, want to celebrate the $14 million loss to HHSA to do infectious disease testing. I guess that means no more pandemic games. And next time, Ebony, show a picture of a money bag in your slides. That's a little more accurate than county spending list.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item. I would note that Chairwoman Vargas would like to make a motion on this item. And with that, we'll turn it to Supervisor Desmond.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple of questions and then comment on, Dr. McDonald, on the May revision slides, you had two of them, slide 8 and 9. And they were talking about reductions potentially of $50 million locally out from CalWorks. And then on the next slide, there's an elimination of $14 million for local public health services. And then you've got the such as, are these just examples of programs that could be affected? Are these your recommendations, or are these where the dollars are directly coming out of these particular, like, the Medi-Cal and CalFresh and adult protective services and caregiver approvals? Are these just examples of what could be affected, or are these priorities, or is this where the money's actually going to be coming out of? That's a three-pronger there. Good luck.
Well, through the chair, thank you, Supervisor Desmond. Actually, these are all proposals that are in the governor's revision, and we look at those reductions and then translate them into the local effects. So specifically, the governor has recommended eliminating this future of public health funding across the state. This is what slide you're seeing here is the $14 million that we know that we were programmed to receive next year. And according to this budget revision, we will not be getting them. So we're seeing exactly how that follows through. Each of those other examples there are also program by program, specifically in the governor's May revision, things that he's proposing to eliminate, and we're seeing what the local effect and its specific amounts are.
So these are the specific programs the state is going to be pulling money from?
That's correct.
Okay, so these aren't just examples. Okay, so, that's unfortunate. Does he realize he's taking it out of some adult protective services, Medi-Cal and CalFresh? Just seems like tough things to cut. Okay, so that's unfortunate, but I guess we're getting another revision here after the May revise. Is that right?
Well, the state has a process that they're going through. The legislature is the one that creates the budget at the state level, and they're taking the governor's recommendations, and they will come up with a final plan with input from lots of stakeholders, including us. And we will have to see how that final budget occurs, and then we can actually look at those local impacts moving forward.
Okay, so it's unfortunate that these are the actual ones that are being pulled from. Okay, and then I see the recommendation 33 on this board letter is $1 million going to the YMCA in South County for pool safety repairs and access, which I'm happy to support. I just want to, while we're on this, just continue the drowning prevention effort to continue countywide. This is the chair and I put together a board letter a couple of years ago. There's been a lot of interest. We unfortunately burned through the money fairly quickly, but there's a lot of people that don't know how to swim. We're geared mostly towards children, but adults as well have been taking some of these lessons. So I just want to be interested in more funding for future budgets of drowning prevention programs countywide. So I'm happy to second the chair's motion.
Thank you. Supervisor Montgomery-Stepp.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I just had kind of a big picture question to start off with, just based off of the May revision and what we may see coming after the state does its process. How is the original budget that was proposed, did it already mitigate for some of these things? Are we going to go back and then when we pass our final budget, still have to come back and monitor those changes throughout the year? How does that work here at the county?
I'll start. Thank you for that question, and I'll let Eric chime in if he has additional comments there. As it relates to the budget that was just released, these impacts were not anticipated, so they're not reflected in the budget. We did know and anticipate, of course, because we've been knowing that there's been financial challenges at the state level, that there would be some level of impact. We just didn't know exactly what it would be. So as a mitigation strategy in the budget that was released, we did include $15 million of a contingency appropriation with an expectation that we would need to come back to your board with recommendations on how to use that. Once we actually see what the impacts of the enacted budget are in the final impacts and come to your board with options and to get direction on how to proceed in terms of implementing those changes.
Okay, thank you. All right. So my other question is just about the FEMA reimbursement. Just whenever FEMA decides to reimburse, how do we deal with where the money goes when we get it back? So does it go directly to the pot in which we originally expended it from? So for example, the reserves, if this $23 million is accounted for without considering reimbursement, when we receive that reimbursement, I'm a wishful thinker here, does it go directly back into the reserves? How is that money then decided where it goes?
Thank you for that question. We do have two kind of activities happening as it relates to FEMA reimbursement. One, potential associated with the floods looking forward, and then of course the reimbursement that we have pending associated with our response to COVID activities. The COVID activity piece of it is the larger piece of it, and we are anticipating to bring those resources into the general fund directly. We're actually advanced using those resources as a part of the budget strategy for 24-25. Okay. Going forward, as it relates to the flood reimbursement and any reimbursements that we may receive, your board did direct us to set aside up to, I believe it was $10 million in reimbursements to go directly into a fund for future planning activities around emergency preparedness. Any remaining amounts that we receive over and above that direction, we typically will hold those in a trust fund and make sure that we go through our due diligence from an audit perspective before those funds were released and made available for use.
Okay, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Through the chair, Vice Chair Lesson-Reamer.
Yeah, thank you. This was a really helpful presentation. So I think my questions dovetail a little bit with the questions of Supervisor Montgomery Stepp. I did recall the $15 million that was already in the budget proposed, but it would look like that means we're sort of on track to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 35 shorter than we had hoped. So is this something that we need to address now in the budget that we're looking to adopt in June, or are we going to be looking at mitigation strategies in the quarterly budget adjustments?
Happy to take that question.
It's definitely for you.
Sure, absolutely. And we have talked about this. Thank you so much for that question. Just as a team and how the best recommended approach here. We don't have complete information to make recommendations on how to respond to what we're seeing in the May revised. As Eric described, the legislature will still need to go through its process before we know what the final enacted budget will look like and specific impacts that that we may see here locally. And so until that time, we can't begin planning for what it would look like as it relates to either glide sloping options, for example, with programs to determine, how much time do we need to give in terms of runway for contract adjustments and things of that nature. So we need a little bit of time after after we figure out what the enacted budget is, before we can return back to your board with options and to seek direction. And so we won't have that in time for budget adoption, which is why we're suggesting to return back with recommendations after the enacted budget.
But I think it would be safe to assume that we're going to have to look at that sometime after the budget and at some point potentially around or before the quarterly budget adjustments.
Absolutely safe to say that, yes, and we should be definitely looking to, that $15 million contingency appropriation, for example, as a mitigation towards what may come about in the enacted budget, and we'll look at other strategies as well as we get more information and determine what the actual impacts are going forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion by Chairwoman Vargas, second by Supervisor Desmond. Please vote. Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye. Next item for discussion is item 23, establishing an innovative partnership with University of California, San Diego Health for essential behavioral health care at East Medical Campus. We'll begin with the individuals that requested to speak on this item. We have 18 requests to speak, 13 in person, and 5 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 4 e-comments, 3 in favor and 1 neutral. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 23 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with those in favor of this item. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'll be calling you in groups of 5, so I'll ask you to please listen for your name. I'd like to invite forward Dr. Gaurav Mishra, Mike Phillips, Dr. Steve Coe, Joshua Bohannon, and Kay Marie. If I've called your name, please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to please begin by stating your name for the audio record.
Hello, my name is Dr. Gaurav Mishra. Hello, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for this opportunity. Again, my name is Dr. Gaurav Mishra. I'm an adult, child, and adolescent psychiatrist. I'm also the Chief Behavioral Health Officer at San Isidro Health, one of the largest federally qualified health centers here in San Diego County. On behalf of San Isidro Health, we fully support this partnership between UC San Diego Health and the County of San Diego to expand behavioral health services. This initiative is crucial for our South Bay, Southeast, and East County communities, which are disproportionately underserved. Over the last 4 years, San Isidro Health has expanded services for patients with moderate to severe mental illness and substance use disorders through our Certified Community Behavioral Health Clinic program. We have found an increased need for more crisis and inpatient beds for our patients and our community. The partnership's commitment to equity will address significant health disparities, ensuring accessibility and high-quality care. We urge the board to approve this essential partnership to enhance the well-being of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, members of the board, Madam Chairwoman. My name is Mike Phillips. I am the head of patient rights for San Diego County Jewish Family Services San Diego. When we talk about emergency services, we sometimes talk in terms of capability and capacity. Capacity being the number of beds and the services for those beds. Capability, the specialized services for the various members of the community that need them. You have, with the item in front of you, the opportunity to make inroads in both of those areas, areas that we struggle often as a community despite our best efforts. With respect to capacity, you have the ability to authorize discussions around 30 to 45 Medi-Cal inpatient psychiatric beds. And probably more important in terms of capacity, the ability to provide upstream services like emergency psychiatric unit and crisis stabilization unit. These are services that can keep people from having to go into inpatient psychiatric care if they can be seen, assessed, and maybe discharged to a lower level of care or even home. A reminder that inpatient beds are one of the highest levels of care, one of the most expensive levels of care, and also difficult for some individuals who are receiving services in an involuntary capacity. This is also an opportunity to work with UCSD, who's been a strong community provider for this community for many years and expands opportunities for research, for training and workforce development. With respect to Proposition 1, this will allow us to draw down one-time infrastructure costs out of the $6.38 billion authorized by Proposition 1. And for SB 43, with the expansion of grave disability, which will be coming into implementation fully on January 1st, 2025, this will give us more capacity, which we know we're going to need for the expanded definition of grave disability. There's a lot of changes coming. We need to be ready, and this will help do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Steve Coe. I'm a community psychiatrist working at UCSD. This is an exciting time for me to speak in front of you today. It's exciting because we're at the precipice of something great, an innovative approach to deal with a mental health crisis in San Diego that could be a model for the rest of the state and potentially even the country. This partnership will not only be innovative and provide care that our most needed patient population could get first, and I cannot emphasize it enough. Highest quality care for the sickest of our citizens, not the other way around. This will allow us to put full spectrum of behavioral health care in one central site. The hub at East Campus at UCSD will allow us to put everything from outpatient to inpatient care, emergency psych, crisis stabilization units, all in one location where we could come up with a model that could actually serve our entire community. I have a vision in the future where all psychiatrists, psychiatric nurses, psych NPs, and others could be trained to take care of these populations, and we could start that today. I urge support on this, and the final point that I'd like to make is, not only is this innovative, but this will allow us to align all the things that we've been interested in for the past several years. Workforce issues in mental health, taking care of our sickest of the sick, impacting on homeless population, and coming up with innovative strategies and clinical work that will be a model for the rest of the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the remaining speakers in favor: Catherine Nicario, Jordan Bean, and Patty Mason. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Hi, good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Josh Bohannon. I'm with Father Joe's Villages. Father Joe's, San Diego's oldest and largest homeless services provider. We provide shelter and affordable housing, but we also have a federally qualified health center that does psychiatric care, substance use disorder treatment, cognitive behavioral therapy, and other support services. And we stand here today in support of this item. We know that the driving factor for homelessness is an economic one. Seniors and families are the fastest group of the population that we're starting to see on our streets, but we know behavioral health is a driving factor for some individuals. If you're experiencing a behavioral health crisis within your life, you're at greater risk of falling into homelessness. And once you're on the street, we know that there isn't access to care. We do the best we can as an FQHC, but our shelters are not the right setting for somebody experiencing a behavioral health crisis. We have people with acute conditions where the beds just aren't available, or maybe they need to go to a CSU just for a temporary amount of time. That moment can prevent them from falling into homelessness. And then once you do, that cycle is very hard to break out of. So we stand here in support. We know, and I think all of you know, that there are not enough beds within our region. There aren't enough services. We need to expand our investment in what we're able to provide, and I think the East Campus site is an absolutely positive direction and the right step. That'll help address the existing individuals who are experiencing homelessness and help prevent individuals from falling into homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Kay Marie for number 23. We need more treatment facilities and access like UCSD partnership. Families are begging for help for their loved ones with severe mental illness. Many have lack of insight and anosognosia, which needs to be recognized as a barrier to volunteering for help. It's not denial. Those with Parkinson's and Alzheimer's can suffer from lack of insight too. When they go missing, helicopters are sent out for them. Those with severe mental illness are dumped to the streets or jailed because their illness gets worse while unmedicated. It's not their fault. They're sick and have special needs. Why is homeless normalized? Imminent danger, severe deterioration, danger to self and others, the standard for getting help. They need access to more facilities, long-term hospitalization, stabilization, and housing in nice areas, not surrounded by bad elements that set them up for failure where they get preyed on. It's not safe. Good intention programs are supposed to help our sickest, but do not recognize their lack of insight as a barrier to volunteering for these programs. While trying to build a rapport, they are left on sidewalks, homeless, and endure more brain damage the longer unmedicated. Families need to be involved, not only someone that doesn't know our loved ones. Families are suffering along with their loved one, but only have the right to claim a dead body at the morgue. Have you had to call the morgue every day? I have. There's a lot being disguised as rights that's not right. The right to be unmedicated, psychotic, delusional, missing person, homeless is not a right. It's abandonment and neglect disguised as rights. Someone with a severe mental illness has special needs. Why are we holding them accountable, watching them clinically deteriorate, be homeless, to rot, die, or jail? While medicated, they have a life and deserve access to facilities long-term, nice place to live. I'm thankful for the help I received from my loved one towards recovering a life that he deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Nicario, and I'm the CEO of NAMI San Diego and Imperial Counties, and we are so pleased to advocate for this partnership. As the voice of mental health for San Diego peers and family members and caregivers for 46 years, we are passionate about the development of an innovative behavioral health hub in the East Region. The creation of this hub into a 30 to 45 bed inpatient psychiatric unit with adjacent emergency psychiatric unit and crisis stabilization is the quality continuum of care that is needed in the East Region. It will be a central location for the delivery of a multitude of services to meet people where they are in their time of crisis. It is providing the right care at the right time in the right space, and the time is now. The need for crisis care and behavioral health services only continuing to escalate in our community, and we urge you to act swiftly. Oversight and leadership from an academic perspective that is now considered to be best in class for the delivery of community psychiatric services will allow this type of care that all San Diegans deserve during a time of crisis and post-crisis. This innovative hub melds a clinical model with a social model of peer support, which is evidence-based for greater impact and success in recovery in a person-centered and strength-based manner. This will support a wide range of residents, including people with private and employer-paid insurances. This innovative hub model will also lend itself to an enhanced world-class behavioral health workforce training center. The availability of multiple opportunities for professionals and paraprofessionals in behavioral health in one location is optimum. San Diego is known across the country for delivering innovative and progressive behavioral health services, and we are very proud to be a part of this community and look forward to this expansion of services. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Jordan Bean with Regional Task Force on Homelessness, RTFH, here to urge your support for item 23. We want to thank Supervisor Montgomery Stepp for bringing this item forward, looking to expand a critical need here in San Diego County. These new services, in partnership with UCSD, are desperately needed and showed this board's continued understanding of its need to lean into some of our region's most difficult challenges. We look forward to seeing this item approved here today, and thank you for your dedication to expanding our ability to serve some of our most vulnerable, underserved neighbors while building a future workforce that will be there to support them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas, Supervisor Montgomery Stepp, and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Patty Mason, and I'm CEO of UC San Diego Health. It's been a long journey to get here today, and we've had a good deal of work ahead of us in partnership with you and your administration to develop an essential part of a broader regional behavioral health plan. We're ready to partner with you to make a meaningful impact and change to deliver better healthcare services to our residents. It was 8 years ago we initiated discussions with county leadership about developing a transformational regional plan to improve access and quality of behavioral health services across the county. This journey required a lot of innovative thinking, planning, and above all else, partnership. I want to acknowledge with tremendous gratitude the county team from Health and Human Services Agency and everyone in the community who helped us better understand the complex issues involved and to thoughtfully consider the most impactful option that fully engages the expertise of our nationally ranked mental health faculty physicians and highly trained caregivers, our health system's operational strengths, and our growing network of accessible care facilities, including our recent acquisition of Alvarado Hospital, now our East Campus. We have had tremendous support in this endeavor, some of the brightest minds coming together both inside and outside UC to design a world-class solution for San Diego County. We arrived at a solution that greatly improves the access and quality of our behavioral health continuum of care countywide. The solution we and others have so thoughtfully developed will provide the biggest return on the county's investment. It skillfully leverages once-in-a-generation funding opportunities provided by the state and harnesses market conditions to make a significant impact on the issue that is not going away. I know that my time is out, and I will just end by saying that together we stand at the precipice of building an exceptional mental health service delivery network, and we look forward to partnering with you. Thank you.
I'm glad well, now. We'll now hear from the individuals in opposition. I'd like to invite forward Mark, allegedly Audra, Consuelo, Bryant, Rumbaugh, and Gambler. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board.
Mark, so much for the corporate speakers profiting off this. Why put severely mentally ill patients right in front of our UCSD students? Oh, by the way, here's these are two titles of articles, recent, and this is a video on YouTube. Your agenda overview states Proposition 1 reconfigured the Mental Health Services Act and approved $6.4 billion in bonds to build an estimated 11,000 new units, including a combination of dedicated behavioral health treatment beds and supportive housing, end quote. It was actually 11,150. 1 in 5 adults in America experiences mental illness. Why is this percentage rapidly growing? Because of the psychiatric meds the pharmaceutical industry is profiting from, and the intense stress government is producing as their corporate oligarchy increasingly destroys our nation. People need to see the YouTube documentary titled The Minds of Men at 2 hours and 14 minutes. Without any psychiatric diagnosis or serious disorders, a surgeon named O.J. Andy was experimenting on children as young as 3, 4, and 5. Electrodes were implanted in their brains, burning sections as their responses were studied. Only because of the psychiatrist Peter Bregan was this stopped. During the Detroit race riots in 1967, doctors Mark, Irvin, and Sweet wrote a letter to the American Psychiatric Association suggesting black riot leaders, heroes to many, had brain dysfunctions that this brain-burning surgery could correct. In the medical epidemiology of criminals, they proposed neurological treatment before they could pose a danger to society. How long before student protesters of Israel are treated on campus for brain dysfunctions or psychiatric disorders? This same American Psychiatric Association wants more funding with a greater power to incarcerate our homeless who would not be missed by anyone. What recourse will they have when they are experimented on against their will? Marion Correctional Treatment Center has repeated cases of hypothermia, disablement.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. I'm going to ask you to please sit down. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
All right. Okay. Timer still Brian Rumbaugh. So, actually, the lady from UCSD, really what I want to do is I'm going to kind of follow suit with Mark and talk about a YouTube guy who I actually do listen to. Okay. Some of his videos are about an hour. He live streams every Sunday. His name is Professor Hamamoto, Hamamoto. But, he, about 7 years ago, had a video called Ancient Bloodlines, Contemporary Power. And he really dissects the UC California system. He was a professor at UC Davis. He does talk about, the experiments that the undergrads would do with the monkeys with their heads pretty much scalped off and the electrical implants, okay? In this video, which is about 2 hours long, he has a woman by the name of Loren Monet. And she really dives in onto that UC system and how really that UC system is an extension of really the King of Spain, those land grants that had come through. She ties in a lot of things. We're talking about two brilliant women. Professor Hamamoto is a first-generation Japanese American, and I actually hate using Japanese American because I disagree with that. He's an American. He calls himself a yellow. He is an accomplished novelist. He's got bad things to say about certain neuropathy sciences, such as psychiatry. But to these professors and doctors in the room, I really suggest that they go. You just turned down my mic? Okay, it seems like you did, man. I would definitely suggest people, learn about it. He talked about people like him study history, not to learn, but to recognize what it is that the controlling psychopaths have planned for us so that he can navigate accordingly, which is what we need to do.
I'll give you an extra 10 seconds to be fair to all the speakers, Bryant. Would you like an extra 10 seconds to be fair to all the speakers?
I want my 2 minutes for my non-agenda. Can I have you do that?
No. All right, sit down. Thank you. Next speaker, please. Next speaker, please.
Up here for 10 minutes or 2 minutes?
Next speaker, please.
No.
Consuelo, reminder, it's sick care, not health care. The FDA receives 45% of its annual budget from the pharmaceutical industry. The World Health Organization gets roughly about 50% of its budget from private sources, including big effing pharma. The CDC is a vaccine company. It owns 56 vaccine patents and buys and distributes $4.6 billion in vaccines annually through the Vaccine for Children program. That's not science, that's business. We know big pharma will profit big time because the majority of these people will be given synthetic drugs pushed by these blind believers, shills of big pharma. Good health doesn't come from a needle or a pill. Anyone telling you different is trying to sell you something until you realize the government is not your friend, the law is not here to protect you, the money is not here to give you life, the church is not here to save you, the doctor is not here to make you healthy, the school system is not here to give you knowledge, the pharmacy is not here to cure you. You will never be free nor healthy. Look up epigenetics. You really do. You have the power over your own health and well-being. You are in control of your cells and your genes. Your thoughts and environment can heal you from the inside out. Look it up, Nora. You'll lose those nodules, hopefully with the lies you speak. That's probably why you lost your voice.
Next speaker, please.
My person uses the name Audra. I thought they were NADS. Nora's NADS? I don't know. Anyway, it's so interesting to see people come in when there's like $6.4 billion to get, right? It's so crazy. It's like money grabs, right? It's not really about helping people, but it's funny to see JFS, Jewish Family Services, and UCSD. We want to work together. They already do at the Ramada and the old California Highway Patrol Division where they're trafficking humans, as well as the 4 Points. It's good. It's good. Yeah, taking our money to do that. And it's interesting to see how much their CEO makes. How cool is it when you they pay them off so well. That's where they're making the good money. That's where all the money's going. So in 2019, the CEO was making $359,687. How cool is that, right? And then in 2020, it went to $392,521. And then in 2021, it went to $470,424. You can't find the other ones recently, but if you just kind of go with another $150,000, we're in the $626,000 range. How cool is that to be an NGO? It's so cool, right? It's just like SBCS paying their employees $500,000 a month just to do the migrant transfer site. Oh, what a great business is that. That's why they're called nonprofits, right? No, it's profit, for profit, to sit there and then to pretend to actually do something that's good for the community. It's so funny. It's like they make more than you guys do. I bet you're jealous. You're the one giving them the money. But it's funny because they're trafficking human beings. It's good. It's good. That's good, right? I mean, that's the new thing. That's the new normal, is to traffic humans. Oh, and even children. It is so great. I'm going to become a nonprofit NGO as well. And I'm going to end the border crisis.
Next speaker, please.
Gambler here. I see there are rules for thee and not for me. Now let's go in and talk about all this money grabbing that we see here. I noticed how your guys' faces ended up losing that smile halfway through her conversation. I also am curious on how many registration forms did you check out with the registrar of voters? How many signatures did you change?
Justin, topic.
The topic is money for these assholes. So I think we're completely clear, and you guys already established that elections are part of everything. You guys made that determination, not me. When you told me I'm not allowed to discuss anything with any other section because of my case with the registrar of voters, basically stated that the elections are tied to every single thing. So please, don't ever stop me from talking again when I'm up at this podium when I'm talking about elections. That they are stealing people's votes, stealing homeless people's votes. Do you guys look into the registration forms and see if all the signatures are the same or how many signatures are the same? And then see the fact that all those ballots come back with that same wavy line signature that Shannon fucking hates? No, you don't want to go in and acknowledge that because the three of you know that you were selected. You racist piece of shit, Monica. You racist piece of shit, Nora. That always wants to bring up race in every fucking thing for no fucking reason. I find you guys the most racist out of every fucking person I've ever met that has to bring it up every fucking moment. I don't give a shit. I want you guys to address the election fraud that got you guys placed into that seats. I want you to address the questions that I've been bringing up for the past 3 years. I want you to go ahead and stop asking me. No, fuck you. Fuck you. Your
time is up.
No, it isn't. You gave people enough time to go ahead and talk.
You've been issued 2 warnings. You've been issued 2 warnings, Justin. Your time is up.
If you want to allow
This is third warning. Justin, this is your 3rd warning. We're going to ask you to please leave the chamber. Your conduct is disruptive to the meeting. Justin, your comments are disruptive to the meeting. We're going to ask you to please leave the chamber.
No.
Okay. We'll take a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
Doesn't mean anything. I mean, it's when the money
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hello, my name is Kenia Peraza, and I'm from the South County of San Diego. As a doctor from San Isidro Health Center mentioned, there is a big lack of health services and special educational services in the whole South County. We want the same privilege as the northern and the wealthy county. Apart from the bigger problem of the misallocation of special education funds from the South County SELPA directed by Russell Coronado, plus not providing fully qualified teacher in the South County, students from UCSD or any college or university of San Diego are not even allowed to make their practices or internships down here. Several UCSD students that live here and study over there are not allowed because their teachers or superiors or supervisors don't want to even bother to come down here and see the progress with this unfortunate special education kids. This behavior is totally racist towards the ones next to the border. This health and educational lack of services in the South throws kids from school to the prison pipeline. And everybody here that has been speaking up, I would like to invite you for tomorrow's superintendent's meeting with the South County six superintendents. We are desperately concerned, and we're also requesting an audit for the 6 superintendents here in the South County because there's a big misallocation of money, and we will love to have all the college and UCSD students.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Vargas and Supervisors. My name is Joanne Franciscus, and I'm the CEO of the Legal Aid Society of San Diego. As most of you know, Legal Aid provides free legal services throughout the county to lower-income San Diegans in a number of critical practice areas, including health law. We operate the Consumer Center for Health Education and Advocacy, and we're the coordinating agency for the statewide Health Consumer Alliance. As consumer health advocates, our priority is ensuring that San Diegans receive voluntary, appropriate, and accessible behavioral health care in the least restrictive environment possible, and in a manner that protects their dignity and rights. We support this item for a number of reasons. While it's imperative that our county ensures that preventative and community-based treatment options remain accessible, voluntary inpatient treatment is and should remain an option as well. Our county's inpatient mental health system is currently at or near capacity. This disproportionately affects lower-income San Diegans who are on or eligible for Medi-Cal and who rely on the county to administer behavioral health services. UCSD Alvarado has long been identified as one of the few places in the county where there could be an expansion of inpatient mental health beds short of building a new facility, which could take years. SB 43 is set to take effect this coming January and will likely further tax the county's behavioral health system. The time is of the essence. In addition to the potential Prop 1 funding, this partnership could save the county a significant amount of money each year, given that inpatient treatment at the existing standalone psychiatric hospital precludes eligibility for federal Medi-Cal billing, which would not be the case at UCSD's General Acute Care Hospital. This partnership is an opportunity for the county to expand resources and improve access to quality behavioral health care at a time when it is desperately needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Truth, UCSD Health East Campus Medical, this nefarious organization can't even tolerate protests that go against their agenda. And UCSD is no one to be getting health advice or care from. These people are doing experiments with animals within their research facilities, along with many other experiments that involve humans, like in 2020 where CEO Patty Mason said pregnant women should get the deadly clot shot. Now there's dead unborn babies. UCSD deserves nothing. This item says that low-income people are more likely to be seriously mentally ill, so we know who their targets are. It also says that government-controlled health care results in more inequity, that people on Medi-Cal can't even get the treatment they allegedly need, so state government miscare obviously needs to be defunded. Was this UCSD campus even made for these services, or is this just another private-public fascist scheme to make more money off the Medi-Cal system? If HHSA was defunded, that $1.1 billion they're wasting, then BHS wouldn't be able to dole out psychotropic drugs to people that are actually what's turning them into crazy zombies. Prop 1 is $6.4 billion in debt bonds for every taxpayer in the state to begin to build the system to test locking up all, starting with the most vulnerable, the homeless population. Yet this would only provide 45 prison beds. How much more debt would that cost? This item also says that DHS prioritizes the least restrictive settings, yet DHS BS Director Bergman promotes chairs with restraints as a place to keep in his wife.
I'm not kidding, and I'm not exaggerating. It feels like a day spa, like places I used to spend hundreds of dollars for like birthday presents to send my wife. It's entirely a locked facility.
The only viable solution, lock psychotic Bergman up. That's the only way he can regain his functioning so we can establish an aftercare plan. And all those stakeholders who spoke in approval, how much did you get paid to miss work today and advocate for locking up and drugging homeless people? Shame on you. You don't realize you're next. Time ticking.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item. We'll first turn it over to Supervisor Montgomery Stepp, who brought this item forward.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman Vargas, and thank you to my colleagues for considering this item. Also have to thank UCSD, San Ysidro Health, Jewish Family Service, Father Joe's, NAMI San Diego Regional Task Force on Homelessness, Legal Aid Society, those who have come to speak, those with lived experience. Also, county staff, thank you so much for all of everyone's work on getting us to this point. There are many pressing issues that we face as a county. And as we all know, one of the most urgent is the shortage of psychiatric care services for folks who are unhoused or low income. Research estimates that in San Diego County, 1 in 20 individuals are currently living with serious mental illness, and that rate increases to 1 in 13 if an individual is in a low-income household. Previous work has been done to help quantify this shortfall in mental health services. According to research done by the RAND Corporation, the state of California is facing a shortfall of approximately 1,900 or so beds at the acute level. Acute psychiatric inpatient services are vital as they provide care to adults with severe mental illness in need of 24-hour observation and intensive treatment. Along with the shortfall in available beds, there are several factors that will increase demand for such services moving forward. Most notable of these factors are a rise in mental illness prevalence since the COVID-19 pandemic, the passage of Prop 1 and SB 43, as well as a significant increase in Medi-Cal enrollment via Medi-Cal expansion efforts. And while it's important we celebrate this progress in healthcare access, we must be proactive in our efforts to create behavioral healthcare systems that can meet the increased demand. We are also facing challenges regarding our behavioral health workforce. Burnout rates are high among healthcare workers, which is dwindling our already limited number of qualified behavioral health professionals. It is vital that the county not only increase the number of acute psychiatric care beds, but also introduce high-quality workplace development opportunities for the behavioral health workforce to help meet the increasing demands for services. Now, with all that said, we have reason for optimism. Through this partnership with UCSD, we have an opportunity to establish 30 to 45 new inpatient psychiatric care beds for Medi-Cal beneficiaries. The fact that these beds will be specifically designated for the care of individuals on Medi-Cal is significant, as these patients historically face more barriers to accessing care, receive lower quality care, and ultimately experience worse health outcomes than patients enrolled in other insurance plans. This partnership, the potential partnership with UCSD Health, seeks to address many of these health inequities. In addition to the increase in bed counts, an emergency psychiatric unit and crisis stabilization unit will be available to provide services at the East Campus Medical Center. This crisis stabilization unit will be the only CSU in District 4, and will not only provide critical care for individuals suffering a mental health crisis, but also alleviate emergency department demands throughout the region. This partnership will also offer an important and timely opportunity to establish a center of academic excellence in behavioral health treatment for residents across San Diego County. This clinical training programming will strengthen workforce development for the behavioral health system and provide opportunities for San Diegans to pursue rewarding careers in behavioral health as both providers and support staff, resulting in an influx of high-quality behavioral health workers throughout the region. In closing, I want to reemphasize that this item I'm bringing forward today provides a unique opportunity for the county to help address the behavioral health needs of our most vulnerable residents, while also establishing a hub of academic excellence and high-quality workforce development that will bolster the county's behavioral health system for decades to come. Just briefly, I'd like to just ask Dr. Bergman to come forward to get your perspective. We've heard a lot, and I've said a lot, but I want to just ask you to provide your perspective of how this proposed project may help improve the behavioral health continuum of care throughout the region.
Thank you so much, Supervisor. I think you've actually captured really well the things that it will do positively for the continuum. I think those can be thought about in three sort of domains or three buckets. One is that it would help address what is pressing need for additional capacity that we feel day in and day out across healthcare providers and providers of behavioral health care specifically in this county. Our behavioral health inpatient settings in this county are maxed out. And so running in most cases over what is really sort of, optimal census. Additional capacity is key, and this will provide that. And again, it makes use of extant infrastructure, and so there are opportunities for it to provide that relatively quickly. The other, I would say, really significant opportunity with this particular partnership does address a concern that I think you again articulated well, which is around workforce. We have made very clear in lots of venues that we are in the midst of a behavioral health workforce crisis in this county. That I would say, it's also important to note, is a statewide workforce crisis. It is a national workforce crisis, but it is one locally that it's been challenging to address. We think very important to have a robust academic center involved in doing clinical work for people who are enrolled in the public insurance system, to train a workforce locally, because we know that that results in the best opportunity to retain locally the workforce. So that's another really important thing that would come with this partnership in particular. And then there is an opportunity, I think, with this work to make sure that people who are of least means and often of most need, again, which dovetails with folks who are enrolled in or eligible for Medi-Cal often, to help those folks get access to the most innovative care. And that is, a commitment that I am hearing and seeing in the item that's been brought forward. So it's really across those three domains that I think we see the greatest opportunity and significance here.
Thank you very much. This is truly an exciting opportunity. And with that, I move this item and hand it back over to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas has some remarks. I'll pull those up on the screen. Thank you, Supervisor Montgomery Stepp, for bringing forward this item and highlighting the opportunities we have to expand our region's behavioral health services. We know that the infrastructure availability within our region is one of the biggest challenges we're facing for our behavioral health services. That is why, as the county creates their data-informed plan for how to best advocate for the Proposition 1 bond funding, we need to ensure we are looking at how we can better prepare ourselves for the future. Harnessing partnerships to increase our behavioral health services is vital as we look at our continuum of care, especially partnerships such as this one. This innovative partnership will attract, train, and build a workforce that will provide the highest quality of care with academia at the forefront to a Medi-Cal enrolled population. It will increase care opportunities such as clinical trials, which can make all the difference in the level of care provided. Thank you to UCSD Health and all the advocates for being here today. With that, I'm happy to second the motion to approve this item. With that, we'll turn it back to Supervisor Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a long time coming, and I just wanted to thank a few people. Dr. Bergen, I so appreciate all your efforts in this. When I first got elected, I asked why we weren't using Alvarado at the time. And, these are high-quality beds. But this is far better than I ever considered. And I want to thank Dr. Coe and Patty Mayset for all their work in putting this together. I certainly enjoyed the tour that you gave me. And this is a big step for East County and all of San Diego County. So I happily support it today. I'm willing to support it. I didn't get a chance to second it, but I will vote yes.
The chairwoman is deferring to you, Supervisor Anderson, to second the motion. So if she's withdrawing her second, we will record you as seconding the motion. Thank you. Supervisor Lawson-Remer, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer.
I just wanted to say I think this is great. I think this is absolutely necessary. I think it's not just going to provide high-quality beds and be able to catalyze better research in our region and training for our behavioral health workforce, kind of all in one. I think this is also an incredibly important opportunity to use our county resources in a way that's more effective. We're moving away from a model where we're not able to get where our IMD money is not sort of being utilized effectively and we're paying out of pocket, to a model where we're going to be able to better leverage other sources of funding to meet the needs of our county. So I think this is great. I appreciate my colleague for bringing this forward. And I'm just looking forward to seeing us move expeditiously. I know that there can be a lot of devil in the details as we try to put together a partnership like this one. And I'm very hopeful that the support that the board is lending to this initiative today will allow us to potentially cut through some of those more difficult and challenging kinds of conversations to get this deal done as quickly as possible to meet the needs of our region. So thank you.
Supervisor Desmond.
Well, I just want to thank Supervisor Montgomery Stepp and all the hospital organizations that are here today and supporting this. I'm happy to support. This is a great effort. I'm glad it's happening throughout the county. This looks, hopefully we can get a lot more achieved in addressing mental health the issue is as best we can, and I'd like to see more even for North County in the future with in the infrastructure portion of that up at Green Oak Ranch in North County as well to continue this effort so we can get people into the help they need. Thanks.
Thank you. There's a motion by Supervisor Montgomery Stepp, seconded by Supervisor Anderson. Please vote. Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye. The board will now take a 30-minute lunch recess. The board will reconvene at 1:05. The board is in recess until 1:05. Thank you. afternoon. We'll now move on to discussion item 20, administrative item, second consideration and adoption of ordinance, an ordinance to amend Article 20, Section 364.6 of the San Diego County Administrative Code relating to medical examiner fees and charges. We'll begin with the individuals that requested to speak on this item. We have 7 requests to speak, 4 in person and 3 requesting to speak by phone. Also note that we received 1 e-comment in opposition. For those that requested to speak on item 20 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. I'd like to invite forward Mark and Brian Rumbaugh. Not seeing any movement in the chamber, we'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. And we'll begin with our first caller.
My person uses the name Audra. It's interesting because the medical examiner, like I told you guys last time, that's why it's so weird that this is actually on an agenda item, because it's already been heard. It could have gone into consent. But, you know, the medical examiner isn't acknowledging all of the blood clots and different things that people are having that wind up dying from the genocide shots that, you know, you guys wanted everybody to get. And, you know, they're sitting there and not doing a service to the people by not acknowledging the things that happen with these genocide shots. And so we just want everybody to get them. And now that, you know, the Pandemic Preparedness Treaty and the WHO are going to be taking our sovereignty and, you know, being able to give more vaccines for, say, the bird flu, it's just really sad to think about these people that should be, you know, bringing forward that kind of information. And there's many medical examiners that have across the nation, but there are many that aren't, and they're not acknowledging it. They're not reporting on it, and these are killing people. And so for them to get more money through these fees, it is actually, you know, something I don't think that they should, because if they're not, you know, doing their due diligence and making sure that people aren't being affected in a certain way, I mean, how can they see these blood clots that are like these organisms that they've never seen before, but not report on it and not tell the public what's actually going on? So it's just, you know, really sad to think about that kind of stuff can happen, all while, you know, we're trying to give them more money just to, you know, not be transparent with the people and give them information. Hey, Tara. And so Tara's just showing up, you guys. She's walking up the stairs, in case you're wondering where she is. She's with Luke Bergman, who likes to take the people and put them into a, you know, 5150 basically.
Thank you. And Mark, I see you in the chamber if you'd like to come forward. You have 2 minutes to address the board.
Thank you, I appreciate that. 20, their corporation always makes money at our expense. For the taxes we pay, the type of fees they're talking about, like doing an autopsy or somebody taking an ambulance, I mean, how many of those are there really? It's not that many. And I think for the taxes we pay, that should already be absorbed into the system's costs. It's just another way to raise fees, like they constantly do on us. That's all government does. And they did this, there's a history of this. Most people don't know that before 1913, there was no federal tax, there was no property tax. And when they first, just like any other tax, when they first brought it up, it was really tiny, and people went, well, it sounds like a nice idea, okay, and then it just grew exponentially. Whenever you let government get their foot in the door on a tax or a fee, it just grows exponentially from there. And they're a corporation. You can look that up. Our government is not a government. It's a corporation, and we are simply corporate slave cattle, to be tax cattle, as Consuelo would say. So, Yeah, the idea of ever letting them raise a fee, there's the video, and I don't even have the title here right now, but if you look up Corporation Nation on YouTube, the real title is longer. It's by Clint Richardson, and it'll give like an involved, detailed description, and he'll show you on the .gov website all the things they have in the comprehensive annual financial report that's probably 40 times bigger than our entire budget. They're not sharing with us, they do not include in the budget, and they own, and it's a scam.
Thank you. Now return to the callers.
Hi, it's Consuelo. Yeah, so at any time there's an opportunity for the government to profit, they will, and they do. So here is, again, another opportunity. And again, the system is beyond flawed, it's reckless, and they love profiting off of we, the people. Yeah, I saw Tara coming up too. Girl, what you and Bergman doing? What you guys doing, huh? Anyways, that's it. That's all I got.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Paula Bold. Yeah, I seconded what the speakers before me said. $1.90 per page, even to print a medical document, as the medical examiner wants. I mean, it's ridiculous. You know, if you go to the nearby library or copy shop, they charge about 25 cents per page. I mean, $1.90 is exorbitant. And $35 for a CD is a bit excessive, too. I mean, what's the deal with this huge raise? I mean, I think these fees need to be reconsidered and revised. I mean, you know, it's like, why are we rewarding them for, I mean, they aren't doing a really great job or anything. You know, they're messing up all the COVID stuff, not acknowledging it, not revealing things. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's kind of like a, I don't know, plot against the people or something, plot to withhold information. Doesn't sound very honest to me. Anyway, that's all. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
It's truth. There's probably going to be more people needing this more expensive service soon, since the district attorney's office is being cut by $18 million. That's not very sustainable or equitable. How are the county's second poorest people going to be able to afford this, Joel? But these 5 increased fees are actually being met in the middle of cost recovery. $29,000 more for the county corporation while losing $29,000. But at this point, I almost want to say, let's strike the county board policy B29 about full cost recovery, because that's what you guys do when you like a pet project that costs the taxpayers big time for things they don't want or need. Kind of feels like fairness and equity is missing in that regard. Or maybe in order to stay positive, we should be celebrating being met in the middle. Too bad party decorations have also gone up, so the party is not affordable either. Have you seen the cost of piñatas? How can the certification of documents skyrocket to over double the price? And the certification of digital photographs is going up by almost triple the price. How can that be justified? Only the printing and photocopying increase makes sense. And it comes across as completely unethical to charge a family-requested autopsy at almost $6,000, upping the price by almost double to deal with a loved one's death. Or how can the cost of a photo microscope for a measly 30 minutes cost over $43? That's outrageous. So I'm concerned that the county is becoming a racket. In fact, eliminating such unnecessary spending may make way for eliminating high fees, such as these increased fees. Wouldn't it be better to help a family whose loved one has died from mysterious circumstances rather than help a union who engages in political activities, such as trying to create more taxes on those poor families? And if it's people of color dying at the fastest rate, then these fees are automatically inequitable and racist. And how dare you interrupt my lunch for this racist stuff? It's a quesadilla, if you're curious. Lots of hot sauce with organic potatoes that I grew myself. Thank you very much. And thank you for all these racist fees. How dare you? I'm tired.
Thank you. And I hear from the next caller. Luke, that's your first warning for disrupting the meeting.
Good afternoon, Board. I'm Kathleen Lippett. From a health promotion policy perspective, it is not possible to learn without identifying the contributing variables to any of those problems that you're dealing with. And a problem that has continued since Prop 64 allowed the commercialization of marijuana was the ability to test easily and inexpensively for whether or not the driver was driving under the influence of marijuana. The medical examiner's office has warned visitors that they could wait up to 6 months for the office to determine the cause of death and issue a final report. They have a backlog that remains, and although it is supposed to be decreasing based on adding staff, but that was a problem with the overdose epidemic. When that came about, they could not keep up with those cases. That surge in fatal drug overdoses over recent years was a contributing factor, mainly from fentanyl. But just teaching people about fentanyl is not going to get at the problem. You need to figure out where it's coming from, and that would be mainly from across the border, and why you have not made efforts to interrupt that flow of fentanyl is just defies description. And it's created a logjam. From 2018 to 2022, the number of deaths from drugs or alcohol in San Diego County more than doubled, from 578 to 1,300, with roughly two-thirds of those caused by fentanyl overdose. And yet, the problems that are associated and harmful effects from the high THC marijuana that the county continues to support that industry.
Thank you. Now I'd like to invite Bryant Rumbaugh.
All right, still Brian Rumbaugh. So, with regarding general purpose revenue, medical fees, additional fees that are being boosted. Let's really talk about efficiency. I heard Paul on the phone there talking about really, the price per copy of a Xerox machine. Let's talk about efficiency. Let's talk about how it is that we as Americans can operate in an efficient way. We live in a highly connected world. Why is it that we need to burden you guys with, are you a mind reader, Jim? You're not. Hey, I appreciate you actually speaking to that. I wouldn't expect you, sir, to be a mind reader. Okay? Your constituents, I got to tell you something, they have to put a lot of faith in you guys to essentially be able to somehow understand what it is that tears at their heart, what it is that keeps them up at night. All these people that are watching as their disposable income goes to the tank. We can talk about price inflation. We can talk about everything that's killing the middle class, which is what America, that was the chance. The chance was to not live under an oppressive regime, essentially a cartel. But yeah, well, I'm glad you looked up at me, ma'am. Supervisor, Nora, Chair. Okay, I don't come here to disrespect you. I'm trying to teach you guys a little bit of a better way. Because I got to tell you something, us playing the same strings on the guitar year after year and kicking the can down the road, we're treating treating the symptoms, not the problem. We've got an unengaged society. They are relying upon you guys to solve all their problems. It needs to stop.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item. And Chairwoman Vargas has indicated that she'll make a motion on this item. Is there a second? Second. Second by Supervisor Desmond. With that, please vote. Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present voting aye. Next item for discussion is item 21, administrative items, second consideration and adoption of ordinance and ordinance amending Article 20 of the San Diego County Administrative Code relating to San Diego County emergency medical fees. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak on this item. We have 7 requests to speak, 4 in person and 3 requesting to speak by phone. We did not receive any e-comments on this item. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. All speakers are in opposition. As your name is called, please come forward. I'd like to invite Mark, allegedly Audra, Consuelo, and Brian Rumbaugh. I've called your name. Please come forward. Again, you'll have 2 minutes to address the board.
Person uses the name Audra. Is that good, Andrew? I thought I was trying to do my hair like yours. Maybe you could grow yours a half out too. That would be cool, and then you could dye it. That'd be fun. We could be Twinkies. Yeah, medical, I mean, for emergency services fees, it's kind of, these people are engaged in also vaccinating people. And it's like, we don't want to acknowledge what's really going on with that. Instead, we're like, we're providing you a service. And people are being injured by these. Jim, are you injured by a vaccine? Is your shoulder part of that? Could be, right? You don't know, right? But if you think about it, wouldn't that be disturbing if that was why it happened? And wouldn't you want to not have other people suffer if you knew that that was why you're suffering? I mean, that would be the hope, right? Is that, if something happens to you, then you can voice that to others to say there is a concern. And people have been dying. And they'll even test new things and all of this stuff. And people die just from the testing. Like a child and like an older individual wound up dying from things that they're testing as far as vaccines go. And we are the test subject. And so when we pay people to provide an emergency medical service, and they're going around and doing these vaccinations, which are genocide shots, it's sad because I don't think that they should get more money either, just like the medical examiner that is not acknowledging these things. And I've interviewed some that have, and they're disturbed by what they're finding. And so when people can actually be injured by it or die, that should be something that is a concern to all people. And that we acknowledge. Because why should some people have to suffer because we're telling them it's good? Right, Jim? I mean, like, I would hope that you could pay it forward to others so that they don't have to experience the same.
Next speaker, please.
Shouldn't there be people here to listen?
Luke, that's your second warning for disrupting the meeting.
All right, still Brian Rumbaugh. So here we go. We're pretty much a ditto, but this one is certainly, instead of GPR, it's by the customers, let's just say. Nobody wants to have any sort of emergency medical services. We've already talked about that. I've told you guys about my belief in really a responsible society. I'm a big fan of the volunteer fire department, okay? I mean, there was one time when I got cut off here short where literally those CAL FIRE guys, which is essentially just another, for lack of a better term, they don't understand who it is that they work for. They know who they work for. They know who signs the check. But what I will say is when their higher up tells them to just, your job is to sweep embers on this fire line that fails, by the way, as opposed to manning up and fighting a fire, saving people's homes that could be saved. Okay, we live in a society where we're all really, we're very short-sighted. I have witnessed a fucking race to the bottom here for the last several years, for the last 12 years, 15 years. I chose to seek truth a long time ago. Okay, that was my decision. What I will say is that we, once again, like I've said numerous times, we need to set an example for the world in America. Because this is really what everything that you guys grew up on, this American exceptionalism, you know, we're the toughest guy in the neighborhood, right? Two-time defending World War champs, right? No, I'm not saying I agree with that, man, because I've read some books that they talk about really the secret destiny of America to usher in. Do you know the symbol of the Pentagon? Probably not. I mean, you know what it looks like, right?
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Mark and Consuelo, come forward.
Mark, so medical services. Basically, that's probably like somebody taking an ambulance. We pay a lot of taxes. People need to see this video, The Corporation Nation, by Clint Richardson. He actually goes on the .gov website and shows you how what they've done for ever since 1913 is they've been investing the tax dollars of our parents, ourselves, our grandparents, some of you, maybe your great-grandparents, and they've invested in businesses. You even see it every morning. This morning, they were doing proclamations. That is this regional government, this regional part of the subsidiary corporation, partnering with NGOs, and it's a scam. It's not constitutional. It was never in the Constitution. There's reasons for that I'll go into later in other agenda items. But so you need to see that because they have literally 40 times as much money in a separate budget, up to 40 times as much, depending upon what region you're in the comprehensive annual financial report. They're not going to tell you about it. They're not going to share it with you. And the fact that we're paying so much taxes, when you pay like 9%, what, 8.75, it's basically 9% tax on every item you buy except food, unless it's at a restaurant, and that goes off into infinity. Imagine, like, and you pay a quarter to a third just of your taxes, period, of your money. So, I mean, we're really paying like over 50% tax. People think we're better than Europe. We're not. We're pretty much totally socialist communist at this point, and it's a total scam. You also need to see this video on our banking system from 6 minutes and 40 seconds to 24 minutes. It'll explain to you the scam that's going on causing inflation.
Next speaker, please.
Okay, so I was just, gosh, I wish there was a double camera like Oliver Twist, Mary D. has requested over and over and over again.
Can you please state your name?
Consuelo.
Thank you.
You should have seen the face of Nora. She was really triggered when Bryant mentioned the cartel. She instantly looked up. It was ready to be offended, but no. Anyways, yeah, just a reminder, there are two kinds of people left on the planet. The ones who are like, govern me harder, daddy, and then the other ones who are like, hey, what's going on? Let's do something about it. Hopefully the majority wake up and see, in fact, what's going on with our hard-earned tax dollars and the empty words of the politicians. Politicians, lawyers, same difference. Let's see, and gosh, if they're both, híjole. Let's see, oh, somebody asked me, someone needs to ask Andrew Potter if he is trying to act sexy with his assertive, domineering tone. By the way, brothers, stay in your lane. You're not one to call people on 1, 2 warnings. You come on, don't do that. That's not okay. Another thing, let's see. ¿Qué más? I have one more thing. Okay, I lost it. I'm done.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
Paula Bowles, In view of the uncertain economy, inflation, taxes, long-standing businesses fleeing the state, and people strained to the max, you need to phase an approach. If you do this, I suggest option B. Otherwise, people may be unwilling to use ambulance services in the backcountry, period. If you phase in these fee increases all at once, I would expect a slightly increased death rate there as well. For instance, there are usually 3 personnel aboard the ambulances, and if each one gets $87 more per year charge, that's $268. Now, I could afford that, but some people in the backcountry have kind of lower incomes, and it would really be a disaster. I think, however, that the whole fee schedule should be amended, so I suggest you hold off on this. I mean, people are different. You know, you can't just jack up the whole fee schedule. I mean, you know, this is only the middle of it, but I mean, you're raising some fees for some people by like $400. I mean, they can't afford that, and when you raise fees like into 10,000, 100,000 for developers just to get a permit, I mean, they aren't going to build the houses you want. So, you know, you got to think.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hey, it's the truth, the elusive thing everyone should be looking for. We got 8 fee changes plus 1 new fee. Option A, the full cost recovery would be $2.3 million for the county corporation. Option B, the full cost recovery would be $1.6 million for the county corporation. Either way, they're going to be raking in millions. But regular people, who can afford to be helped at these rate of fee increases constant? I mean, how many more items do we have about fee increases today and every 2 weeks, right? I mean, soon it's going to be cheaper to go to Mexico for all healthcare services. Even ambulance rides, it's going to be cheaper to get one delivered from Mexico. We're calling Uber to Mexico. Can you take us to the hospital? In fact, turn around, go back. We're going to cross the border for hours because that's going to be cheaper to get help there, too. In fact, I was just watching a Gareth Leonard video about medical tourism in Tijuana, Mexico. And I may bring that up at Tandag if I have enough time with my 60 seconds, because there's actually a funny point about that. But that video proves just how much of a scam the insurance racket is. Because people like me, I'm definitely going to have to head south to get medical care. And I say I would have to because I currently would never go to a hospital for care. I'd have to be missing an arm, and then I'd have to think about it, especially with the money, because these county fees are not going to help somebody like me. This is, like I said, you want to talk about inequity? Increasing the fees for that directly will trickle down to the cost of healthcare is the definition of inequity. And I actually want to know Nora's opinions about these fees. She's been pretty mum about all these fee increases. Does she expect silent consent for things to pass without a peep? We can't just mute the effect of these fees on our lives. It can't be tacit. We can't. It's almost like being deaf. You've got to speak up. Speak up. Do you have no opinions? How many times did Andrew have to speak up for you? You know.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item. And the Chairwoman has indicated she will make a motion on this item. Is there a second? Second by Supervisor Montgomery Stepp. Please vote. Okay, I see you pressing the aye button. I will note that in the record. Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye. Next item for discussion is item 22, exploring a pilot program for alternative transportation options for individuals released from the Vista Detention Facility. We'll begin with the public speakers on this item. We have 7 requests to speak, 4 in person and 3 requesting to speak by phone. We also received 1 e-comment in favor. For any members of the public that requested to speak on item 22 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. All speakers are in opposition. I'd like to invite forward Mark, allegedly Audra, Consuelo, and Bryant Rumbaugh. I've called your name. Please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board.
All right, so I was actually just looking on my my smartphone. You know, these things are, kind of, we live in a connected society. I've already talked to you guys about that. I looked up the word transportation. It's kind of interesting. Did you guys all know that the historical definition of the word transportation is the action of practice or of transporting convicts to a penal colony? A penal colony, okay, meaning let's just call it a prison. Okay, we live in a society in America where we have a very high percentage of our young men and women, unfortunately, that kind of steer the wrong direction and they end up being incarcerated. What I will say is we can talk about, giving them a free taxi ride or a free airplane ticket, that type of thing. But really what we want to do is we need to fix broken individuals. We need to give them a sense of hope. Okay, when I talk to everybody around, okay, I don't know how much talking to your constituents you people actually do, but everybody that I talk to, they are literally scared for themselves. A lot of times it's for their retirement. A lot of times if they work for the county, it's, I got 2 years left, that type thing, until their pseudo-retirement, comes in with their contracted for dollars, okay? But what I will say is, giving these people hope that really in the future we're gonna go about things, solving our problems in a different way, governing ourselves. Because in America, the more work that the citizens do, the less that you guys need to worry about. Okay, and when I sit through one of these meetings, and even right now, I bet you 90% of the people in here are on county payroll. And I have nothing against them, okay? Do they work hard? Jury's still out, okay? What I will say is that this way is not working.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Let's see. Okay. Exploring a pilot program for alternative transportation options for individual. Consuelo. Exploring a pilot. Okay. Okay. Exploring on the people's dime as usual. So just like everything else this government does, local and federal, it's backwards because the root of all problems is in fact government. And when people will wake up to that, unplugging their media and their alternative, even alternative news, their mainstream media news, being programmed, getting fed what to believe. The fact is that every single thing that government does is in fact creating all this chaos, all these problems, all this need for things like alternative transportation and behavioral health and health. Like instead of, like this is how our government is. During the lockdowns, they closed the gyms, but they didn't close McDonald's. They closed the freaking gyms. They closed the beaches. They X'd out benches, but they didn't close fast food. Like this is how it all, like this is it. And then your only options are like what they offer, which was at the time, masks or shots. As I mentioned before, it's never anything like, hey, let's, let's get to some, past life trauma. How is your household? How is your upbringing? Nope. Let's just put them on synthetic drugs. Let's have big pharma freaking profit and call it a day. It's always the answer. Unfortunately, government never has the correct answer. And until the people wake up and stop being spectators.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Thank you. And time is up. Next speaker, please. Mark or Audra, please come forward.
Options for transportation.
Can you please
First of all, Mark, the Rosa Corey video, you can see it on YouTube. Rosa, and Corey is Koire, part 1. That'll bring up the longer title, Beneath the Mask, or something like that. It's before the New Hampshire legislature. She's the highest authority on this. So actually, she mentions in the video, and I'm sorry, I just didn't have time to hold up the title here for you. That's why I told you, but or the minute that it's at. But in sections, in part 2, I believe, she talks about how transportation has been mixed with housing for the first time ever. And this is not an accident. It's a total Agenda 21, UN Agenda 21 scam, which is against our national sovereignty completely and totally, and is taking over not only our country, but countries globally with regional governance like this here. And so if you look up UN wildlands map, or actually UN Agenda 21 wildlands map. Look that up, search that on Google, and it'll show you the UN map from them. It's color-coded. It shows the areas you won't be allowed in. Americans will not be allowed in. And it's a lot of the United States, and that's their goal. And in fact, what I was talking about a couple of agenda items back was 3030, California. It's like, we're one of the most communist states in the country, just leading the way. We're right, except for Canada, which isn't our country. I mean, we're like third in line for China. And it's not a joke, it's not funny, and you guys need to see it, and people need to peacefully get together and stop it, because our country is being taken over, and it wouldn't be if people knew what was going on.
Next speaker, please.
My person's name means storm. It does, Andrew. Don't give me that look. Or look at your phone, whatever. This is interesting because I haven't had the joy of going to the Vista Detention Center, but Las Colinas has been where they take me. And I just find it's not really equitable to only do it for Vista. Why are we not looking at all of them? And then I thought, why don't you just contact Damaris Express? They love to transport human beings, not only from the border, but they take them to the airport from hotels that these illegals are staying at, and they're supposedly really good at it, but they do reside, most of them, in Mexico, and they're not really legally allowed to drive here, but they do anyway, and they just love it. So I mean, I'm sure we could give them some more money to transport these individuals. But it's funny, when you go to jail, when you have money, you know what they do is they give you a card, like a debit card or like a whatever, you can go and take out your money from there, so then they can track and trace where you spend your money. It's so cool, right? It's cool. But yeah, I just feel like it's not very equitable if you're only doing it from Vista. I mean, there's many other jails, right? And you know, so but again, I would probably contact Damaris. They're very good at trafficking human beings. They've been doing it for quite some time. It's a woman-owned company, and they traffic children, and they don't even care. It's interesting. So, yeah, definitely reach out to them because they're good at what they do. And, yeah. Maybe I'll go visit Vista sometime. Who knows? We'll see what happens here, right? I guess I need to be more in that area to go to that jail. But yeah, it's good. It's good times. Andrew, I would really like you to grow your hair out on one side.
Thank you. And now we'll hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
Good afternoon. I'm Paul Benjamin. I'm in Colorado. Let's say 22. Oh, yes. Thank you for bringing this up. It's shameful that the only transportation releasees get is a day pass on MTS, which probably misrepresents San Diego as well because it's so dirty and disgusting. But the people who just got released from prison and are hopeful, I hope, of the future and possibilities, they need and deserve a lot better than this. Better transportation might also lower the recidivism rate a bit by making releasees less frustrated when they can't navigate the bus system in a day, which the bus system, I mean, I've tried it, and it can be very slow and confusing. But, I mean, maybe they can't navigate it and they'd get frustrated, start running low on funds, and resort to petty theft. So, again, you know, I think this is a great idea. And, I mean, what would be a greater idea is, as suggested, you know, taking better care, making sure that people don't end up in the jail system in the first.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hey, it's Truth here to push more buttons than Joel. I want to thank Bryant for that definition of the word transportation, because the public transportation does make one feel like a convict. And speaking of, I've noticed that a good portion of those riding public transit, particularly the trolley, are of a criminal element. Well, this item proves I'm right. But they're not the only ones who have trouble operating the public transit system. Everyone does. And yet this is the inefficient and unsafe garbage that Sandag pushes on everyone. How many buses are leaving from the Vista Jail? And how many times a day? Are inmates provided a timetable map of the applicable bus? Pretty easy to order them from NCTD or just print a schedule out from online. But if someone has provided the information and decides to reoffend, that's their problem. The taxpayers already paid to hold them in jail, then they pay again for their transportation, and now even a specialized tailored transportation option. Do regular people doing the right things in life get this type of transportation aid? Nope. So until this junk public transit system is fixed for all people, not just people who were detained at the Vista detention facility, no to an equitably helping only certain people with this item. No to every taxpayer paying for any county orchestrated transportation service. No to every taxpayer paying for any partnership with any community-based transportation company. And most of all, no to every taxpayer in the entire state paying for any socialist Medi-Cal transportation benefit with managed care Medi-Cal plans for people in jail. These ideas are fiscally unsustainable, irresponsible, and inequitable. Any paid transportation service for people exiting the Vista detention facility needs to be reimbursed by the person requesting the service. They're no better than anyone else walking the streets in need of transportation services too. However, the program idea I could support is the idea of having volunteers who were formerly incarcerated offering to drive people to their pre-planned new locations on their own dime.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item. Through the chair, we'll turn it over to Supervisor Desmond since he brought forward this item.
Thank you, Andrew and Chair. This item is, I'm bringing it forward today to explore a pilot program to provide alternative transportation for people released from the Vista detention facility. The Vista detention facility is actually where my North County office is, also up there, but it's a neighborhood area, and currently those who are released from the Vista jail, they receive a one-day public transit pass. So I can only imagine how daunting it is for someone who just got out of jail to navigate the public transit system. My office, we've heard from many of the Vista elected officials that some of the individuals when they're released, they're not sure where they're going to go. They end up walking around the streets of Vista. And the community has asked for some kind of alternative transportation plan. This board letter asked staff to explore a potential pilot program that could provide a better transportation services for people being released from the Vista jail. Imagine, maybe a mentor or somebody else who had previously was in jail and got out and was able to survive and thrive. They could provide transportation or a ride. They'd have a captive audience or make a connection or maybe even change a life or something for the better. But I think there's a strong potential to include this program in our alternatives to incarceration efforts. To help reduce recidivism and improve outcomes for both the formerly incarcerated population and for the Vista community. So this is there's no money involved, just asking staff to come back with a plan. So that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you. Through the chair, Supervisor Montgomery Stepp.
Thank you very much. Thank you for bringing this item, Supervisor Desmond. Just trying to reduce those barriers for folks is good, especially when they're reentering society. I wanted to ask if you would entertain maybe a pilot, maybe looking at some additional detention facilities that may not have the same access. Downtown has access, but Otay Mesa may, or Mesa may not. Is that something you're able to?
That's actually kind of what I'm hoping. If we do a pilot at a site that would grow, then we could then further it into other sites. But I'd be fine if to look at other sites. If you have one in particular, I don't want to just say all of them, I guess, right now.
I think what I'm thinking about is when it comes time for the board to decide an actual pilot program to move forward with Vista detention, but in the assessment phase, look at other detention facilities and see if, based on the geography, that the need would be there, even if there's not a pilot program there.
Absolutely.
Does that make sense?
The chairwoman has a question. How do we include other facilities as I have an assessment, such as South County, an assessment of all?
Just in the assessment part, maybe not in the.
I'm hoping let's start. Not only intention was not to exclude anybody, but let's start somewhere and then get the kinks out or whatever and make it better if we can. But hopefully it's a countywide effort once it gets going. So
okay, thanks. That makes sense. I will second the motion and thank you very much.
Thank you. We have a motion by Supervisor Desmond, a second by Supervisor Montgomery Stepp. Please vote. Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye. Next item for discussion is item 25, a resolution of the Board of Supervisors of the County of San Diego opposing State Farm and other insurance companies abandoning homeowners, renters, and small businesses amid state efforts to modernize regulations. We'll begin with the speakers on this item. We have 8 requests to speak, 4 in person and 4 requesting to speak by phone. We also received 1 e-comment in opposition. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. For those that requested to speak on item 25 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll start with the speakers in favor of this item. I'd like to invite forward Mark and Consuelo. They'll be followed by the speakers in opposition, Audra and Brian Rumbaugh. Again, you'll have 2 minutes to address the board. Please state your name for the audio record.
Okay, so Consuelo. Let's see, they are, this is another thing that is a part of their game plan, and of course, we get what their goal is, and that is total reliance and dependency on government. Mortgage companies will not risk their money to people who have no homeowners insurance. My husband and I are now a part of the demographic being penalized for being responsible, never being late with payment. Yet our policy was still dropped. Sucks. But as I mentioned, it's all a part of the plan. UN Agenda 21 coming to a county near you, guaranteed. So it wasn't State Farm, but another Midwest company. And just a reminder to everyone, it's all a part of it, everything. And the best part of it is, because there is a silver lining, is that I got to speak to so many people, and they are every person that I spoke to helping us look for a new carrier, we're all in line with getting that something major's happening with government, all governments, including their county's government, wherever they were at. And it's refreshing because there's something that is called the Great Awakening, and I'm sure you've all heard of it, and people are waking up. And it's kind of like, yeah, we're here. And I hope that, I hope that the people who are listening, don't fear, because there's something called karma, and there's a karmic reaction. For every action, there's a reaction. So for all the bad choices and policies that these people push, they'll get theirs.
Next speaker, please.
Mark, well, this is a really rare event. I'm actually for this. You're doing something good. However, not because you want to help people, but because you want more control. Now, why is this happening, of course? I mean, why are there fires everywhere? I mean, wood doesn't burn, and dry wood does not burn until 660 degrees Fahrenheit. So, and it's a statistical fact. I can't remember I think it was Smithsonian Magazine that cited a study. 85% of the fires are caused by people. Now, why are some people doing this? And who has an interest in doing that? And I'll tell you who. The UN and the WEF, who want global governance. And they openly say that they want us in our city centers. They don't want people living in the rural areas. They're working with regional governments like this. Soon they'll be doing things like not paving the roads out in the rural areas. Well, how will that decrease your values of your farm or whatever out there? So you need to see these videos to understand this. Here's Rosa Corey's video. You can see it from 3 minutes and 30 seconds on YouTube. Goodbye, American sovereignty. Trump signed it, Biden did not rescind it, and it handed control over our trade and immigration to a foreign, unelected council that we have only one American member on, not elected at all. And furthermore, the president and the Congress don't even have the authority to sign over their powers like this. So it's just unbelievable that this happened. All the videos I hold up, they're always not right or left. They're things either side would be pissed about if they checked it out. Here's Klaus Schwab, literally talking about the things he wants to do to our Western civilization. You need to stop this now. This is why all these things are happening in the country.
Next speaker, please.
All right, still Brian Rumba. Hey, Jim, on that last item, man, I really want to tell you I liked what came out of your mouth. I liked the mentor, talking about that. You know what I'm saying? Ultimately, we don't want people to reoffend, people that are being incarcerated or obviously having to get reassimilated in society. So, with regarding this State Farm thing, what I can tell you is this. I've been kind of watching and learning about a mutually owned company versus a shareholder. This is a mutual company, State Farm, that you guys singled out on this insurance company. I did speak to you earlier about really pretty much the insurance adjuster that was down to make a $40,000 that a single guy like me could have fixed that fucking house, and instead made it into a $350,000 job where the neighbors had to sit there with fences around the property, dark at night, for a year, so one insurance adjuster could pat his pocket and a crooked contractor could come up. Okay, we're dealing with principalities, people, of evil, not being our brother's keeper. It needs to change. Okay, I understand all of this about the homeowners. When people are forced into this money-printed society, I can tell you people in the real estate market, man, I honestly, I laugh. And I'm not trying to single them out. They're just making money the easy way. We live in a society where it's minimal input, maximum output. I've already talked to you guys about that. That's going to have to change. moving forward. It has to. This is unsustainable. And yeah, these people that are owning homes, they are being attacked. You can't have two incomes supporting that anymore.
Next speaker, please.
A person uses the name Audra. Well, insurance is totally a scam. And it's like, this is welcome to you'll own nothing and be happy. That's where they're sending us. Because it's like, I mean, if you want to own anything, it's like, you got to pay insurance on that. And then if you make a claim against it, they're like, we're going to drop you. Well, what's the point of having you in the first place? Right? It's really sad to think about just all of these things that we've been indoctrinated to do. Like, you need to get insurance, you need to do this. And does it really help? No, especially when it's like all these people lost stuff in the flood. Most of them couldn't even have flood insurance. So it's a total scam when it's like you continue to pay for stuff and act like it's going to replenish whatever you lose, and that's not the facts. It's not the case. And it's just like, but we just sit here and allow it. We allow these things to go on instead of going like, why is this happening? It's a total scam. They're just taking money and putting it in their pockets. And then when you really need help, they're like, we can't help you here. You didn't get the full insurance that you should have, even though you thought that's what it was. It's not. And that's too bad. Now you don't have anything left. But that's what the plan is. The plan isn't for people to be thriving. It's for them to be surviving, Nora. That's what's so sad, is that people are barely surviving. But you guys sit up here on your dais and you're doing great, right? You're doing so good. It's like you don't have to worry about the same things that all these other people do that come up here and try and beg you for help. That's why you should be brought down to their level so you can understand. And it shouldn't have to be that way, but it is, because unless you've been homeless, you don't know what it's like. You don't know what these people go through. Unless you've lost everything, you don't know what it's like. So you don't know what they're going through. And it's just really sad to think about all of these things is all to enslave the people, and it's never to make anything better. It's all by design and intentional. And you guys are complicit in that.
Now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
Kevin Stevenson. I would like to state that I am in support of this item because State Farm should not be dropping clients. Fires are getting worse. Climate change is real. And the fact that they don't want to cover people at a time when fire insurance is needed more than ever is really disgusting. I would like to point out that anyone who claims that this is because of California regulation is completely full of it. Because take a look at Florida. Right-wing government, no regulation. Well, unless you're gay or trans and you're a teacher, then they'll regulate your entire existence. But as far as corporations, no, they just let them do whatever they want. Notice how insurance companies are pulling out of Florida, too, because hurricanes in Florida are getting worse. That is because of climate change. So, yeah, it doesn't matter whether you're a more democratic government like California or Florida. You know, it doesn't matter. These corporations, they don't care about people. They don't care about protecting houses. They don't care about protecting people. Now, I would say this should be the responsibility of the government, but then Mark and his conspiracy buddies over there would go, UN agenda, communist, Marxist, and then cite a bunch of bogus YouTube videos from conspiracy-driven wackos like him. No. The problem is that private corporations don't give a fuck about you, to be frank, and we need to rein them in. We need to tell them, no. You are going to protect people, or we're going to find someone else who will. Oh, God. What is Consuelo saying now?
Thank you. Now here for the next caller.
Paula Bold. Actually, Kevin, the fire the fire risk in California is not really getting worse. If you look at the CAL FIRE statistics for the last several years, there have been about 7,000 fires each year. So, you know, I don't know why they're abandoning the state, but the insurance companies seem to be doing something kind of political rather than actually focusing on actual risk. I mean, to me, this resolution is more grandstanding on the matter the insurance commissioner is already working on. I believe the resolution actually mentions that. And the title of the resolution does not hint that the fix is already in the works, but simply says we oppose basically nothing real positive. I also see that the equity statement mentions climate change, but it's nowhere in the resolution. So again, that's an argument against climate change doing all this. You know, it's like Brian said, you know, you have insurance, and I mean, well, actually, a number of speakers, I think, mentioned, you know, what's insurance for? You insure your house, and insurance.
Thank you. And I'll hear from the next caller.
Truth, what we've got is more political theater, because what does State Farm or any other insurance company care if this board opposes anything they do? That World Economic Forum partner, State Farm, could care less if this passes or not. But I'm sure this is really just for the state to throw in the county resolution pile and then mail a copy to the companies. And nothing will change because the crazies at the state and the local county and city level are the ones who caused this issue to begin with. Why would insurance companies want to insure homes from fire when people in government refuse to prosecute all the wild arsonists? And why would a company want to insure homes in a place where the city government refuses to fix storm infrastructure, which leads to predictable flooding? And let me add to the fire, lithium batteries, when that's all the state promotes and the county promotes, it's going to cause more fire. Why would they insure that? And how about the dam infrastructure full of cracks that's going to lead to even worse flooding if repairs don't begin soon? The state's got a lot more to fix than just insurance policy regulations. And so, no, Commissioner Laura and Governor Newsom should not be committed for anything. They have created these problems. And Tara, in this item, you're complaining about the algorithms that insurance companies own, yet you don't seem to realize that this is exactly the same type of data control that you engage in here at the county. And you see, it's not transparent either place. So I'm going to request that the county stay out of both the real estate market and the private insurance market. Otherwise, more interference will mean more disaster left unchecked, more catastrophes modeled on robust deception and fraud. And in the first sentence of this item, there should be a comma after the word drop. And there's big chunks worth of space between two different paragraphs for no reason. If your team, Tara, consistently can't even prepare grammatically correct word letters, then how are you going to write better policy? Absolute delusion, just like one of the previous callers who sounded like they need to be 5150, quite frankly. And I can say it without bad language. Thank you very much. No to this item. Political.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item. We'll turn it over to Vice Chair Lawson-Rama, who brought this item forward.
Great, thank you. Looking for my notes, sorry. Okay, thank you. Brought this item for today because so many of the people in my district have reached out because they have faced this challenge that I think many people share of having their insurance canceled. And it culminated when even one member of my staff also got a call from State Farm canceling his insurance. So we are facing a crisis, I think, across California, but particularly in our county, of people who've been in their homes for a long time, have been paying their home insurance policies, also renters who have to get rental insurance. We've got business owners who have seen policies canceled. In my district, we have had over 880 policy cancellations. This is an issue that affects all of us, from Tiarasana all the way up to Vista, down to Spring Valley. So it's, I think, a countywide issue. Unfortunately, big picture, we don't have any transparency and visibility into why these policies are being canceled. We cannot see what algorithms or what calculations these insurance companies are using to decide who gets redlined and who does not get redlined. So there's no transparency, there's no accountability. I've had a number of homeowners reach out who have invested quite significantly in fire hardening, in building with more fire sustainable materials, in creating defensible space around their buildings, around their homes, using the kind of drought-resistant and fire-resistant plants that have been recommended by our fire department. And it seems that none of that has been taken into account. So it's just sort of blanket zip code redlining around insurance policies. It's impacting everyone, I think disproportionately impacting seniors who have built up equity in their homes and rely on their homes to retire and to live out the rest of their lives. And sometimes they're seeing their policies increase by 200 or 300% really overnight. Massive, massive increases, or not being able to get insurance at all. I've spoken with a number of realtors who have had trouble closing deals, trying to sell homes, and the deal fell through because the person could not actually get insurance. And so we're, given the crisis we're in around housing and housing affordability, this is quite literally fuel to the fire of our housing affordability crisis, when people who are barely managing to try to find a place to live can't even purchase a home because they can't get the insurance that they need to buy it and move forward. And then you kind of layer on top of that we know that these insurance companies are in the middle of negotiations around regulations at the state level, insurance regulations at the state level. And I have a lot of hope and a lot of faith that our insurance commissioner is trying his best to put it in real rules to create a level playing field and make sure that these insurance companies play fair. But these insurance companies are instead trying to essentially use all of us and homeowners as leverage and pawns in their negotiation game to try to scare us into allowing them to profit in really unfair ways off of the livelihoods of people in our community. So I just want to give a little context as to why I brought this issue, and would really appreciate the support of my colleagues today on this item. And with that, I would like to make a motion.
Thank you. Through the chair, Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you. And I appreciate you bringing this forward, Supervisor Lossenrein, because I've been hearing about this for a couple of years from my constituents, and particularly in the unincorporated area, about insurance cancellation, rate increases, and the inability to find insurance altogether. And unfortunately, our hands are tied here at the county. We can make this resolution, but as one of the callers says, it's not going to do a lot. But we can only refer them to the state's insurance commissioner. But I think the elected insurance commissioner has failed in his job. I think the main role of the insurance commissioner is to examine companies and regulate insurance in California that works for California residents, and it hasn't been. We've seen more and more cancellations, and as earlier stated, people can't even purchase houses if they can't get the required insurance for mortgages. It took an executive order from the governor to get the insurance commissioner to begin to address this crisis here at the state. But this crisis didn't happen overnight. It wasn't just like yesterday. I think it's been festering for years. The fires, inflation, increased cost, and reassurance, among other things. But I do think a lot of it has to do not just, it's always easy to blame the big corporation and that, they're bad, they want to take all your money, they don't care about you. But I think it's also overregulation on us, on the state itself, and even in the cost of housing. The cost of housing right now, as we will learn tomorrow in our VMT presentation, last year we've only were able to approve or get permits for, I think, 57 discretionary housing units last year, in an entire year in the unincorporated area, only 57. And so you imagine it's building housing is astronomical here and is almost out of reach. Imagine if you're insuring somebody to rebuild their house, of what those costs might be and why their insurance companies are having to raise rates. But then the insurance commissioner, I know in the past, has put caps on those rates. You can only charge so much. Well, if you tell a business you can only charge so much and your costs go beyond those caps, you're leaving. And I think that's what's really happening. So there's blame all around. But I do like the fact that you're bringing this forward. I'm going to support this. But I do think we have to look at our own regulatory burdens that make it almost impossible for people to build housing, to have housing, to rebuild housing, and for others to do business here in California. So blaming one entity, I think, isn't fair. But the state and the insurance companies have to come together and find a resolution that works for all Californians. And right now, it's not. And I get it. You want to, stop people or insurance companies from leaving amid, the state changing regulations. Well, I think the state couldn't do it quick enough, or it needs to go faster. And hopefully, this lights a fire underneath the state as well to get to a solution as best they can. So thank you for bringing it forward. I'll second the motion.
Through the chair, Supervisor Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, we're all frustrated. Certainly, my district has borne the brunt of this. But I'd like for you to consider a friendly amendment, and let's do a letter to the governor and to the insurance commissioner explaining why this is important to us. I know it seems silly, but insurance companies generally don't leave markets where they're making money. One thing we can count on for corporations is they try to maximize profit. So there's no profit, and they're walking away from 39, 40 million people. They're not doing it because they want to. They're doing it because there's no profit. So, and I'm not saying that they deserve huge profits, but I think, though, I'm concerned that the insurance commissioner and the governor just don't realize how dire it is, and that perhaps there might be some things that they're sticking to right now that aren't in the best interest of all of us, but they're in the best interest of a special interest that perhaps doesn't have skin in the game. And I'm not talking about the insurance providers, and I'm not talking about the people that pay the insurance or want to pay the insurance. There may be other things going on. So I'd like for you to consider taking an amendment to have staff write a letter essentially taking the concerns that you brought forward and making sure that they're aware of it. And look, these jobs aren't easy. And I happen to know Ricardo Lara personally. He's a good man. I know he's working hard. But let's make sure he has full knowledge of what the impact is to us here in Southern California.
I'm sure happy to take that. I think we have a resolution, so we could adapt the language in the resolution and turn it into a letter that gets sent. Will you second over the motion? Happy to accept the second? Okay. Thank you. Happy to take the amendment.
Thank you. We have a motion by Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, second by Supervisor Desmond. Please vote. Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye. We'll now move on to discussion item 27, authorize acceptance of funding from the Federal Emergency Management Agency Shelter and Services Program Grant, authorize competitive procurement for Migrant Transition Day Center, and waive Board Policy B29. We'll turn it over to the county team for a presentation.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. The board has continued to support and advocate for sustainable federal funding to ensure the safe and humane reception of asylum-seeking migrants who are released by federal authorities into our region. Today's presentation will provide an overview of the ongoing regional efforts to support migrants. Then we will provide an update on stakeholder engagement and the input we received from on a future Migrant Transition Day Center. We will close with a request for you to accept Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA, funding when awarded to the county and authorize next steps to establish the new center. The regional San Diego community has continuously welcomed asylum-seeking migrants and refugees fleeing persecution in their home countries. Historically, community organizations have received FEMA Shelter and Services Program funding to provide respite shelter and essential services to the most vulnerable migrants, including women, children, disabled persons, LGBTQ plus individuals. In recent years, the number of asylum seekers released by federal authorities into the San Diego region has drastically increased. This has resulted in existing migrant shelters surpassing capacity, which in turn has led to street releases. In response, the county convened with local jurisdictions, the state and federal government, and local community organizations to collaborate and develop region-wide plans to address migrant-related needs. Shortly thereafter, the county and local community organizations stood up additional services to meet the needs of migrants facing street releases. All of these efforts have prevented thousands from being stranded in San Diego County. Local community organizations continue to provide translational assistance, transportation services, Wi-Fi access, and access to food and hygiene supplies to support the onward travel of migrants to their final destinations. I'd like to turn it over now to Barbara Jimenez, a Community Operations Officer for the Department of Homeless Solutions and Equitable Communities, who will expand on the impact of street releases in our region and other efforts related to today's presentation.
Thank you, Dr. McDonald. The U.S.-Mexico border has seen an increase in migrants from humanitarian crisis around the globe. Since mid-September of last year, over 136,000 migrants have been released from CBP custody. This slide provides a monthly breakdown of the total number of asylum seekers that have been released into San Diego County. Although we have seen an upward trend in the number of migrants released, with a peak of over 21,000 releases in December and a low of 16,000 in January, there is some variability which continues to impact federal, state, and local capacities and resources. With the support of the board and congressional delegation, we have been in search for additional funding streams to ensure the San Diego region has the necessary resources to compassionately assist and support migrants passing through and on to their final destination. On March 23rd, the Omnibus Appropriations Bill was signed into law, which provided funding for the FEMA Shelter and Services Program to deliver essential services to migrants released from CBP. On April 12th, FEMA released the 2024 Shelter Services Program allocated notice of funding opportunity and informed eligible recipients, including the County of San Diego, of the potential non-competitive funding allocation of over $19.5 million. Following this notification on April 26th, the Health and Human Services Agency, Department of Homeless Solutions and Equitable Communities, also known as ASTEC, applied for the funding to support the development of a Migrant Transition Day Center. On April 30th, the board directed staff to move forward with programming efforts to support migrants recently released from CBP custody while pursuing FEMA funding, and returned to the board on May 21st with a request to appropriate funds from the General Fund Reserve. Following this board meeting, staff moved quickly to issue a request for information on May 1st to seek input from all stakeholders to determine optimal strategies and to capitalize on the FEMA funding opportunity for a Migrant Transition Day Center. The county recognizes there are many organizations with the expertise in providing culturally competent humanitarian services to migrants. In order to better understand the needs to operationalize a Migrant Transition Day Center in the region, the county held an industry day on May 7th, which was attended by over 40 individuals and representatives from 23 different organizations with extensive experience in serving migrants. All feedback provided by attendees, in addition to 8 organizations who submitted detailed input via email and by net, provided recommendations for operationalizing a trauma-informed and culturally responsive Migrant Transition Day Center. Insights and themes from the industry day focused on leveraging resources, avoiding duplication, and leading practices for providing essential services to migrants while prioritizing onward travel. Additional recommendations included providing multilingual, trauma-informed, and culturally responsive services to migrants swiftly, therefore creating equitable access to information to facilitate onward travel. In addition, input received including creating a sustainable model that provides essential services and builds upon the existing infrastructure to maximize resources, highlighting the need for ample communication, collaboration, and coordination for a coordination regional response. Emphasis was made on leveraging local community organizations who have the expertise to operate shelters and serve migrants. Lastly, to capitalize on finite resources, a service delivery model with onward travel at the core was suggested to allow for a short and efficient intake process, which would include triaging transportation to centralized travel hubs and placing resources at key central locations to assist with travel and navigation to their final destination. If approved by the board today, we will develop and issue a competitive procurement at the end of May with proposals due in June and a notice of intent to award in July. The competitive procurement will be informed by the input and recommendations received via the Request for Information Industry Day and parameters outlined by FEMA. Since first learning of the FEMA Shelter and Services Program funding eligibility notice, county staff have had further opportunities to meet with FEMA Shelter and Services Program technical assistance staff to learn more about the application and reimbursement process. Upon further review and discussion, appropriating funds from the general fund reserves is not necessary. HHSA will monitor the reimbursement steps closely as the new process gets underway and will quickly elevate any concerns around timeliness of payments. Appropriations for the Migrant Transition Day Center were included in the CAO recommended operational plan change letter based on FEMA revenue. Staff is making the following recommendations today for the board's approval. To 1, waive board policy B29. 2, accept the fiscal year 2024 FEMA Shelter and Services Program allocated funding. And lastly, 3, authorize the Department of Purchasing and Contracting to issue competitive solicitation for a Migrant Transition Day Center. Pending any questions, this concludes our presentation.
Thank you. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak on this item. We have 11 requests to speak, 5 in person and 6 requesting to speak by phone. Also note that we received 1 e-comment in opposition. For those that requested to speak on item 27 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. All speakers are in opposition. As your name is called, please come forward and ask you to state your name for the audio record. I'd like to invite Mark, allegedly Audra, Luke, Consuelo, and Brian Trumbaugh. Called your name, please come forward.
Okay, now, Consuelo, ask yourself why all of a sudden these migrants are crossing. There's nothing humane about what this government has done. A brief firsthand conversation I had with somebody, and it was at the Terminal 1 at our airport. It was so sad. This lady was from Guatemala, and I was talking to her, and I said, "Why did you come?" I said, "What's your next plan?" And she said, "I don't know." I was like, "What do you mean you don't know? You just came?" "Yeah, because the government told me to come. I was told to come." And I'm like, "But what, do you have family? Do you have money?" "No, I don't have family. I don't have money. I left my 2 kids." I'm like, oh my God. She's crying, she's in tears, she's lost, she doesn't know what to do. I said, "Listen, don't trust anyone, I'll be back." I didn't get to go back because, quite frankly, I couldn't handle all the stories that I was hearing from these people who were just lost, dazed and confused, hadn't a fucking clue where they were gonna go, had no money, had no plan, they were just told to come. That is sick, that is abusive, that is reckless, that is wrong. And yet we're here, funding. It's disgusting. It's so sad. And to the monkeypox schmuck mocking people who are warning others about the UN agenda, this is it. We're not making shit up. You can look through it. You can order it on Amazon, you schmuck. Again, it is just really sad that there are a lot of people covering this story, and there are only a couple who are truly on the front lines. Everybody else, just like everything else, you people are fucking following people who are not actually there, just like all these people who have like hundreds of thousands of followers when you got true blue people at the border like Audra reporting, and yet they're getting their information actually from her. But you got all these fucking followers.
Thank you.
Just following.
As usual.
So over.
Walk like this. Mark, 27. This is opening our border to form a North American Union where we have no rights leading to global domination. See these titles. These are mainstream news articles. I told Chair Nora that people would be murdered if she did not control the border. And now we see illegal immigrant Eduardo Sarabia charged with forcible rape of 2 women, possibly many more. A 14-year-old girl raped, Lake and Riley murdered, 4 migrants attacking New York police, children being sex trafficked, and 77,000 fentanyl deaths in 2023. There is no investigative or law enforcement people involved in vetting relatives. The vetting process is practically non-existent. Only 4 to 6% of migrant children's sponsors' homes are ever seen, and we cannot verify if the sponsor is even the one answering the follow-up call. 85,000 sponsors are not answering the follow-up calls. Many children are trafficked for slave labor or prostitution. The system is overwhelmed, so they rush getting the kids out. Housing cannot be solved without stopping the Federal Reserve from causing inflation. AANHPI's core can 3D print a solid row of 10 by 40-foot homes all the way across the San Diego's 90-mile southern border, securing it and providing low-income housing for 12,000 homeless citizens for about $100 million in 2 years, making 2/3 of rents free instead of taxpayer subsidized. For a little more, you could print the back wall 20 feet high with a razor-sharp top and bulletproof 2-inch steel and back with cheap motion sensors and cameras to alert our Border Patrol. 7 Border Patrol agents per mile could be housed with their families and quickly dispatch 63 more agents within a 5-mile radius, or call the military. Nora, you were entrusted with our people's safety. I told you such crimes would occur if Newsom, supervisors, and council did nothing. And now it's too late for these kids. Governor Abbott is securing Texas, and many can still be saved if you secure.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
All right, still Brian Rumbaugh. So, ma'am, regarding your presentation, you were talking about the humanitarian crisis going on across the world. You know, as if it's something that is, let's just say, new. You know, we as humanity have not, you know, we haven't found our path yet. We obviously haven't. Okay, but I can tell you, you talk to anybody on the street, they talk about, you know, what's going on in like the state of Israel versus the Palestinians. Those people have been fighting like that for thousands of years. That's going to be your go-to response from any individual in my expertise or whatever, what I've noticed, okay? But what we need to understand is that, you know, with the shenanigans that have gone on the last several years, and this is, when I say several, I'm pretty much talking 4 years. I'm a business owner. I can tell you, you know, those injections, unfortunately, I did have 3 clients that actually passed away within 3 hours of that. Okay, pardon me, 24 hours of that. America is under attack. America was supposed to be that shining light, okay? We are under attack, not only the financial system, which has been a farce our entire lives, our literally entire adult lives, okay? Everything that's gone on the last couple of years, certainly with what's going on the border right now, we have to recognize we've got FEMA, the federal government, once again telling us, oh, Big Daddy government's going to take care of us. Them and their 10 regions. You know, what is that, the 10 regions of Atlantis? Okay, because that's what these people believe. Okay, they're building their, and they're usurping our ability to govern ourselves. We need to recognize we're under attack. We need to fix it. We need to come up with hope. I'll be your mentor, Jim.
Next speaker, please.
Luke? Yeah, we've been running around for a while watching what's going on the border, Audra and I. It's a mess. Your numbers are low. It's definitely a lot more than what you say. We watch the buses. We watch them moving people from Iris, or to Iris, and it used to be from Iris, and apparently there's a problem with the Damaris contract now. So they're street released and let go to take MTS for free with the children who ride for free. These people who are unvetted, they're vetted only against the databases that we have in our country. These are criminals coming in, many of them, not all. By the numbers of CBP, 14% of them after completing their time going through the judiciary, qualify for asylum. You call them migrants. These are illegal immigrants, and they are very, very expensive. This is a congressman. Uh-oh.
Taxpayers are, I want everybody to listen to this stat, 9,000 roughly per illegal immigrant that taxpayers are fronting. That's more than we spend per Medicaid beneficiary. That's more than we spend on the most vulnerable American citizen for their health care. That's more than we spend for our heroes, our veterans, in the way of military retirement benefits. So I think for everyone, this should be unacceptable. I believe it is quite avoidable, but this is the real and significant, and at the state and local levels, especially unsustainable cost of the current border crisis. I want everybody to listen to this stat.
Those are the facts. Now fight for us.
Next speaker, please. I'll remind individuals you're being disruptive. Again, you'll be provided warnings. You'll be asked to leave if you don't comply with the board's rules of procedure.
My person uses the name Audrey. You know what's disruptive? Is that none of you are paying attention. You know what all this is? There's a whole lot more of it. These are IDs from people that have dropped them at the border. Why'd they do that? Why are they burning them like this? Why are they going through Mexican immigration with all of these papers like this and dropping it off? You think this is a joke, and it's not funny. Where is this dog tag? I have a military ID tag that I found from a Muslim soldier on the border, okay? And you think that foreign military men and militaries from around the world aren't invading this nation? This is a national security risk, and you could all give a fuck. This is serious. A little girl has been raped, Nora. She's 5 years old. Does it not matter when a little girl is raped by somebody who crossed illegally? How can you say that all these people dropping their documents, they're flying all over Mexico from their country and invading ours, looking at us like we're invading their country, like I shouldn't be on my nation? It's a problem, Nora. Where did the 500,000 children go? Where are the ones from the convention center? When are you going to acknowledge that this is a fucking problem, Jim? How can a 5-year-old be raped? How many more? Does it have to be your daughter, Andrew? Right? Does it have to be for it to fucking matter? You're not down there. I'm down there all the fucking time. And you don't know what the fuck is going on. And you're complicit in it. And you wasted that money with SPCS. They spent $2 million on their employees for 4 months.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Wake up, San Diego!
Consuelo, that's your first warning. And Mark, you also have a warning. That's your second warning, Consuelo. I apologize. It's your second warning. Audrey, your time is up. Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
All about. I wish I were an immigrant getting free meals and shelter and even adequate bathrooms. It's criminal that our own government prioritizes immigrants over homeless people from this country. And speak of criminal, an illegal immigrant who commits further crimes like murder, kidnapping, or rape should be deported at least twice, if not told to swim back to where he came from instead of flying in relative luxury. It's good that the federalists are finally realizing their obligation to help a bit with the funding. It would be nice if they actually enforce their own borders as they're supposed to. But they have a huge debt and are basically broke. and the money is finally allocated, by the way. That's good, but I don't know, in what shape it will actually come down. The good news about all this is that we do have a bit of time to dream and plan. And those who have actually been at the migrant camps, and there seem to be a lot, like Audra, Lou, and Consuela, who talked to immigrants. All of those people you should contact. They should be especially helpful in this area. So, you shouldn't be asking them to leave meetings just because they're a bit talkative. Just get interested in what the actual people of this county are.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hi, this is Kaya Peraza, and I definitely disapprove to this item in the agenda. You're not only funding for more people to come here, you're funding for even more. You will need more mental help. You will need more services. We don't want the schools to be invited like they did in New York and Chicago. We don't want our educational system to be invaded for this problem as well. We don't want for kids to suffer the problem that they are suffering somewhere else. The media is telling everybody to come here from, not just from Mexico, from the southern countries, and even from other countries in Asia and even Europe, from everywhere. They're coming. They have the doors open to this country, and they are creating chaos. I live here in the border, and I see them here around all the streets every day. They're here every day around our houses. And everybody's starting to lock down and secure their houses because we have all of the rapes that have been happening now in National City, in the whole South County, and this will take more of the funds of special education kids and any education kid here in California and in America. You guys should be the model. We're the border state, and you should be the model of this, because we will be the ones suffering, and our kids will be the ones suffering.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
This is truth. A migrant is not an immigrant. An immigrant is someone that has gone through the proper process and background checks to enter a country legally. A migrant is someone roaming around without legal permission to be where they end up. This change of legal terms matters because it is being done to intentionally destroy our lawful immigration system. And isn't it amazing that the federal government will use our money to protect the borders of Kuwait, Ukraine, Israel, and countless other countries, but not even our own borders? The traitors in Congress and those locally accept the federal money from FEMA, who seem to be doing a better job caring for those unvetted and undocumented foreigners than those Americans who needlessly suffered through a preventable man-made disaster back in January. We have Americans here who still don't have homes or 3 meals a day, and governments have the audacity to demand even more taxes from them. Taxation without representation is un-American, and this one project would be about $30 million stolen from the American people. And let's be real, the last shelter program was only ended so an audit of SBCS's money exchanging could be avoided. Yet they're still getting a cut, with even more nefarious Catholic charities at the head. How much more is going to be wasted this time? And it's not refugees or asylum seekers, but criminals that have crossed through barbed wire or climbed the wall or even speedboated their way onto our beaches, threw their former IDs on the ground, along with the rest of their litter trashed onto our environment, and never went through a proper criminal background check. They've been getting American taxpayer-funded shelters, phones, chargers, meals, supplies, use of our public transit, and airplane trips around the country to unknown destinations to ruin the rest of the country. These unknown people don't even realize those phones are used to track them, as they will be the new cheap labor. But you know what? They're going to leave once they see the homeless population in tents and their government-provided taxpayer subsidies run out. The true public benefit would be to return this funny money.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item. I'll now pull up Chairwoman Vargas's speaking remarks and read those for the record. As they're coming up, the remarks read, today we are taking a step to address one of the biggest challenges facing our region, global migration, which has particularly impacted San Diego County. Through the allocation of nearly $20 million from FEMA's SSP funding, we're taking a monumental step forward in addressing the needs of our migrant and refugee communities. Our region continues to experience a significant number of migrant and asylum seeker arrivals as they travel to their final destinations. As a board, we have been committed to addressing this issue and assisting asylum seekers with compassion and humanity. San Diego will lead by example to other regions in the nation by demonstrating that humane and effective migrant support is not only possible, but essential for building stronger, more compassionate communities. Today, the FEMA SSP funding represents a significant opportunity for San Diego County to take a first step in addressing the gap created by the federal government. We've heard from our community partners, and this funding will enable us to provide essential services, shelter, food, hygiene supplies, and transportation. These services are not just about meeting basic needs, they're about treating every individual with dignity and respect, ensuring that their journey through San Diego is safe and humane. Thank you to our congressional delegation, Governor Newsom, and the local NGOs for all of their work. I urge my colleagues to support this item. I make a motion to approve item 27. With that, we'll turn it over to Supervisor Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to thank you for this, and I want to thank Sarah and her amazing staff for working so closely with our community-based partners who have diligently assisted individuals in need. I want to make sure that we don't receive any more street releases in my district or anyone else's, which is why it's crucial that organizations that we select to operate at the transfer site, that they don't turn any immigrants, asylum seekers, or refugees away. And that I don't know if I need to make an amendment, but I want to make sure it's absolutely explicit that anybody that we contract with understands and as part of their contract accepts everybody. We have an unprecedented number coming across the border now, and we don't need any federally sponsored homelessness. In my district and the rest of San Diego, I don't believe is prepared to take hundreds of thousands of people. And so it's important that these organizations do it. So what would be the preference to accomplish that?
Thank you, Supervisor Anderson. I believe you're referring to the facets related to street releases. And as we work for purposes of the RFP and the scope of work, we will ensure that that's one of the central components and facets, that it really is important to us to have that transportation piece that Barbara also highlighted for purposes of the final destination that the stakeholders have also highlighted as critical and important.
Okay, but does it need to be in writing? The question I have is 6 months from now, I'm not going to be happy if I find out, well, it was well intended, but we didn't do it.
We can, I believe it's memorialized if the maker of the motion is comfortable with that.
Perfect. I'm good with that. Thank you. And with that, I'm happy to second.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you very much. Well, I get it that we want to move people, the huge number of migrants being let into the country here and being dropped in San Diego, where we're still seeing the street drops of 500 to 1,000 people, 500 to 1,000 a day dropped off here. I get it that we want them to move through San Diego County. But this money is one-time money. There's no long-term plan. Again, what happens when this money runs out? We don't know. It's just similar to previously when we were paying for one of the migrant drop-off center. But this item, to me, effectively approves and perpetuates the federal government's mismanagement of the border. I refuse to be complicit in a broken system. Just because the federal government is throwing money at the county to fix the problems they created by allowing more people to cross the border than they can manage. San Diego County should not be complicit in the Biden administration's failure to follow the law. I'm all for immigration. I'm all for people coming to this country, but we have a legal system and we have to follow that. And what we're allowing to happen is multitudes more people coming across than our border control can even manage. And it's a safety issue. People are not being properly vetted. We want good people to come in, but we're not keeping the bad people out. So the vetting process, I would rather see this money actually going towards the Border Patrol and vetting to make sure that the people that are coming in do not mean us harm. So we would not need a processing center in the first place if the federal government properly managed the border and the immigration process. More than 80% of the people who claim asylum don't actually even qualify for asylum. Only about 14% of those who actually attend their asylum hearing are granted asylum. Our Border Patrol agents are overwhelmed and cannot properly vet those coming across the border, much less those who arrive on our beaches illegally and then just jumping off and running into our neighborhoods unchecked, unvetted. We have absolutely no idea who they are. So the word is out. If you show up at the border, cross illegally, and then claim asylum, you get a free stay 3 to 4 years in the United States until your court date. And there's no recourse if you don't show up for your court date. And if you do show up and you aren't granted asylum, there's no recourse to make you leave. So I just think we should not be tolerating the current situation at the border. And what this action does is perpetuate and might even increase the numbers if San Diego has it under control, so to speak. But it's not okay, and we didn't see this problem under any previous administrations. And Congress hasn't changed any laws. The same laws are still in place. The only thing that really changed is the president, and he blatantly fails to protect our southern border or uphold our current laws. So for those reasons, as much as I want people to move through San Diego County and not stay here and not be in our neighborhoods, I think we're just passing the problem from one place to another. I don't want to be complicit in that process, and I won't be voting in favor today. Thank you.
Good job, Cam.
Vice Chair Lawson-Remer.
Okay, I'm speaking a little out of turn. We sit up here and we do theater like all day long. But Jim, look, you know there's a bipartisan bill proposed in Congress to increase funding to vet folks at the border, significant increases to increase border security. It was a bipartisan bill supported both by House leadership and by the president. Donald Trump didn't want it to pass because he wanted to make this immigration issue Biden's weight around Biden's neck for the election, and so convinced some of the House Republicans to vote against a bill that they helped draft. And now you're doing the same thing here, where you're saying, okay, we don't want some money that we're being offered to help fix a problem that we know we have because we want to keep this problem festering to make more politics out of it. I think this is absurd. We all agree that we have to fix the border crisis. We all agree that more investment needs to be made in border security and vetting folks and more border crossing agents. All of that is a pretty clear bipartisan consensus. And the reason that isn't happening has nothing to do with the president who proposed that. It has everything to do with House leadership that tanked that bill. So I agree. I would love to see this money go towards more border processing, more agents. There's a lot of border investments that we need. I think we should do the work to lobby our congressional Republicans to support those investments that they just tanked last time it came before them for a vote. I know we never get to say the stuff that's really going on. We just sit here and have theater all day. But I'm very happy that our, frankly, that our chair and our leadership at this county have done so much work to secure this funding so that we could actually help folks in our community move on their way, get the help that they need, get into housing, not end up on our streets, not just sit on people's porches and people's lawns. I think that this is a wonderful initiative. I appreciate everyone's work in bringing it forward, and I'm very happy to support it. Thank you.
If I could respond, Chair?
Yes.
The bill that was passed forward only perpetuated the problem. It did not give enough security to stop the process. All it was going to do is just what these dollars are doing, is to perpetuate those coming across. It was for more processing, not as much for more security at the border. And
that's factually incorrect. It was for both.
No, I doubt. That's not the way I understand it.
We have a motion by Chairwoman Vargas, seconded by Supervisor Anderson. Also note that it includes an additional recommendation to direct the Chief Administrative Officer as part of the competitive solicitation process to ensure all contractors understand that they must accept everyone that they encounter. With that, please vote. That motion passes with Supervisor Desmond voting no, all other supervisors being present and voting aye. On behalf of Chairwoman Vargas, at each meeting, the Chairwoman asks if any supervisors want to provide a brief update, report on progress, or share pertinent information during this time. Do any supervisors have updates they'd like to share today?
Yes.
Supervisor Desmond.
Yes, I would. Last week, I went to Washington, D.C. With my coalition chair for spent fuel solutions for the San Onofre site. I was myself and Orange County Supervisor Katrina Foley. We went up there. We went to D.C. We spoke with, right now, the spent fuel solutions is underneath the Department of Energy for the what to do with the spent nuclear fuel. So we went with a SoCal Edison representative from in D.C., Amy Pressler. She's the one, SoCal Edison is the one that actually ran San Onofre. We met with Amy Huffman. She's a professional staff member for the Senate Committee on Energy and Natural Resources. We met with Thule Wright, the staff director for the House Committee on Energy and Commerce, an energy subcommittee. And we also met with a staff member for the Democrats, House and Energy Commerce Committee, Chris Pittard. We also met with Congressman Mike Levin and met with Representative Scott Peters, person on climate and energy staff member. So what we were asking for is for Congress to come up with a single-purpose, autonomous organization to handle spent nuclear fuel at sites here in the country. One side argued that, well, that's just building up more government, and the other side said, well, we don't want to just hand off money to another entity. But I think the purpose we had was to try to get the politics out of going out of how to get rid of the spent nuclear energy or spent nuclear fuel. The Department of Energy gets the head of that department is put in place by a new president every time, and we've had several over the last couple of decades. There's approximately $46 billion sitting in a nuclear waste fund that's been collected through charges that people have paid for electricity from San Onofre and other places in the country. Some of the sticking points that we came up against are should Yucca Mountain, which is in Nevada, which was originally going to be a storage site and then was pulled off politically, I get off the table. Should that still be an option, still having that standalone agency? And then also the issue of transportation of the spent nuclear fuel. How are we going to transport it and get it places safely, even though the military is already doing that? So I think it was a successful meeting. We met with a lot of people who, at least we got our word, our efforts across. Everyone was appreciative. Unfortunately, we were told nothing's going to be done until after this election. So we're still going to keep pushing for this effort and trying to get the spent nuclear fuel off of that San Onofre site, which is also a fault zone and right next to the ocean. So thank you. It was a busy week.
Thank you. We'll now return to the non-agenda public communication. We have 11 remaining requests to speak, 1 in person and 10 requesting to speak by phone. For those that requested to speak by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. I'd like to invite forward allegedly Audra. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board.
Person uses the name Audra Jim. Even if you're the only one standing alone, it's good. It matters. It does. Just stay strong in that. It's okay to stand in the gap. Don't be afraid of doing it. So, Tara, I'm just wondering, if your daughter was raped, would it matter? No, it wouldn't. That's unfortunate. I mean, you were masking her and she has problems even learning. It's really sad. But Nora, it's weird that you'll be like, you were apologizing for what happened to me as a kid. And then when we talk about a little girl being raped, you don't even want to, I mean, let's just all imagine a little girl being raped right now. Nobody wants to do that, right? Because it's easier to ignore it. So as long as you don't let your mind go there, then it doesn't exist, right? As long as we can turn away and tell her that she doesn't matter. So it's clear that this little 5-year-old doesn't matter that was raped, so that's good, right? It's good. It's sad. It's real sad. And it's funny because you act like this SSP money is actually like the only thing helping. We've had hotels and shelters running for 3 years. We've spent over $77 million on these hotels. And then it's like homeless don't get that. I mean, they could go be down at the old Border Patrol, CHP Border Protection Division unit that's since moved to Kearney Mesa. But it wasn't offered to them, and it's in the best interest of the state for it to go to these illegals. So, I'm just wondering how many more children are going to be raped or how many more people are going to be murdered. Maybe it needs to be one of you for it to matter.
We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
Barbara Gordon. Another school year is about to end and summer is almost here. It's important to be aware that first-time use of most substances peak during the summer months. During the summer months, teens have more unstructured time, with summer typically seeing a 30% increase in substance use, especially marijuana. Research shows that marijuana is the most commonly used drug and is associated with impaired learning and loss of memory for teens and young adults. The impairment increases with more frequent use and is associated with low academic achievement. Teens and young adults use marijuana for many reasons, including curiosity, peer pressure, wanting to fit in with friends. Some use to cope with anxiety, stress, even depression. Unfortunately, teens sometimes feel they are invincible, but the truth is they may be setting themselves up for unseen danger in their future. Ultimately, many factors into why young people decide to use marijuana, including their environment at home, school, or in their community. I am urging this board to realize the dangers of marijuana use and not increase the number of marijuana businesses in the community, but look for programs that will put our teens and young adults on a path for a successful future. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon. My name is Carrie Ann Skelly. I'm a parent of 3 adult sons, and I work on good public health policy and land use decisions at my county planning group. Like this Board of Supervisors, I know how challenging and expensive are mental health treatment solutions. I also recognize how our young people are challenged by marijuana businesses' predatory and persuasive advertising firepower. Big Marijuana sends out newsletters to local and statewide marijuana businesses about how to best reach young people. Excuse me. One such recent communication stated, and I quote, Instagram and TikTok are the undisputed marketing channels, those aged 5 to 35, reaching 60 and 70% of the market. Although social media isn't the only option for marijuana marketing, but it's by far one of the most effective, end quote. As Marijuana Biz Daily, an industry newsletter says, and I quote, TikTok often feels young, energetic, and fun. It's a fantastic way for cannabis companies to connect with their young audience, end quote. It was also suggested that marijuana businesses use Twitter to reach young audience because it has much weaker sensors. Unfortunately, to avoid detection, marijuana businesses have learned the best practices for circumventing restrictions and censors using clever abbreviations and slang that can elude boundaries, thus reaching their target audience, young people. We know that the county's marijuana storefronts are very active on these teen communication tools. We do not need more pot shops than the 5 we already have, in addition to the multitude of delivery services running around our back county, which clearly try to attract young people. Thank you for hearing my concerns this afternoon.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Becky Rapp, and I'm a resident and an attendee of my county planning group. And I appreciate the many presentations surrounding budget requests presented by all departments last week. And after listening to the presentations, it's evident that our county's greatest needs lie in public safety, housing, rehabilitation, and behavioral health. Drug use and drug addiction are a significant driving force contributing to the uptick in the overall depleting mental health in our society. Education must start at an earlier age, specifically regarding marijuana on the market today, as it can be devastating to brain development. The National Institute of Health published that as many as 30% of cases displaying schizophrenia among young men might have been prevented by averting cannabis use disorder. With May being Mental Health Awareness Month, this board must recognize the detrimental harms of marijuana. Marijuana on the market today is a synthetically derived psychoactive drug that's altering our teens' mental health. The Wall Street Journal published 2 articles, one titled Teen Abusing Marijuana Need Our Help and Legal Weed Feeds Teen Mental Health Crisis. The articles state how marijuana directly affects key parts of the developing brain, including memory, learning capabilities, attention, decision-making, coordination, emotion, and reaction time. JAMA Psychiatry states cannabis consumption in adolescence is associated with increased risk of developing major depression in young adults, as well as suicide ideation. This information is key when looking for solutions to combating the uptick in depleting mental health. Please consider the significant impact today's marijuana use is having on young people, and do not increase the marijuana footprint in our county, as the industry's influence must be limited. Thank you.
Now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Ann Riddle here. Excuse me. I was pleased that this morning that you recognized National Foster Care Month. My first responsibility as a social worker was in the foster care program when I first got out of graduate school. It was there that I learned firsthand the role of substance use on the part of the families from which foster care children came into foster care then, I got a close look at how debilitating at that point alcohol and marijuana and other drug use was. What I didn't expect was the role that it was playing on their children who had come into foster care. Young children were all very vulnerable to what they'd seen in their homes and are very vulnerable to the messages that they get from their community and the other adults around them. I think it's really important for us all to remember that 90% of youth drug use begins before the age of 19. And so when we adopt policies at the county, it's important that we recognize we have young people who are very vulnerable to the decisions we all are making. And I'd like to respectfully suggest that we already have 5 pot shops here in the county, and that's plenty. We have such active pot delivery systems running around zooming around the way I think about it in the county's backcountry. We just don't need any more exposure than what there already is. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Megan Stewart. As someone with experience in both social work and health promotion, I would like to thank the board for the proclamation regarding foster services in the community. As we gather to proclaim May as National Foster Care Month and continue to recognize Mental Health Awareness Month, we have an invaluable opportunity to address the pressing issues facing our community's children, particularly those in foster care who are often the most vulnerable. Children in foster care face unique challenges that can significantly impact their mental health. These young individuals, many of whom have experienced trauma and instability, are at a heightened risk for mental health issues. As we work to support them, we must also address another critical factor that jeopardizes their well-being: underage substance use. Research shows that underage use of marijuana and tobacco can have severe and lasting effects on developing brains. These substances impair cognitive function, increase the risk of mental health disorders, and hinder educational achievement. The allure of enticing packaging and persuasive advertising only heightens this problem, making harmful substances appear attractive to our youth. Our community's children deserve better. They deserve a world free from the normalization and acceptance of drug use. We must stand together against the marketing strategies that target our young people, luring them with flashy packaging and ubiquitous billboards. These tactics are not just unethical, they are dangerous. By taking steps such as implementing prevention programs, stricter regulations on substance marketing, and comprehensive support systems, we can help ensure that every child in San Diego has the opportunity to grow up in a supportive, drug-free environment. Thank you for your time and commitment to our county.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hi, this is Kenia Peraza. I'm a mother and advocate for special education in the South Bay community, and I want to invite all the people in the audience to support us in tomorrow's meeting with the superintendents of the 6th District with SELPA. It will take place at 680 L Street, Chula Vista, California, 91911. It will start from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. And for the members of the board, I will ask for 2 things. We're seeking for your help requesting an audit for the special education funds, which was $270 million for 11,000 kids in special education. We want to know where these funds are going exactly, because we don't see it. We don't see any type of progress in our kids. And our other thing that we need from you guys is for your support of the disapproval of the new amendment for the CAC bylaws. This is a committee that hasn't been taking place over 13 years, and now that it's going to be made, they want to remove any member they want to help in this a parent and educator committee. They want to remove them for those people that are willing to actually do a difference for the special education kids. And please help the helpless list. We are seeking for your help, and you guys in the power can actually do the difference. The number of kids with special education needs are increasing year by year, and nobody is doing anything about it.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
It's truth. I've got a cringe all day political theater. Tara update. Tara's father got his friend, communist Sonoy Jane and comrade Lily Tomlin, to raise money for Tara's campaign twice. The first time it was $500 or $1,000 a pop to suffer under those psychotic actors. The second time, added Shirley Weber, an entry for Tara's commie clown show went down and cost $250 for an activist-level discount. Who in their right mind paid for that torture?
Instead of actually discontinuing this manufacturing of death, they instead just rebranded it.
Guests included the ACLU's and formerly Planned Parenthood's Amy Corden, Spy Agency ADL Award loser Julie Dubick, political campaign funder Suzanne Hess, and Rancho Santa Fe Democratic Club minions Michael Gelfand and Jamie Carr. The Gelfand family has also given countless thousands to Todd Gloria, Jennifer Campbell, and Mara Elliott. Now here's a county secret spending update. Tara gave $18,500 to Black San Diego, empowering our community to buy speakers, mic stands, lights, art supplies, and even a camera. Obviously, these people weren't even prepared for music and arts in the park. Monica also gave them another $10,000. Tara gave $17,500 to Environmental Health Coalition for hats, banners, cutlery, and water bottles to pretend they're green on their own dime. Plus, they get to buy a political consultant. Tara spent $550,000 in only 2 months. And Monica's giving a record amount to the political event known as Pride, over $63,000. $75,000 to the Asian Business Association, whose business must not be very good if they don't even have a website. Over $6,000 to Global Action Research, who are a pipeline for youth of color into the climate justice cult. They even paid children $15 an hour to become their activist minions. And another $25,000 to Cesar Chavez Service Club to finish their multi-million-dollar UDW propaganda film. Monica spent over $1.7 million in only 2 months, while Nora's office seems to have no time to go through grant applications.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
My name is Kathleen Lippett, and thank you for letting me speak. I'd like to read a letter from a Professor John Berry from the Rockefeller Neuroscience Institute, who said it much better than I, that he was heartened to read about facts about marijuana that are rarely reported. He was referring to an article written by our very esteemed Bertha Madras from Harvard University. With a front row seat to the opioid addiction crisis in Appalachia for the past 2 decades, I've noticed striking parallels between big opioid pharma and big cannabis pharma. The psychiatric hospitals I oversee are consistently occupied by patients suffering from complications due to cannabis, such as psychosis, addiction, anxiety, depression, mania, and suicidal thoughts. This is especially true for our teenage and young adult population. Yet the pain pill epidemic that was birthed decades ago, no one seems to care as long as profit can be made. Fast forward 20 years and lawmakers will be clamoring to hold accountable those who profited at the expense of suffering. It's tragic that we don't learn the hard-earned lessons of the past. And as an aside, I'd like to end with talking about the county's redefining of stakeholders. They define stakeholders as marijuana entrepreneurs, those with industry employment aspirations, and those who intended to exploit the misguided concept of providing reparations ostensibly for a redefined war on drugs. Reparations would be allocated for setting up those who violated marijuana laws and were subsequently convicted of marijuana crimes in retail. And they would set them up in retail marijuana storefronts with minimal, if any, investment on their part, but at the expense of taxpayers.
Thank you, and Chairwoman Vargas. That concludes a request for non-agenda public communication for this meeting. Also note that the closed session matters are being continued to tomorrow's session, so we will take public comment on closed session matters tomorrow. We'll now proceed with the adjournments in memory. The first adjournment will be presented by Supervisor Desmond in memory of Jean Vollmer.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Andrew. And as you said, this is an adjournment in memory of Jean Vollmer. Jean Vollmer of Borrego Springs passed away in March of 2024 after a long illness. Jean was a world traveler who truly loved life and being with people. Her career was focused on teenage youth through her nonprofit organizations, implementing programs to help them become better decision makers and setting them up for a successful future. Jean cherished her family life, and they always came first, and that gave her the most joy. She is survived by her husband of 47 years, her daughter, 6 grandchildren, and 2 great-grandchildren. Jean was a beautiful woman, loved her life, and lived it to the fullest. She will be dearly missed by family, friends, and the Borrego Springs community. Thank you.
The second adjournment will be presented by Vice Chair Lawson-Remer in memory of Joan Jacobs.
Thank you. I would like to offer my heartfelt condolences to the Jacobs family and recognize the extraordinary importance of Joan Jacobs in our region. Joan Jacobs' generosity and vision has impacted tens of thousands of individuals throughout San Diego County. She has supported nonprofits that promote the well-being of all of our residents, performing arts, and many other vital civic functions here in San Diego County. We are proud to honor her memory and her long history in our region as we mourn the passing of one of San Diego's greatest philanthropic leaders.
Thank you. On behalf of Chairwoman Vargas, the board will now recess and reconvene at 6 p.m. for item 19, which is the Truth Act Forum. Again, the board is in recess until 6 p.m.